Welcome to the final day of G-Loot PUBG Season 6. Today we will crown a champion, a team will go home the winner. They'll go home with lots of stuff as well, and we'll get to all of that, but it is going to be an epic day of PUBG based off of day 1 and day 2. My name is Tekkel and I'm going to be your host for the rest of today, and joining me on the desk, Avenger and Jorasa are here to provide all that expert analysis, the big brains if you like of PUBG. Gents, no one could have predicted we'd find ourselves in this position. Based off after day 1, we thought NAVI was running away with it. Northern Lights popped up. It's been absolute chaos. Are you expecting more of the same today?
No, I think it'll be a completely different day. But the good thing is that yesterday, obviously, we were lucky that NLT was able to jump into things. Yeah, well, you're asking my expectations. I have to be honest, right? I'm not expecting the same 3 teams to win 2 games each. You know,
not even 3 minutes in.
It's already started, Sam. You're going to have to get used to it. But Martin has a really good point. You're 12 games into a tournament. You typically expect to have 9 or 10 different winners. Yesterday, we only had 3. It's wild. Na'Vi already up to 5, but it's really good to see the chasing pack still keep within touching distance.
I think we're at the point where after 2 days, there's only 1 team on the winner board that's had only 1 chicken dinner. Everyone else has had more than 1 chicken, which is quite impressive. Yeah. And we'll get to all of that in a bit, but I want to introduce you to our casters as well. Kylaris and Toby, I've had so much fun listening to them. It's been absolutely great having them on the desk, and being able to chat like this has been really fun. So, gents, looking forward to today?
It's Sunday.
It is.
Hey!
It's not Saturday.
Leave the analysis to us.
That was my best impression of Avenger I possibly
Good job. I liked it. I liked it a lot. I'm expecting more crazy reactions because you both got to commentate over probably what is going to go down as one of the best moments in competitive PUBG. I think that clip is going to be played forever. Of course, we're talking about the NAVI nade, and I'm very, very excited to see if we can get another one of those clips today. Let's go into what you can expect, though. This is what the broadcast is going to look like. 6 games will decide who is the winner of Season 6, and we are going to be playing them back-to-back today. It's going to be tons of fun, and of course, we're starting on Miramar, and you can see there what we mentioned, Jorisar. It's only Polish Power that has 1 chicken dinner. Everyone else has collected quite a few.
Yeah, starting off relatively strong on Miramar. The teams are sort of getting used to the sort of phrasing of the tournament, understanding how everyone else is going to play, getting settled in a little bit. Skade getting 2 chicken dinners on day 1, and then being relatively anonymous in comparison on day 2, as well as a story I'm sure we'll pick up. There are lots of storylines that we need to see for teams to start getting into that top pack. Otherwise, it really is just going to end up being a 3-horse race. So we want to see more teams join. We want to make it exciting all the way up to the final game.
Let's take a look now at the format. So this is how our teams got here. And of course, they played through Super Weekend. And then we had that upper and lower bracket, which was tons of fun. I really hope that we see more of this Erangel in PUBG. I think it works really well.
Yeah, I love the way that we're able to have, 24 teams go through a 4-day qualification where we have double elimination. There's a last chance. I really like it. Double elimination in PUBG has been tested a few times before, but it's really hard to incorporate. But I really think that the way that it was working here in Super Weekend was one of the best ways to test it out. So I really enjoyed it, and I enjoyed commentating as well. It was really fun.
Fingers crossed we get to see that again. And now, how do our teams win? How do they get to be the champion? Well, they got to get some points on the board that no one's ever seen. Those are the placement points, and of course they get 1 point per kill as well. If you don't finish in the top 8, you get no points. You've only got 6 games, so for a lot of teams, they are going to be fighting really hard to make it through to that end game. That's going to be important, and of course the reason they're doing that is that they want their share of that $50,000 prize pool. Money is nice, but what is also very nice, Avengers, some PGC points.
Yeah, and the PGC points is the big one, right? Because we have a bit of a shake-up in terms of what is happening here. If now he's going to be able to hold on to the first place, that 300 points that they're going to be able to get here from G-Loot Season 6, that's going to manifest them. That's going to 99% guarantee them, if not 100% guarantee them, the spot to PGC. So it's looking really good already now in dropping NLT. NLT sitting right now in that spot will also, no matter what happens today, guarantee them a spot for PGC. So they've already been playing extremely well throughout the year.
The 2 teams that need to be worried, though, I mean, there's quite a few teams, but the ones that I'm going to specifically focus on, because they're the ones that I would expect to make it through to PGC, obviously ENCE, potentially Skade on my side as well. I would have liked to have seen them, but neither of them are currently in contention, which means they've got to have they've got to have a big day today to ensure that they can get some more points.
Yeah, they really do. The Skade started strongly on day number 1, of course, but they need to make sure they keep the momentum going up to the leaderboards, because those PGC points really start to rack up once you get into the top 5, top 6. Once you drop out there, it gets a little bit middling. The gap between places in terms of PGC points isn't that huge. And at the end of the day, they're going to find out how hard they need to fight in PCS 7. You don't want to have to go into a future tournament with the pressure of knowing you need a top 4 result or something to just have a chance to make it in. You want to cement that right now.
Let's bank the PGC talk for now, because what we have to talk about is some of the highlights from yesterday. I'm so excited, Avenger, because we get to see that nade all over again.
Yeah, I hope so. We're maybe going to see it a few times, but overall, some crazy games. Circles was quite fortunate. This tap here from AT was wild. The reactions of this man is insane. Also, Ivas's Superman hold from the team that have been unstoppable until then was wild. And also, you have to remember, he stopped them here in Erangel. So far, NAVI has won half of their Erangel games. They won 3 out of the 6 ones, so that's crazy. Skade's performance yesterday, Keanu's, this drive-by was crazy too. But Skade's performance yesterday was middling at best, so I hope we see them step up too.
We've got so many really good shotgun plays as well. Like we saw holding out on both Miramar and Erangel, a couple of 1v3s. This game, I mean, what an amazing way to hop into the penultimate game of the day. The physics on this, absolutely mind-blowing. The casters did a great job during the game. I could just watch this moment all day long. I mean, beautiful dink off the crane there. That is picture perfect for Northern Lights to close that one out.
We could watch it all day, or we could watch some more PUBG today, which is what I wanted to do. And there's a name that pops up quite a few times in the highlights. Maybe a team that we haven't focused on that much because they haven't got a chicken dinner. Bystanders was very consistent yesterday on Erangel, not so much on Miramar, but they've been clocking those points. And you can see now, as we take a look at the leaderboard, currently sitting in 5th place, you can see how close it is between sort of 4th and down to maybe 7th. So there's going to be a battle happening there. But the big talking points, of course, those 3 teams at the top, NAVI and NLT, the battle has begun, and they got 6 games to decide who sits on top of the hill.
For me, there's the kind of the lower pack of the mid group from question mark and 60 all the way up to skate on 69 that have those 9-point difference there. They're going to have to find out, like, if they don't win a game or get a huge game in the first couple of games, then the other teams are simply going to be too far away from it. Then we have another pack where we have from 3rd, with FaZe, and all the way down to Bystanders as well. Like, those 3 teams are going to be fighting for 3rd place. But if FaZe pop off in the first 2 games, they could potentially contest the top 2, which is also super, super interesting.
You keep mentioning FaZe, so we have to focus on them. It's important to understand at the start of this competition, it looked like NAVI was going to run away with everything at the start of the grand finals. And as the day has progressed, these other the weekend has progressed, these other teams have popped off. FaZe came in yesterday clinching that last chicken dinner, but they've had a really good showing the last 2 days.
They have indeed, and Gustav in particular has really been leading the team in terms of kills and damage for them. It is a big, big team effort though, and as you can see, we get to see that beautiful shot from AC one more time. But Gustav has been consistently putting in the damage, even when they've been having not so good games, shall we say. He's been able to squeeze the most out of every situation and keep them in contention and alive long enough to potentially put them in contention here on what may or may not be a FaZe Sunday.
When you take a look at FaZe right now, this lineup, how they've been performing, Avenger, what do they have to do if they want to get the 1st or 2nd spot? What is it that what is the situation that they need to do other than beating Northern Lights and NAVI, which I knew was
going to come with a cheeky answer here. They're going to have to get more points than the other guys.
Smart boy. But the question really is, as a team, and I mean, you know this, you've been a professional player, what is the conversation and the game plan coming in today? Is there a game plan, or are they just doing what they normally do?
Yeah, they obviously have to focus on their games and go anything, but there's nothing specific they can do when they have teams chasing them and they have 2 teams ahead of them. So they can't like directly focus. We're not going to see any bridge camps. We're not going to see any hot drops. We're not going to see anything crazy out of the ordinary, but we might see some different kind of compounds, some different areas that they want to play that they might not usually play, or timings in their rotations are going to change, so they stay for longer, loot for a little bit longer, or they go earlier, which is going to be usually the bigger case of it. Or some of the alt drops, if we have some of these wild plane paths that opened up some of the drops we saw yesterday for a Kameski alt drop or something like this.
Are they more cognizant? Are they going to be more cognizant of staying alive till the end game? Is that something that goes through their head where they go, we need to focus on keeping as many of our players alive right till the end?
That is the #1 plan, because at this point, when you have this of a competitive lobby, if you're going up 3 versus another team that is equally strong to us 4, it is extremely hard to win it unless you have more agility into them.
Sitting in 2nd place, a team that yesterday, Northern Lights, wasn't quite sure. They'd had a good first day, but we were kind of not sure what was going on. And then they popped off. They gave us that WTF moment. They have done some incredible stuff, probably made history, because there's that one day that's going to, like I said, it's going to be replayed for years to come. They were just incredible.
They really were. There was something about the way that they were rotating, or possibly the timings on day 1, that allowed them to get, you know, a couple of decent point showings, but nothing that blew us away. And then something clicked on day number 2, allowing them to get a pair of chicken dinners on a hugely competitive day. NAVI didn't take their foot off the gas, remember, and they were still able to pull off some awesome scenes, such as the one you're seeing here. We mustn't take away from the other teams, of course, but Northern Lights were something else yesterday. Everything just started coming together, and what they need now, just more of that, no wild changes. This is perfect.
I think when you've made up the gap of points, but NAVI had this giant bank of points. When you can make up that gap, you can take away everything from the other teams, because you did just that. You took all the points and you made sure that you caught up with NAVI. So now, NLT coming in today, they know that they have to outperform themselves from yesterday in order to overtake NAVI. Do they change the game plan, or do they just continue? Because NLT has this thing that we've seen during Super Weekend and Grand Finals where they kind of change up their playstyle. So sometimes they go into the game very aggressive. They never disengage from fights. Other times they're very passive and they wait. Do they carry on doing that where they mix and match depending on the circle, or are they going to stick to one game plan and just go in with that?
I think that to start off, it's going to be more of the same. They managed to outpoint pretty much everyone else yesterday by getting the minor things right that they maybe didn't get right on day number 1. That's working for them. If they have another day like that, even if NAVI get another chicken dinner, Northern Lights have every chance of overtaking them entirely. So unless something wild happens with NAVI and they really switch up their game plan and force the other teams to respond, I am expecting more of the same from Northern Lights.
Avenger, how hard was it for NLT yesterday to pop off the way they did? Because let's be honest, it's nice. We see the numbers on the board, we watch the games, but the run that NAVI was on, for NLT to be able to close that gap, like, that was something spectacular.
It was a comeback in the history book for sure. I thought we were going to go somewhere completely different. I thought we were going to how hard was it for VAD and Liquid to do well yesterday. It was extremely hard for them. But going back to NLT, honestly, NLT's comeback and them catching up to NAVI was incredible. Also considering NAVI also got 2 wins. They also played quite well yesterday. So that's going to be quite interesting. But another thing in terms of strategy and their approach of the games today is going to be really interesting for me, is because if they're able to distance themselves a little bit to FaceLand and other guys chasing outside the top 2, then they can maybe make some of these crazy things where we're going to see bridge camp, a gatekeep. They're going to third party them like to the extreme, or we're going to have a very hard focus for NLT, because when it becomes more of a head-to-head rather than 16 teams chasing for first place, then we're going to see some of these changes in terms of strategy soon.
We saw a little bit of that at the end of the lower bracket as well, and I realize it's not the grand finals, but we had BBL and Team Liquid, for example, vying for first spot, where BBL hunted them down, I think, in the penultimate game of the lower bracket. Something similar could end up happening here on the final day. We kept saying, no, none of that would happen yesterday and the day before. Today's where that might occur.
We've spoken a lot about them, and now it's time to highlight them. Currently sitting on the top, a team that needs no introduction, but more importantly, a team who did the unthinkable this weekend. And it doesn't actually matter how it plays out today. They will always have the amount of chicken dinners they were able to claim in 2 days. Uber is back. NAVI looks incredible.
Yeah, and as we heard from Uber in the interview after day number 1 as well, is that the job is not done after their performance. And also even after yesterday, they have a contender now and they have to stay focused throughout. They had some really good games, but still they got taken down. Sometimes by 1 or 2 players off some slow decision making that we saw from them, and that could potentially, if they hesitate today, that is what is going to lose them or make sure that they don't get the victory today, I think.
For them, NAVI, I mean, PGC, they are comfortable, I would say.
If they win, they are
standing.
100% comfortable, yeah.
I mean, even if they come second, right? Do you think that they'll be feeling happy?
No, then it's going to be there's going to be a possibility of a lot of teams still taking over them if they completely flop out, but it's still going to be like 95% because they're going to get so many points from it, so yeah.
So that's the thing, right? At the moment, they're playing to try and prove that, you know what, guarantee themselves a point, but also I think to cement themselves as NAVI and say, hey, you've spoken a lot about Entropic, you've spoken a lot about NLT, you stopped speaking about us as much, we're back, now we want to be the focus, because this is now their opportunity to do that. And if they continue to play the way they have, they could become the team to beat, which is interesting because 2 days ago we wouldn't have said that. We would have been talking about NLT and Entropic.
Well, you heard even when we were speaking with NLT, we were talking about whether Entropic or NAVI are the bigger threat. And it was an interesting question because Entropic have been playing consistently well for so long. We mustn't completely discount them, but they're obviously out of the running here on the final day. The last time there were, 3 chicken dinners in 5 matches was the last G-Loot season. And it wasn't NAVI who got that, it was NLT. So NAVI have come back and said, yes, we can do anything you can do, we can do better. And it really sets the groundwork for the mentality of both teams going into PCS 7 as well. You want that good momentum going into the end of the year. You don't want to win this and then bomb out of PCS 7. You still want to do well. You still want to take points off of the other teams. And momentum is such a big thing in PUBG that both of these teams are going to be strangling each other for that top spot.
Those are the 3 teams that more than likely will contest for the top spot unless someone comes in and just does the unthinkable, which after this grand finals weekend is very much possible. There is a team though that, and it's not Liquid, surprise, surprise, that I'd like to talk about just because I think coming into this, I mean, we set a chair on the desk. They just blew everyone away in Super Weekend. They sat really pretty at the top, had a really good run, came in here, obviously off the back of a PCS win. Entropic just struggling a little bit to be up there with the leaders, but at the same time, it's not like they haven't performed.
Yeah, they haven't performed to the level that we expect them to, right? And we're after what we saw in PCS 6, what we saw in Super Weekend, we're expecting them to be a contender for the top 4, and they just aren't. They're almost half points away from first place right now, which is crazy, and nobody expected that. So it could be the G-Loot curse, or like the last G-Loot they didn't do too well either. But yeah, they already have so many points that they're again almost guaranteed to VTC. There's a very little chance that then many teams are going to be able to overtake them. If not, I think actually impossible. I think they are guaranteed to VTC no matter what.
You can't win them all, but if you're Navi, you can win most of them when it comes to chicken dinners. Anyway, we are going to take a look at the top kills now, because this is always fun. And sitting right on the top, there he is, Uber. This just suits him. The yellow, it works.
It does, and I love. It's so rare to see equal in kills and equal in damage.
Yeah,
that's like sort of crunching the numbers. Are we sure that's it? Absolutely is. Example coming in though, more than 5k damage as
Crazy.
well. Like the whole of the team is just putting in so much effort, and I feel like if imagine if Spyro was alive in that crazy finish, because
then Spyro would probably been 26, 28.
Yeah, he would be #1 if he was still alive on the top of the construction site.
It just feeds really nicely into the conversation we've been having. Of course, we said it's those 3 teams in top kills. It's those 3 teams players listed there.
It kind of goes hand in hand often, right? So the funny thing is that if we were going to have a player that's going to be in there without, then that's going to be a complete spectacular performance from that. And he's almost going to have like 80% of the kills from a team. We almost had it, but once we're going deeper into the tournament, it's going to be really hard for the other teams to keep up, especially considering the lead that Navi and NLT have right now.
So let's be clear, there isn't really, in terms of that top spot, the truth is, we can talk about grandstanding and possibilities of great games. They don't happen very often.
Right.
The truth is, those are the 3 teams that are now fighting for one. You think that there's another opportunity?
So we set this for the last weekend of PEL Phase 2 2019. Oh, it's going to be TSM. They're going to go to G-Loot Grand Slam, G-Loot Grand Slam, and then nope, Pittsburgh Knights, they just showed up and they had an insane weekend and they managed to take the spot away from TSM. Back then when Gustav was playing on it, like, they were heartbroken, right? They thought it was in the bag, but they had a rough weekend, and Pittsburgh Knights just had an extraordinarily insane weekend, managing to put up way more points than it was expected for them to be able to do. So they snagged away the spot.
Okay, cool. Well, then let me change the question. Who do you think is going to win?
Oh. You asked that yesterday.
I did,
but now I'm just going to prove my point.
All right.
I believe that Navi will be able to hold on. I do. We went into yesterday going, yes, they're going to perform well, but are they still going to get chicken dinners? And they answered that by getting 2 more chicken dinners. You have to respect that. I have to assume they're going to be in with the top bunch today as well.
And you, Avenger?
Like, there's a realistic question, and then there's like a dark horse underdog story question that I would love to see.
There's
like,
the head answer and the hard answer.
Yeah. Give me both. Give me both.
Go on.
Like a hard answer would be bystanders after their 3 second places back to back, just because that would be amazing to see. Polish Power will also be a fun one to see, but realistically, like, it has to be Navi, I think, after what we've seen for them. 5 wins in 12 games. Half of the games on Erangel won by them. It's crazy. So I also buy, like, that would kind of put a big underline under the comeback of Uber onto Navi and everything. So that would be a huge storyline too. That would be amazing.
So realistically, we're looking at one of those 3 teams potentially taking it. It's Navi, Northern Lights, or FaZe. But of course, it would appear that when Kylaris and Toby cast these games, crazy stuff goes down. So gents, I think that you might be the lucky charm for the viewers. You bring the madness.
Imagine that. But we have had absolute fireworks here. Thank you for the synopsis. As we continue things on, we have 6 more games. 2 days leading up to this have been 2 of the most exciting days here when it comes to European PUBG. And now we get to round it all out. Those 2 top teams here, Toby, going to be going absolutely head-to-head, getting into the next 6 games.
Exactly. Navi and Northern Lights is where a lot of people's eyes will be. But to me, it's which teams that might not be in the race for a top spot is it that is going to take down those giants. Because while a lot of teams are not sitting in the top 2 for obvious reasons, there are still a whole hell of a lot of threats across this map. We saw in Tropic yesterday how fast they dealt with Navi when they come pushing on Erangel. There are teams that, given the right circumstances, will pepper literally any competition in this game.
And one can only assume Intense is not Toby here for Sakura Sensen.
He knows.
And maybe he just wasn't active at his PC at that
I think he was
moment.
scouting.
I don't know.
He was scouting.
But there he is. Look at him. Look at him drop. Look at him go.
Clearly scouting.
Look at him ride.
Clearly scouting.
He's flying down. He's opened his parachute. And the circle has popped the complete opposite side for him. And now he's mad.
Intense. Stop scouting islands. It's your fault. It's your fault, Intense. You got too close, buddy. You got too close. But with that said, this circle, interesting for, well, I mean, for the same amount of reasons out towards the east, it's hard to get to. It is incredibly hard to get to. And you know what? As a matter of fact, let me spend 1 second and break this one down for you, James. Because we're looking at what I like to call the Trident down towards the Val del Mar area down here. And for teams to try and make their way into this one, you don't want to drive through Monte Nuevo. It's not exactly easy coming over the hilltops through and via Chumacera towards the south side either. So we're going to be seeing a hell of a lot of teams trying wrapping in underneath, or try and come in even over the top of Monte Nuevo down. Because the whole stretch in between here plays just one team up on that hilltop, and that's your entry point denied. Because you know, are we driving uphill into all of that heat with people shooting at us all the time? People don't want to do it. So despite there being a lot of room to maneuver, we're essentially looking at 2, maybe 3 entry points to this circle.
Sure, absolutely. And the thing is as well about this circle, where you draw, where the Trident kind of sits, where it's just sit as a whole in the map, the topography of it around that, people get to those compounds in those hills early in these kinds of games. They take up residency there, and from that point on, it makes it so much more treacherous if you try for those kind of middle rotates. So the wides are always nice, and then of course we'll see one team go down towards Los Egos and then die when they come over the bridge on Valdemar.
ENCE does it. ENCE waits for question mark to rotate before
you
them.
Think so?
And then they come in crazy late on the southern island.
Well, I was about to say bystanders, but no.
We had it in Super Weekend.
We had bystanders
where they were double-checking each other on the Los Egos island. That is right. That is right.
I got a good memory, Stroller Patroller, all right? I'm not
forgot how to pronounce Skolepatroller.
No. I just want to
give it to you.
I like my pronunciation better.
That's how languages work.
That's exactly. When I say it be so.
I don't know why, but that's a very British way of looking at things, isn't it?
That's why we just tried to conquer the whole world. That's ours now, and now we're rubbish.
Speaking of conquering, not sure where I'm going with this segue, but here's Code Marco, unfortunately run over by a teammate mid-early rotation. Fortunately for BBL, not really any threats in the nearby vicinity, but, I mean, Liquid obviously well aware of where BBL are looting, and they would have seen that knock early on. So had there been one of the Liquid players in a car in that nearby vicinity, that could easily have been Marco down early. And if there's one thing BBL does not need now, that is losing Marco off of something like that. 11th place for BBL, sub-optimal.
I mean, it's a slight knock-on effect, no pun intended, whilst we have this slight tussle here, and we'll see if this goes to any further. But a knock early means that your later knocks, you're bleeding out quicker. So it's a minor thing, and something that could be recovered, especially if you pitch up in a compound, and from there you can kind of recover those pickups anyway. But shots coming in from the stapler, and none of them connect.
Oh, Vox, is that miscommunication? Or, I mean, they know there's one up there. Corexi just tried to leave. They know that there were more heroic players coming up that hillside, and Vox uphill driving in a Mirado, not exactly the best traction off-road, found in the middle of the open. That is unfortunate, because Creed were early on that rotation too, but he gets caught in the open.
Are you criticizing the rear vehicles of the Mirado and the power it exudes?
Yes.
Are you criticizing the torque that the Mirado puts out?
Yes.
Would you rather have been
Is it because I used the word traction, you're just baffled?
That's exactly it. I was like, oh, he's talking cars, let's talk.
I know all about cars. There's like horsepower, and there's like
they've got a horn.
Other types of power, and there are wheels and stuff, and they go fast sometimes, especially downhill.
Yeah, but are there more wheels or doors in this world?
That depends on which car you like to drive, because bikes have tires too. In any case, speaking of tires, they are looking to get popped, especially if you're Merton. There you go! One tire out, goes stop. Does he get into the other car now? Or does he not? Because it seems like they're stopping to try and help him out. That car ain't going nowhere, and indeed it is. The pickup is there, but now there are just that many more people to shoot at.
Their answer is there might be less wheels here if they're not careful with all of this. He's got to try and scoot out of there, manages to do so. Nice little escape, but those shots will continue to rain down later on if they find themselves a little bit caught. Again, kind of in that Trident area that you were mentioning. South of them, you've got Entropic, and beyond that, actually not too many risks. FaZe, in Super Weekend, took this location early and were able to, well, actually, they rotated down into it and were trying to hold off Northern Lights. That wasn't quite successful, but FaZe had a nice position, and 8C made that big clutch.
They were taking, like, Northern Lights and FaZe were taking turns, gatekeeping each other all the way down to that position. In the end, as you said, 8C victorious with a solid win there. But as I was kind of alluding to earlier, despite there being space towards the east in this circle, the Trident, as I like to call it, those valleys down there is where people will set up, I mean, the mountains, I should say, is where people will set up shop. And there they are, bystanders.
I can't believe
they do it again. I mean, they are standing by, they're chilling on the southern islands. I'm looking at ENCE right now, because they would probably check that out. But yeah, I mean, I don't know why they wouldn't.
Here's why it's a little bit bizarre to me that Bystanders goes down towards the island, is because they're in Porto Paraiso, right? Technically speaking, their south rotation and using the south roads on the mainland, would you, in theory, be theirs to try and kind of scoot on in if they're moving at an opportune moment? But right now, coming in when they are, I mean, that's open, and now they're committing to eventually the bridge.
Two things, James.
Sure.
One, the plane came northwest to southeast. Means they're the last out, a.k.a. they're the last to start looting. Had it started southwest, they would have known we're going to beat the Juma, we're going to beat the Montenegro teams to that rotation. But not only do they have further, it's also, I mean, them looting later means we know we're beat to Valle del Mar, which they are. I mean, if we take a look at the map, right, we know that they were beat to it. So I think it's a smart decision of Bystanders. But had the plane been southeast early, that could have been a whole other conversation.
I'm not saying they go all the way to Valdemar. I'm saying like they take the hills on the south wraparound, right? Because what we've seen so far in this tournament is a pretty heavy center up whenever people can, and obviously the hills around your Trident, people want those spots.
The thing you're not thinking about, James, is Bystanders know that this is going to go to the prison island.
Okay, all right.
So they're just chilling.
We went from the very intellectual, yes, but what about this? But what about this? To, but what about Prison Island?
Two facts, Jim. Yesterday we gave Prison a hard time for being a cool place in a wrong area.
We're never seeing it.
And Bystanders now say, you know what, we'll do something about that. We will force this circle to come down south, and if we're lucky, we might. I mean, to be honest, if we are in any way whatsoever to try and upgrade from what we saw yesterday, this would be a must to kick things off.
I think, if anything, so like let's actually be serious here for a second in terms of the adaptation of what I think we might see from Bystanders. I think they'll try and make the crossing earlier than they did in Super Weekend.
Yes,
just to try and make sure that they have a little bit of an access point. There is not many teams in Valdemar right now. That can be their stepping stone here earlier than the game we saw it before.
For those of you guys who don't remember, when Bystanders made this exact rotation that James is alluding to, they full speed sent it in between 6 teams and somehow got to the other side without taking any casualties.
It was ridiculous.
They should not be able to do that again, so please don't try. Fex, in the meantime, finds Beamy, so heroic, losing one early again, trying to spread out, trying to take control, but it is so damn difficult to maneuver these hills, because as you can hear, there are shots coming in from everywhere.
No, definitely, but finishing off Beamy's a nice little start to all of that. And just as an update to our never-ending story, Bystanders are already made over the bridge, so they're kind of, even though the previous one worked out okay, this is just a kind of a safety play, and then Tropic in the distance can see a few of them moving about.
I'm not saying that I'm a god at predictions, but ENCE is coming down towards the South Islands.
So we were both right.
We were both
That's amazing.
Right. It's almost as if we're good at what we're doing.
That never happens.
No, I know, right? I know. We never get it right, both of us. Nailip, spotting targets at a distance, of course, not really interested in making the push down towards Bystanders at any time soon, given this circle goes anywhere but south. But let's see, were Bystanders the predictors? No, they weren't. Circle right on the Trident. And this is where things get really difficult, because you are now going to have to commit to a hilltop or valley and then just pray to dear Lord, whoever that might be for you, that the circle comes to you.
And as much as this circle looks, that's kind of rough. Actually, it's one of the most fair circles. What is going on?
Correct.
Hello?
Able to find the double mid-rotation. I mean, they're pulling up on one another. Again, there's only so many areas to contest in this area of the map. Corexi able to find 2, does go down immediately after. We still have 8C alive, though, in, as you were saying earlier, the area of the map that he won a game in the Super Weekend. That nade is on point, but just a little bit short. Corexi does get flushed. Diggory should meet the same fate in the second.
Yeah, that camera angle was slightly deceptive. That was a little bit further than it actually looked during all of that. But anyway, Nailup's still going to be firing in from range here against all of this. But I am surprised that FaZe, to a certain degree, gave up that little high ground spot. They must have felt pressured for some reason. We didn't see the exact, I guess, start of all of that. But here we are right now. Gustav still alive. 80 still alive against T-Bone and Page in the distance.
And this is dangerous for both the teams, because right now, I mean, they're sitting in some pretty prime real estate, and everyone knows, I mean, they heard the shots fired. They know there are two wounded teams there, so should the circle center up towards their position once again, believe me, there will be some four-man team coming full speed forward towards their position.
Yes, there will. Bystanders, I like their position a whole lot more than any crazy send that they made through Super Weekend, but they have now rocked up next to NAVI, which is not the best spot. Ents is going to be coming in behind them, though, and with Flammy on the other side of this, I think he hears the cars, and they're trying to move.
They're going to have to change their focus. I mean, I know that Bystanders want to take shots up towards NAVI, knowing they're in the building, but as you're saying, Flammy just heard all of Ents pull up behind him, and that is them losing full bridge control. So having to give up on that one now, realizing they're in between two teams, I think they have to play things slower now. They can't full commit to NAVI with Ents right behind him.
No, definitely not. It's just spreading themselves out across Valdemar at the moment. I think that they also realistically understand that trying to get a north position in Valdemar to eventually springboard from where they need to go, because these circles are very likely to shift away from where they are at present. So you need to deal with these teams and then start planning your maneuvers up towards the top. And on the opposite side of the circle completely, Question Mark is still looking for wide rotates into the circle. I think they might come in against where we're seeing Skade's current position. And from there, from that point on, maybe a little bit of a barrier set up by Skade.
Do you stop on the bridge, Ents? Do you stop to scout? They scouted on the other side, but where is your end point? They could pull up a Gustav again. Face wounded early on. This could be troublesome for them, but where do they go? They go up to the left. Are they going to position themselves underneath the hillside? I would assume so, but they're right in between Bystanders and Iverson nail up from Entropic. But Ents not looking to stop here. They're continuing.
That's a gauntlet that you don't want to be running through. These guys will hit their shots if you're not careful. Pulls out the SKS, goes for a few of the little shots here against that Murado, but he actually is unable to connect. An uncharacteristic whiff there from Entropic, not converting on anything from Ents.
See? Squeaky got hit once.
Yeah.
That is 7 people shooting at Ents, and they literally did not take any damage. Lucarooks now is over the hilltop, but of course Solo player prone down, not really in a hurry to peek on over. Might just want to regroup with his mates at this point.
Is Entropic thinking, now we're Bystanders? Haha, because they managed to get through pretty unscathed.
True.
That's impressive.
True. Yeah, somehow they live to see another circle. We'll see where this one's going to take us. It does center up towards the Trident area once again. So as we were saying before, I mean, Heroic and faced with some pretty prime real estate in this one. Lucarooks no doubt. Does hear movement coming forward. Squeaky caught in the open. Again, nothing you can do in that position. Just runs up the hill. Thought he was safe. Not quite the case.
The straight fallback from Lucarooks as well, because he knows he's just got someone from Ents, and his teammates just watched as 4 members moved around there. So fall back, knowing that there's the potential 3 other coming over the hill. Yeah. Not unbeknownst to him, they're in those buildings, but it's smart to just move back, get to the safety of your team.
Exactly. Wise movement, not having the complete info on where the remaining Ents players were sitting around. So now, I mean, again, Entropic, they're inside the circle. They're not necessarily in a hurry to go anywhere, but at the same time, they might at least want to scout their way forward. Nailup is, in fact, now moving as BBL trying to wound Skate mid-rotation. Now it does get taken down. The flush should be there to follow. You can see Xiong and Pixel forced to continue moving on forward.
Nice shots from across the way here as 80 manages to knock T-Bone, but that will be stolen away by Polish Power. They have a higher ground position, thus their angle is a little bit more easy to be able to hit some of those heroic members, but at the same time, from the west, Ents now peppering the position of Polish Power.
Oh my god, that was a lot of reason. Yeah, I like it. I like it. And they kind of have to, right? I mean, they need to find a way to move their way further forward. You can see they're scouting their way up north, but not really seeing anything. So right now, the only... Oh, did he spot him there? I think he might have started us now in the crosshairs of Ents. That is good info to obtain. Yes, Rostenmar does see something now, seeing the vehicles on the north side there, 2 maneuvering around. They lost 1, Squeaky, remember that. So 3 players alive. They have a foothold in the circle, but of course, they want to get a better spot to play from.
Oh, absolutely. Team Liquid now trying to make that move down towards that southeast side. Kurasets are very spread out. Ooh, jeez Louise. Okay, that's a squish and a half. Mexi just running all the way in, and James will finish that off. This is the disadvantage you run if you're a Secure Sense and split quite as they are here, because Team Liquid will just run up on this area, claim it for themselves. It's not a great location, but at least it's them alive for now.
True. I'm surprised they were trying to maintain that split for as long as they did. Liquid now able to cross on over, take the compound. I still believe they would have to play uphill for the majority of this game, unless if they get a lot of hardships going the way. Issue now becomes, because Sakura Sands not as split as they are, with Question Mark peeking over the top, that's all their high ground info gone, and now that split they're playing from down below, it's very vulnerable.
Yeah, proper scary there, actually. I think Question Mark was very keen to make that crash fast because they knew they probably knew which team had kind of spread out across all of that and knew that there was a potential wound coming in for that team as well. So Sakura Sensen, I like the bail that we've seen from them just now, but Team Liquid still looking their way, but now at least they have kind of Question Mark covering that angle of approach as well, so Sakura Sensen should be okay for a moment.
Indeed they should, but that moment is not going to be very long. Circle hard shifts. West Polish Power sitting phenomenally inside this one, and everyone over on that east side mountain in so much trouble, because normally we say clear out your sides before you push in. There's no way for these teams to clear out half the server. I mean, we saw it attempted yesterday on Erangel, but this time around teams know they have to take fights now before it's too late.
It is so interesting with this shift, as you say, but Intense is going to be taking out Mexi. Start things off. Vard now trying to come around this corner, seeing what he can find himself. Mexi will fall off of all of this. James needs to get up here fast to reinforce this position against what we're seeing from Sakura Sensen. Manages to come into the window, gets him. Tekkas goes down. Got to be cautious around this corner.
Surprise, Bart didn't opt to peek earlier.
Flash. Second flash. Third. How many do we have?
Plenty of utility available. Bart doing the smart now and buying time after Mexi fell down. It was smart for him to fall back. I'll just hold off. I thought he was going to peek early though. Not quite the case. Nail up taken down actually by Page from afar. Question Mark were the aggressors, but Page, the sole player left alive for Heroic, says no.
Yeah, Team Liquid are going to be trying to push on to the remaining member of Sakura Sensen here. James put in work, though. I do him a disrespect because that Rosa whacked He-Man there for a moment.
Yeah.
And they should be able to get this finish off quite nicely. Clib also peeking over the corner here and trying to go for the spray, but He-Man gets him. That could have been a little cleaner, but it's the cleanup that matters here, and Team Liquid's got to get out of here with the Murado. That was movie-esque sliding in with that Murado.
Phase 4 blue clip goes down. Solo there, not solo, but goes down. And unfortunately, there's no way for his teammates to pick him back up. Phase 4 hurts like hell. And since you can't carry a person into your car, you're going to be in trouble.
No.
And here they come, full speed forward. Teams now into the entirety of Na'Vi. It's not an easy battle. Take it. It's not a battle that will be won. Liquid out in 14th.
Properly rough, because you just have no options at that point. You have to try and send it. You have to try and take that road, and it's not too big because the yellow mean machine is waiting here in the wings for you to just encroach.
Yep, Na'Vi the next ones to have to make a move. BPL on the north side needs to make a play as well. That's Winchester.
That's a nice nade.
That goes to show how early Creed X rotated into this circle.
Yeah.
Caxi playing the Winnie, not something you see too often. Marco now with the nade finds one. There is just one player for Creed X left alive in the middle of all of that, being Gaxi, trying to stay on his feet.
I mean,
Marco falls back here too.
Whilst this fight goes on, I'm even more curious as to why FaZe actually fell off of the position that they did. Because currently, it's kind of a winning position for Polish Power if they're able to continue holding on to this. Norcus is still up there, firing down on the position. A doozy will take out Page in the distance with a little help from all of that. And Code Marco cleans up Creed X over on the other side. But even still, I like the previous position of the previous position of FaZe, now Polish Power, because they can transition north on these hills, even though Northern Lights is currently center.
I was just going to say, Na'Vi out in the 11th, that is a smile on the face of NLT, because they are sitting dead center in this one. And this game right here, James, could be what puts Northern Lights up into that first place spot. Oh my, oh my, oh my, if Na'Vi knew where Northern Lights is sitting right now.
I feel like both Na'Vi and Northern Lights coming into today had the most ridiculous pep talks of their careers, considering that both of them have gone so head-to-head. The entire lobby is shooting at Code Marco, by the way. I hope you are watching the map stream while this is going on, because everybody was shooting at Code Marco and Thunderlost, and Thunderlost is still not done. He's still alive.
It is quite remarkable that he hasn't died, because that's going to be like 300 bullets going per second trying to take him down. In the meantime, Question Mark trying to hold off against bystanders. In the end, Thunderlost will fall. There were only so many bullets he could take. Flammy, Yord, Herc pushing on forward. Circle is moving in, but the rest opportunity is there. Issue is where do you push from here? It has to be on foot from now. And as you can see here, question mark, push it forward. They know they're outnumbered, but they have to make a play.
Yeah, Bystanders doesn't want to take a bullet here. And from Aduzi's position, it could be a sour bullet as he's going to come around these smokes, maybe trying to find himself a little sneaky angle. Finds Herc to start things off, but Herc will find faultlessly. That was quick. Aduzi, they don't know he's wrapped like this, though. It's been masked.
The HP from both of them finds one, finds the second. There was no time for Keanu to heal before. They had barely any HP whatsoever. 5 kills now for Aduzi. There are still 2 more Bystanders players to be found, though. But this was perfectly executed from Aduzi, sneaking into the smoke and getting in on the backside.
Hey, he's going to get caught off by all of that, though. Hjort was patient about the move in. He knew that the blue was pushing him. He knew he couldn't stay in all of it. And now, Bystanders is going to be moving up on the position of Polish Power. However, Polish Power has a poignant position themselves, because they are going to be able to rain down bullets on this position and stop Hjort from moving.
And the way they're split right now is absolutely perfect. Crunio staying back in the compound, making sure they have a spot inside the circle to play from. Really well set up by Polish Power to absolutely deny any sort of entry to the circle from Bystanders.
That's right. They will just gatekeep on that south side. Crunio likewise, he's keeping his eyes north. And this is interesting. Again, Crunio being the IGL for that team, you leave him up there, he can continue to gain the information while the troops down south are able to cover that backline. Lucarux is definitely a potential problem on that side as well, though, so they'll be actively maybe trying to sniff that out.
Yeah, it becomes an even bigger problem if they don't know that he's there, which I don't think they do. Crunio does look towards the left every now and again, but with Bystanders out, that would be me thinking Polish Power think they're alone, but of course, no guarantees. Northern Lights, again, Sigil centering up on towards them. They were pretty much guaranteed to be in this circle, regardless of what went.
It's true, absolutely, yeah. Even if they ended up on an edge after a complete hardship,
they would still be in.
Yes. So here we see Lucarux, the lone wild Lucarux, lurking in, well, I was about to say a shrubbery, but there's no shrubberies there, it's a desert. But we have Tixu here, still trying to deal with Stardust. Stardust cleaned that up. It's a good start for Stardust, just a few kills on the board here, but a top 5 to start off the day will slowly bump them up the leaderboards. They're just a little bit behind question mark as of late.
Northern Lights, literally the only team inside the circle. And we got 10 seconds to go until this one starts closing on in. There ain't a whole lot of space to play in the open DA, and FaZe Clan will probably have to take a fight. Stardust and Polish Power will need to see who maintains control of the high ground. And then you have Polish Power. Oh, sorry, Polish Power. And then you have Northern Lights sitting here ready and waiting for the fight. But here comes AC out the compound, but turning around instantly.
I feel like for Polish Power as well, this might be a time to try and seize some position elsewhere as well. They had Northern Lights completely focused on DA. FaZe is trying to take the opportunity as well. They find Lucarux on that west flank, so they will finish that off. And now their next opponent is likely going to be FaZe, pushing up on the east.
Yep.
Oh, but it's a steep cliff.
It is a rather steep cliff. I mean, they need their mountaineering gear in order to make a quick transition up there, that's for sure. Stardust, though, I would assume to be the next threat for Polish Power.
Agreed.
If they can gain full control up the hilltop, they are sitting very well in this one. Cappy looking on over, does spot Puckalip on the offside there. Puckalip still has to make a play, not inside the circle just yet, but here comes the run in the open. Nailquap fortunate to get back down behind the Marauder.
Yeah, I like the position Cappy's taken so far. This really stifles any movement from Stardust, while the rest of Polish Power have a cheeky look down the hill, see what's going on, because they're going to have to assess that as a threat in a few moments' time. Once they deal with Stardust on the high ground, and then once they claim the entire high ground for themselves, then, technically speaking, Obi-Wan Kenobi's your oyster.
Well, let's see here. 2-2 split for now. Kabi getting a little bit of assistance by Crunio over by the shack, sharing some loot, making sure they're good to go. And in the meantime, Nailquap and Medibay doing the exact same thing. Share the loot between them, probably smokes getting spread on out because they know they're going to need them in order to play this one safely. They do have a bit of a rich line though, James, so they are inside the circle, but it is on the far northwestern edge.
Far northwest. How many of those little hills will provide them the cover against Polish Power, especially once a shift comes in. But if a shift comes in that denies Stardust any western advantage, it would likely deny Polish Power the western advantage. So maybe a fight as they both move in. The teams down towards the bottom would be reveling in the opportunity to take a few pot shots at teams coming all the way down. And likewise, the Western advantage has fallen.
It has indeed. They need to get down this hillside, but when do they opt to make the move? The thing is, for me, I mean, if Polish Power, not that I expect to see it happen, but if they did say, you know what, screw it, let's just hard crash into the compound of Northern Lights, I don't think Northern Lights wins this game, because if they do it, other teams will do it too, and then it just becomes a bloodbath in the compound where, to be honest, the person with the most shotguns should probably win the game, or FaZe sitting outside just waiting would come out victorious. But let's see what's going to happen. There are cars in play for Polish Power, but where do they go from here?
If only you could dual-wield sawn-offs. That's what I'm saying. But anyway, we have you're right, because the thing is that if somebody crashes from the west, DA is not a crash away from Northern Lights. They are a walk away from Northern Lights, and potentially nade range right now, if not very soon.
Yeah.
So, yeah, there could quite easily be that kind of take-on of that initiative coming in here. Stardust is still repositioning. They know that Polish Power has a slight high ground over them here as they move around.
Hellcop driving terrifyingly close. The good thing is, I mean, both Stardust and Polish Power is well aware they can take this fight without getting third party. Like, no one is going to get up this hillside. This is going to be a clean fight between these two teams without, at least should be, any interference from other teams.
They're so sure that they know where that came from. He saw that throwable. He saw the exact angle that came from. There is no way he didn't catch that. So they might know exactly where one of the members is right now. Nailcop might need to actually reposition off the back of this, but it is difficult given the limited range that they have in this mountain.
This is not a bad play with the smokes uphill either. Yes, they get something to protect themselves behind, but it also limits their vision over the hilltop. And we know the circle's going to force them to make a play down this hillside at some point soon. And this is where I'm saying maybe Polish Power gets stressed by it and just makes a full speed sent down. But I would assume there's going to be some sort of a western flank coming around the side. Marcelik on the side right now. This is the direction I want to see them try and make a play in. Smoke off a line and then make the full speed run down into the head of Stardust.
Yeah, potentially. And that's the thing that we don't really normally talk about with smokes. It's like delaying time to force your opponents to then have to play exact edge of blue. Look how close Crunio is up against this right now. Stardust is now going to move on. They're very much so up against blue as well. This is going to come down to pure gun skill and who can get those little peak shots quickly against this. Unless these... Well, no, there's no more mollies left, no more nades left here on this side.
I'm loving this smoke playing from Stardust. You can see this. They're isolating them completely. If you want to shoot at us, you've got to peek through the smokes. That gives us the upper hand. Isolate them on the high ground. But now, of course, Stardust will move themselves to the R inside the circle. And as a matter of fact, this circle goes west. So eventually Northern Lights will have to leave unless if they can clean sweep before it gets to that point.
There's a small plateau between Polish Power and Northern Lights, which is causing a lack of line of sight from Northern Lights here against this. So somehow, some way, they've maneuvered themselves in a very, very powerful way. Marcelik and Crunio are going to be the ones to, well, first fall and then actually go for the trade. But Lou has found the angle now and kind of negated that plateau, taken down Marcelik. Medibe is going to go down as well, and Nokis is going to be traded in turn. This is getting very close between the two teams.
Coming in on all sides. 24 seconds till the circle. Apocalypse trying to make the run on forward. If Kabi can find them here, they are going to be perfectly set for this one. One more goes down. They should be able to get both Norgis and Marcelik up. But no, as I say that Lou, with the angle, finds Marcelik. But three should get on their feet for Polish Power.
It was super cool from Lou to actually move out of all of that and try and find himself the angle to negate that plateau. That was great. But here comes DA now against Gustav as well as 80. If anybody can clutch this out. But Northern Lights is going to open up on the first knock here against them, and they're going to jump at the advantage here as the car goes down. The double spray comes in from 8C as well. He takes out both Schiller as well as Hurth.
Full speed car comes forward, but not going to work the way they wanted to. Lou again, such a troublemaker for Kabi, trying to make his way down the hillside. Only one left alive, Crunio now, trying to stay put. That nade is going to be absolutely on point, and there you have it. Northern Lights take out Polish Power.
What a blast. And Northern Lights now realizing, hey, we actually don't even need this compound. It was a perfect time to move out up towards the high ground. This now gives them the advantage against the position of FaZe. And when FaZe and Polish Power were going up for head-to-head for third place, Northern Lights says, no, give us first place.
Gustav has no clue now. He does. Here's the flash being thrown. Peeks on over. Shot immediately connected on towards Perfectex. Has to back off. If not, but for a moment, you can see this as Luna. Gustav peeks on over. He is going to be in trouble. Nate Lop, one on both sides. Perfectex is going to catch Gustav with a smoke in here, but not going to matter. Once again, peeks on over. Gustav now runs into the blue. Full committed push around the side. Stays alive. Last tick. It's on, but he goes down to the edge. Just exactly tacked, and now it's a 3v1.
I love the idea, but it's not going to be enough. and Northern Lights will take themselves back the crown. The Kings are back at #1 here. Only 4 kills go their way, but that's a big move for them to take the #1 spot.
As soon as they see Navi out in 11th, they go, we're not in a hurry. We need as many points as we can probably get. And what better than getting to sit around in the compound and get the free placement points and then 4 kills to top it off.
Yeah, I gotta say though, whilst all this game was going on, big kills for Polish Power coming in. The battle between them and FaZe for 3rd place is still very real right now while all of this is going on. And I don't think a lot of people would have said that about Polish Power coming into the the grand final.
Absolutely phenomenal the way they play this one. They're pushed down towards bystanders to keep them out, keeping Krunio on top to make sure no one's taking the high ground all the way through. Polish Power, phenomenal game. But in the end, that compound proving a bit too strong.
All right, break time. When we return, we got the analysis desk and then back to the desert, baby. We'll see you in a few.
Want to make your GGs more rewarding? Complete daily missions in PUBG to collect coins. Exchange your winnings to unlock gift cards. All you have to do now is create a free account, install the G-Loot app, and make your GGs more rewarding today. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
The first game is done, but the competition has, I want to say, just begun. We've watched 2 days. It's completely changed up right now. Based off what we just saw, it's going to get even hotter. And I think it's so important to highlight that the epic games we've seen, the epic plays over the last 2 days, and just the last game we saw speaks multitudes to just the level of PUBG in Europe right now. It is so close. It is so competitive. But of course, we have to talk about Northern Lights. The chicken dinner winner, very good for them. But their timing was so smart. They were stuck in that little compound. They just waited for everyone to fight it out. They knew exactly when to push. And interestingly enough, I was having a conversation watching the game with Froz, who's here. And he was saying about how important placement points were. And I was like, yeah, but they won kills too. And it was right at that end where they went, now we can push and we'll get the kills. Just incredible performance from them. And it's hard sometimes for a team to sit quietly and just wait it out.
You say stuck in the compound. I'm pretty sure they were there fully aware of being, they wanted to stick there for as long as possible. And also 100%. The timing on when to go out. They could have gone out a little bit earlier. I feel like there was a chance for a third-party opportunity that they could have taken, but they wanted to play it safe, which I think was the correct choice here, because now that NAVI went out in 11th place outside the placement points, there's a huge opportunity for them to take points home. Overall, a crazy game. I love the area here, John, honestly. The circle endings we have in this area is some of my favorite ones.
Yeah, south of Chumacera, sort of either side of this cliff, there's so much terrain to go up and play on. And when the circle starts on one side of the road and goes to the other, you get absolute chaos. We didn't really see that here. It stayed mostly on the high ground, but you always get really dynamic, fun circle endings where your utility matters because you need to make sure you have nades, you need to make sure you have smokes if you want to move anywhere, and you have to play smart. You can't just rely on just your aim.
Especially Circle 2, Circle 3, like where you have this valley with the road in the middle. If you have to cross that later than Circle 3, Circle 4, you're going to die trying, that's for sure. But I love how some of the teams they were able to play, especially Digital Solidus, they managed to stick in for the top 4 and managed to get some kills in too. Polish Power had a fantastic game with the amount of kills that they were able to take. Gustav trying to go in for a blue zone knock, but they didn't get... Oh, faces Gustav. Yeah, I actually saw that. They actually got the kill, so it was worth it. And they managed to take out that. But NLT, of course, for the win.
So he got the kill, meaning he got the point. So worth the move for them?
Yeah, for sure. That blue zone move to get the knock, that secured them an extra point.
If you take a look, that's the leaderboard from this game, and Polish Power sitting on the top with all of those kills, the double digits. They came into play. Maybe they were a little bit jealous of all the other teams who'd got 2 chicken dinners trying to get that. Didn't pay off for them in the end, but they got the points.
If they had a little bit more love from the circle, they could easily have done so because their high ground spot was actually the best one.
Yes,
but
100%.
It did favor Northern Lights, who is now in first place, Sam.
First place. Look how close that becomes. Look at Polish Power and FaZe as well.
Tied.
Now it is close. This is not a specific team. I said there were 3 teams to watch. Now there's 4, and also it's very close. This is going to be a battle right down to the end. Would not have guessed this after day 1 when NAVI was stockpiling the chicken dinners.
It's absolutely on. And you know what? Based on what we talked about before, imagine if Bystanders got a chicken dinner now and launched themselves into the mix in that top 5
Avengers said it'll probably happen.
Yeah, I think it will.
No, I
wait for
so.
Martin to say it.
It's the dream scenario for me, obviously, that these guys are going to be able to do well. 4 Danish guys obviously has to support them, and they've had have some roster change. They're playing. As this team here, not for as long as some of the other, 2-3 years long-standing rosters that we've seen. So I'm really happy to see them do well. And yeah, they're 12 points behind the tide there with Polish Power and FaZe Clan. Could be a really interesting one if they do well here in the next couple of games. So let's see what happens on Miramar.
A respected team, well-known, Polish Power. We've spoken about them lots. We spoke about them in Season 5. But how much would it mean for them if they can push their way into the top 3 when you look at the teams that they're going to potentially be knocking out of contention?
It's so important for them to keep the momentum going. Polish Power at times have been a bit of a boom or bust team in the past, but a phrase that gets used with them time and time again is momentum-based. By Phase 6 in that last game, Northern Lights were in that excellent compound, no question about it. They had 0 kills. Polish Power already had 9. They were steamrolling through everyone they could have possibly encountered, and they had the high ground at the end when a little bit more circle luck would have absolutely favored them, and I could see them picking up their second chicken dinner as well. If they ride this momentum, that is superb for them, and I'm looking forward to them joining Na'Vi and Northern Lights and really making it a good fight, because if they're coming out swinging this hard, by game 3, we could see them within just a couple of points of each other. Fingers crossed.
Let's take a look now at your top kills, the leaderboard as it stands, and possibly, there we go, shaking up a little bit. Now we're starting to see every team we said was in contention jumping into the kill, and Uber dropping all the way down to 5th, Avenger.
Yeah, and our Polish in-house resident supporter, Kylaris, is obviously super happy, so he's standing where they're kind of vibrating. I will say this though, Kuri has been extremely good at stealing kills. If you look at the damage that he's been able to give, 2700 is very low, so his ratio in terms of both finishing his kills, but also and finishing his knocks, but also stealing kills have been really, really good. So very impressive for that. Honorable mention for Spyro, who's actually also in 24 kills, but on 6th place because of the lower amount of assists that he has is just outside. And Alia and Code Marco on 20 kills too. So it's a little bit of a gap from 20 up to 24 currently.
Do you think that these teams, now if we take a look at them, so FaZe, Polish Power, Northern Lights, Na'Vi, a bit more aware of one another when they're going into the games, possibly watching the kill feed, trying to see if the competition is out, or does it go straight back to focus on my game? Because this is something I always wonder about from a professional player's perspective.
Right, so something that is extremely important is kill feed counting and kill feed tracking. You have 60 opponents, there's 15 other teams that you have to remember who died, when did they die, and then by what you hear from the from the sounds that you hear when you come to late game, and then what knocks you see, you're trying to make sure that you know approximately where, and that's actually a very untalked about. It's a skill, I would say, and the skill ceiling on it is extremely high. And you have some of these guys that are insane at it. You have some players that you can go where there's 16 teams, and then 20 minutes later there's 4 teams left alive, and some of the players, they'll be able to tell you exactly what teams are left alive, how many players, what the players are, and this is a really, really, really good skill to have, but it's extremely hard to master.
So are they going to be doing it?
Yeah, of course. That's something they do, and yeah.
What is the win condition for Na'Vi now? They're going to have to pop off at least 3 times, which of course they can do if they want to make sure that they're 100% secured the victory.
I think Na'Vi are going to be playing this very calculated. We saw NLT, for example, in the compound waiting for the right moment. You mentioned it before because they knew how important it was. Na'Vi are going to be doing more of the same. Be smart, good rotations, get a decent position. The kills will come later. Don't worry about them. Get the points in the bag.
Do you know why I love PUBG? Because no matter what happens during the course of the weekend, the week, it can be 6 weeks, it always tends to come right down to the last day, 99% of the time. Kylaris, Toby, let's get into our second Miramar. We want to see Kylaris breakdance for the Polish player.
Yeah. No, that's Martin's skill, actually, is, of course, as he was, that 2nd place in 1996 at his school. But I think one thing is fair to say here about all of this is that, yes, normally it does 99% of the time come down to the very end here for these tournaments. It wasn't looking that way at the very beginning of this one, let me tell you that. But now the Kings are back. Northern Lights, the defending champions of Season 5, comes out rocking and swinging here in the first game of the last day.
I am all for it. The closer, the better, the more excitement we are gonna get. This plane is gonna be an exciting one too. Last one was fair across the entire map. Everyone could go exactly where they wanted to, but this one, James, just saying, it's a very Eastern plane.
We've had this plane. We had this on day 1, I do believe. So let's see how people are going to be able to react to it for, again, a lot of those Western teams. We've said it before, a lot of them will just find themselves cars and just lose a minute upon arrival at their particular destination, or a little bit more than that sometimes, because it does take quite a while to traverse. But the scary thing becomes, where does our circle go? I'm betting north, because, no, I see you drawing on the screen. If you could stop that, you bad man.
I think I deserve to pick the circle this time.
You say that, but
I think I do. I feel like I do.
Okay, go on then,
to.
pick it. Go on.
I'm gonna. You know what? Let me just.
No, don't you dare draw it on there. Oh wow, that's a very small circle one.
It's okay. I'll take it. I mean, if they're going out there anyway, they'll be fine.
Oh,
hey, you know what?
My
you know what?
God.
I don't get my pick, but I'll take this.
No.
I will take this. And while we're on the map, let me continue my drawing for a second. Because for starters, let's just cut off some things. This right here means you're not entering the circle from anywhere on this line. Also,
like 60%.
I know.
Order.
And also, we have a city called Los Leones, which means you're not going to enter the circle up here. So what do we have to work with? You have entry points on the west side. You have entry points over here. In Circle 1, we are creating massive bottlenecks for teams to have to maneuver through. And look at how many teams have to maneuver through those. There's got to be some sort of perfect coordination, unintended, should I add, coordination from these teams to not run into each other trying to make their way into the circle.
Yeah, definitely. There's some decent compounds to even lie in wait around those two bottlenecks that said that you've actually highlighted and illustrated there. But as Heroic starts off their campaign here for day number 3, they've got to be happy about this circle. They did not have a great day yesterday. Day number 1 for them saw themselves with a 2/3 and a 2nd place, which I always remark about Heroic, how consistent they can be. But yesterday was not really that. They're middle table right now, but this is the boon that they need to get their day 3 off to a kickstart here, Toby.
I'm trying to math, which is usually something that takes a while. But I'm trying to math how much, like how big a percentage of phase of Circle 1 is actually playable if we exclude Los Leones. You have like the belt running along the shoreline. That is literally all teams will be playing. We're playing phase 3 space in Circle 1.
Do you think it might be 33.3 recurring, of course, percent?
No, I was thinking more of like 32.5%.
Okay, we can go with that.
It's extremely, no, I don't even need to draw it. You guys can see it.
And the answer
water,
is?
like take away water, take away Los Leones, and then imagine what you have left to work with. You have from where Entropic are down towards the bridge on the west side, and then you have from where, literally Intense and Tegas is, and then down towards the south. That is all you have to play around. And we are still missing 12 teams to make their way there.
Honestly, if I'm Sakura Sensen in this situation, they're 15th. I wouldn't even mind them taking a spot somewhere and shooting at everything that moves.
They did gatekeep a bridge for like 12 minutes yesterday in the blue.
Yes.
So, they are pretty known for sticking around for a while.
I wouldn't mind it, because there is going to be 5-6 teams coming here. What is... Why did you catch that on screen? You observers are trolls.
He's bringing you a vest. Intense is doing everything to help you out, and he's literally like swapping a vest for I don't know how far, and you thank him by running him over.
In Denmark, did you have those, when you were younger, did you have those like channels that you could send in a video and you would get £100 for them if you were...
I remember, yes, like American Home Video sort of thing,
Daisies.
I think if there was a Skolepatrolje there, he would not have gotten a chance to run him over.
That's right, yeah. The small child in Denmark stood in the road,
we should not go that direction right now. What we should do, though, is take a look at Ents NAVI. Ents usually not a team to approach a circle early on, but of course when they're right next door, they might as well. I'm curious to see, though, where do NAVI set up shop? Because while we thought maybe Sakura Sensen would look to take a fight, they have left. They're not in the mood for it. But there is a team that will be blessed with getting to sit around on that edge and take a lot of teams down.
Yeah, definitely so. It would be nice for them, but NAVI's coming in behind them, and they could quite easily do something similar. Obviously, our notion about it is just theorizing. Obviously, they're going to go for a safer play. A lot of these teams are playing with that kind of long game in mind here for all of this, and sitting on the edge, shooting at everything is not necessarily a long gameplay, but it is what it is as they move down to a safety position.
I'm not gonna lie, with the way that yesterday's games played out, trying to plan for the long game, that's not possible. With how crazy mid to late game was yesterday, if any team planned for that, they deserve some sort of reward. Or like a prize pool maybe, or like PGC points.
Wow. Well, I'm glad the tournament admin Toby is here to determine their fair share.
What they should be given.
Their fair share.
Question mark still of the entire map to rotate through. BBL in the meantime, well, only half. They're down by Picardo down. Obviously, Liquid would have left long ago. But one thing that I actually do find interesting with where NAVI are currently positioned. Speaking of NAVI, here they come. Oh, make that Sakura Sensen straight into NAVI. Ready and waiting they are. But one thing that's interesting to me with where NAVI is right now is this is not where they would normally be in these circles. NAVI is known to play the southern shorelines in these circles. They will come in from the west. They will sit tight on the southern shore and move up along the blue when the circles eventually go back inland. So seeing them center east already this early is not a spot we're used to seeing them playing from.
And realistically, this close to east and not shore, this is Na'Vi being the shark and Shakura Senten being the fish. They are just not equipped here to be dealing with Na'Vi at this present moment. The drive to try and get out of that situation, don't put yourself in that situation to begin with against someone like Na'Vi, and they will take the free point. Thank you very much.
And Intense first, he gets run over by his teammate trying to run out, and now he gets shut out of the car. It's just,
you know they're around.
Just can't catch a break.
All right, Intense gone. But it's by the by here. Seaman still just finding himself a little spot wherever he can. He wanted to do a little jump over these ramps, but you know, no car for you. And we will have themselves likewise seeing Na'Vi strolling up on their western side, which is an uphill position, which is kind of just stronger than Shakura Sensen's for the moment. So you just got to co-inhabit this area for the moment.
Exactly. So, I mean, they know they went down in this direction. Obviously, now knowing they have the upper hand and the numbers, it's looking like a pretty good opportunity, I should say, for Na'Vi to go out, take out Shakura Senten and play this entire roadside compound. Because how many times have we seen not necessarily games end in this compound, but around the area. And Tropic, in the meantime, finding Pixel again. I think what we will see for the most part for the next couple of minutes is teams getting killed on rotation because they're running into these areas or coming in late where they have had no chance of scouting and there's just someone waiting on the other side of the ridge.
An interesting congregation up against the shore almost here by a lot of these teams because quite honestly, I mean, playing down towards it if the circle does shift this way, not ideal. So, but working your way inland, sometimes a bit easier from these spots as a whole. Even though a lot of it is uphill, there's a lot of little cliffs to work with. Cappy gets himself Batulins, and that's not a good start for Northern Lights.
Sit down, Batulins. You're not welcome in this match. Cappy just made that sure. Norg is coming up to get the flush as well. Holy hell, what a flick.
It's the people of Poland's time, my friend.
It really is. They're on something today. I'm all for it. I thought that had him written all over, but nope. Batulins, down and out he goes. Well deserved. Great shot from Cappy.
Yep, and they're not done just yet, but they do see BP. Marcel, you're crazy. You're right next to someone from NLT, and you're deciding to fire down at the team rotating around. You are a madman. Let's just chill for a second.
Unknowing to Marcel, he has Lou sitting right on the other side of that hay bale, but Lou not wanting to peek. Now he does go out, of course, getting the info that the player was hurt, finds him from behind, but the immediate trade is there again. Cappy saving the day at least for now. Crunio is there to help as well. Spiro now coming down, trying to see if he can find a shot from the side. Oh, the headshot as he gets back behind the wall.
And I can understand why everyone starts peeking. They want to recover their members here, so they have to go a little bit aggressive while all of this is going on. Perfectix is on that east side, looking down on this angle, and the other two are realizing and cognizant of that, so they will move away from that wall, trying to get some cover from Perfectix, now trying to hunt down Spiro.
Oh, Marcelek should be up for the rest. No one is looking to come in on that southern side anytime soon. Spiro holds the angle on the wall, has Perfectix, but as you can see, he's still somewhat far away. New circle pops right now. This fight is where our focus is.
A nice pickup. Nice pickup indeed. Slowing things down for a moment, using this cliff to their advantage. A nade across. It's actually a flash here to try and deal with Spiro's position. But the thing is that about the flashes here, this is, I feel, almost just a buying time thing. Because if you flash and then try and push, you know Spiro's on a far off angle, so you could kind of catch him.
Stardust, full speed forward, not aware of what's going on here whatsoever. Will they stop to take a look? I mean, of course, Polish Power, they'll shoot at anything they see. So continue. Oh no, the last member is on a bike. That is unfortunate, but somehow Apocalypse still alive. If for a bit longer, but that was going to happen eventually. Cappy does find him, so he's going to fall, but they have not forgotten that they still have players on the other side. Spiro finds Marcelek.
2 wounded on the bike. He's easy pickings here, but Spiro will finish Marcelek completely now as Team Liquid has had the stumble of Stardust into them, so Metabay will go down in the distance as well. This fight still lingers. Will we see Spiro be able to do something? Did he look down for the potential flash coming in here from Cappy? Maybe, but beyond all of that, we still see Perfectix making that slow wrap around. He's getting the off-bank. Cappy's going to have a really rough time here.
This is what I'd like to describe as collateral damage. Neither of these two teams will really come out victorious off of this. I'm liking the off angle. I should say that Perfectix is trying to find here in August. Does find Apocalypse, so more points guaranteed. But again, I mean, this is a salvage game, right? You're hoping to not go off with 2 points in this match, especially, I mean, if you're Northern Lights currently sitting in first place.
That Perfectix peeking that angle then was an info feed. There comes an aid in as well as he goes for it because Spiro had seen him from the little building that he was just in. A nice little 1-2 information punch there coming in as Narcus now realizes maybe the threat did head a little higher. So it's a wrap to counter the wrap.
James spots one at a distance. Nail Cup goes down to the last bullet. James up to shooting that spray. Solid shots coming through. Will he get the flush as well? Yes, he will. Nail Cup down. 3 kills for Liquid. Mexi back on his feet as well. So good start for Team Liquid, everything considered. They're on the far southwestern edge of the circle, but this could bode for a good game for Team Liquid if they can get a good rotation out of here should the circle go away.
Yes, it could. So let's see, as Stardust still trying to salvage a position, moving on up, but still in range of where Heroic lies. Question mark have entered up in the northwest side and have a lot of room to be moving around for now. And here comes the wrap against the wrap, which was against the wrap, as he sees now Narcus.
The off angle on the off angle, let's just say. Spiro has it. I mean, he has him right there. Exactly. I'm going to outflank you. No, I'm going to outflank you. And it's interesting when we looked at the map just before, because right now, I mean, Question Mark is literally the only team in and around Los Leones. No one is hoping. Everyone is hoping that this circle won't, but it could still hard shift northwest. And then with the circle after that, it's literally going to force everyone into the city. Yeah. And there's no one there. For good reason. Right now, everyone playing that little belt we talked about earlier around Los Leones. So let's see. 20 seconds from now, the new circle will pop it. Until then, Perfectix and Spiro will sit around for a while, make sure that all of Polish power is left.
Yeah, and with that Mirado darting off into the distance, I mean, it's not exactly a quiet vehicle, is it? So they are aware that there has been a leave. But sometimes what happens is actually, even if you don't see the car running away, you just hear it, as we now have that circle shift come in. Sometimes teams leave one there, and you kind of try and bait if the car is not in vision, and then you think to yourself as Northern Lights, okay, they've left. But no, there is still one waiting in the wings. But that's not the case. Both have gone. Northern Lights is now, they were being a little bit wary for a second, and now they're moving up towards the north, now realizing it's probably not there.
Of course, Liquid sat around, they waited, they saw what was happening. Perfectix running out of meds, I would suppose. The phase 3 damage too much for him to handle, so he's going to go down. The rest, I would assume, actually, no, he has the meds. I'm not sure. I didn't see him get tagged. He must have, though, if he weren't able to get the first aid off in time, but now he should be as the rest comes through.
I like the Team Liquid barrier here.
It's a smart setup.
Yeah, indeed. Knowing that that was eventually going to conclude, someone was bound to try and come in from that west side. It's nice. It's safe even as a kind of hold from that spot, because you see that both teams have incurred losses. So anybody that coming out of there, you have a man advantage regardless.
Yeah, it's a smart play. No matter how you put it. It might be forcing you to not get too much scouting done inward, but you would much rather. I mean, you're sitting on the edge anyway. Might as well make sure that you're playing backs free and not, I mean, what we've seen from Liquid so many times already, have that one player come up and backstab you and end the game.
Sakura Zenzen can't catch a break. There's just teams always firing at them, and Squeaky takes out Salty.
It's again them splitting and getting caught in it. I mean, that's. I mean, I don't want to call it a curse because it's their own fault. Sakura Zenzen, so many times, whenever we've seen them lose players early on, it's because they've been split. I love splits. I don't mind it, but you have to be able to disengage when you have to be able to disengage.
Yeah, I love Jean-Claude Van Damme as well, but I mean, the thing is as well is that Sakura Zenzen, this could have been their circle for all intents and purposes, but it will not be Digital Athletics. Is there a nade?
Yes, there is.
Well, they'll get the pickup.
You say that, but Skate is right next door. Now Dante went down as well, and they're all down to low HP. Fulness down to low HP. Kemba down to low HP. The substitute player here coming in for question mark. That nade looks to be right on point. A bit short. No damage coming through the first time around.
Yeah, a little bit difficult and deceiving to be able to judge those distances from this angle only. But here comes another one as, well, they also thought that the distance were difficult to analyze, but now just the move up means that they can actually connect with some of these. A car flips. Molly is there. Kemba's walking into that. He's in. Actually, he went into a second one. He's going to burn out from this because he's been in it too long.
He has indeed. Kemba is on fire. Not the best position to be in, but he will be all right. They will get the fire done with. So it's up to Skate really to make the aggressive play here, but no more lethal utility for Xiong as he peeks on forward. Scope on the gun ready to shoot, but can't quite see anything. As I say, that does spot one on the backside. Aduzi falls again.
A dissipating smoke reveals the back of Aduzi. Really nice eyes from Xiong as he's able to get himself a nice pickup. Now it opens up the move.
Yes.
That's what I'm trying to say here for him as they try and skirt the sides of this trench line. And Faultlessly is trying to go for that pickup if he can get it, but still Skade is on the march, on the warpath up here.
They're getting shot at now. They're getting forced straight into Kemba down below. I mean, they're running right past him, but somehow, I mean, Kemba held his fire, not opting to take a shot here. In the meantime, Northern Lights finally the fight between them and Polish Power will come to an end. Polish Power taken out once again, like they did last game, finishing second.
That was like a heat-seeking missile.
They wanted those kills.
Yeah, they really wanted to deal with Polish Power, and indeed they have. Now they've not quite found themselves in the most opportune of spots, I think is fair to say, up here, and as they will have to try and somehow skirt past Creed X. Team Liquid is waiting in the south, and Entropic, a bitter rival, is in their east and looking in their direction as well.
The North will have to make the way on down FaZe. Well, either you run straight into Entropic or you have to wrap east around, but wrapping east would mean that half the server could see you up on the north side hill, so it's going to be a tricky push regardless of how they plan on doing it.
I feel like today we're going to see that constant back and forth again between Northern Lights and Na'Vi. Yeah. I feel like they're both playing a real God mode tournament, this one, and I think neither is going to let up on the pedal.
Oh, baby. Come on. We know you can't do it when the observers are there. Don't. It's
leading quite a bit here from the distance.
Yeah, but we've seen it so many times, and then we come back for the replay. But
oh yeah,
that's the curse of the bold actions, right? Never really hitting anything when
I like that lead. But anyway, we will take a look now as they rotate on the beach. Team Liquid's going for a little bit of a sunbathe here for the moment, but then they'll have to be fighting upwards against BBL, who have actually quite the firing range to play from here against Team Liquid.
Yeah, BBL ready and waiting. How do Liquid plan on continuing this rotation on forward FaZe? Yep, didn't opt to make the rotation on down. So Uber finds one. Now the remaining FaZe players will have to commit to this send too. But look at how low HP they are already. Tiggery down low. Gustav is here with full HP, and AC now coming down to help too. But Example is right over on the other side.
Remove me from competitive play, will you? A nice little start there from Uber as he's able to put in some nice damage. But at the same time, FaZe is kind of retreating from this scenario. But they're going to be going into the lurking arms of Entropic at the west if they do.
Not sure exactly what's happening over on the question mark side. How did Northern Lights come out on top of that?
I don't know.
Chaos unfolded. And Skate just comes up and looks over and goes, what the hell just happened? And here comes Entropic too, full speed forward. They go, as I say that, they do slow down a bit to make their way, the rest of the way on foot, all inside the circle now.
I like this move. Yes. I mean, trying to leapfrog ahead of FaZe as they were kind of pushing around the west here just to get ahead of them and continue to potentially hold out from all of that. But again, these valleys are nade bait. We've already seen it in this game here as we've continued on. So utility is going to become extremely valuable going into the late game.
Yep, now he's trying to find an angle from behind, but now getting shot at in return. A great return fire from Entropic because they need all the space they can get here. Force Skate back inside that building. Give yourself some more room to maneuver because you know that there's a chance that Heroic pushes up your way. You know that Creed X has to make a move. You need all the space you can possibly get yourself. So shoot at everything you can see and force them off.
All right, let's take stock. We have a little bit of a lull in the action here for a moment. I think the teams that are going to have problems are definitely Team Liquid in the south. Bystanders can wrap south in on the east side of all of this, so that could quite easily come for a nice position. Creed X, they'll sit here for the moment. This road, as much as usually it kind of becomes a problem to actually traverse across, I think there's still little spots on the other side that they can quickly dart to and play. But Team Liquid is now going to be making the move down to the south against Heroic.
Liquid sat south, had a chance to make a play east, didn't like what they saw. Now they're coming back towards the west just to be met by the entirety of Heroic. Page found one, finds the second with the Mini, and now two players remaining in the car. Uphill they go. There's no way Liquids get out of there alive. Bot does find one, but the damage is done already. Page finds three. Liquid annihilates Oh, sorry. Heroic annihilates Liquid.
That was a nice triple. A nice triple.
Yes.
Like great sprays coming in from Page. I mean, the problem for Liquid as well is that a lot of their cars started moving quite sluggishly up that incline. So something that not common in Copenhagen, I know. But we have ourselves now Heroic in a nice position to just move a little bit east and find themselves an okay spot. And Creed X was easily able to cross the road as we anticipated here. There's not too many lines of sights for them to deal with.
And Heroic are going to reap the rewards of what BBL has been doing, because they've been making sure no one's been able to wrap in from the east, which means that should this next circle go south, Heroic has all the room in the world due to BBL saying no one can wrap out the east side, because we saw before how many teams were out east. Now it's just BBL and Bystanders. And if Heroic catches that there's a fight going on over there, I would not be surprised to see them instantly send it out east to get a good third-party opportunity.
And for BBL, I don't mind Quetpa's position that he's kind of taking here as we take a look at the map. Because the thing is that we've seen finishes in this kind of like weird valley position before, and there's not much cover to play with. So you need to kind of be there early if we actually go the circle down here towards his bottom position. But again, it could kind of go anywhere.
Quetpa is the alarm bell saying, guys, Heroic is coming. We got to back off of this.
Ooh, hello.
Bystanders shooting on forward. Now the info is given across. It probably was a bit earlier as well, but Bystanders are making their way full on forward. Marco finds the first peaks on over, takes down Flammy. So Bystanders down to 3.
Of course Marco finds the first. He is a machine when it comes to BBL. That will be a nice opener for them. Keanu Herc as well. They're going to be moving up towards the top here, finding themselves entered a little bit of a scrap against NAVI. A perfect opportunity here for them to actually third party against this, especially since Alia gets the double very quickly and will actually completely finish this off with the help of Sakura Sensen. But now, Sakura Sensen, you've got two teams crushing down in your position.
Yeah, I mean, if you're the solo player left alive here and him and from Sakura Sensen, you're just hoping they'll fight each other and leave you alone. But I'm afraid that's probably not going to happen. Ghost Up will fall to the hands of Blue Star as Creed X make their way in on the west, but in the meantime on the east here, Bystanders with a chance to push further forward, but I respect the fact that they don't, because they don't want to have happen to them what happened yesterday. Ah, you're dead. He man-mollied himself.
Yeah, he did. I think maybe he clipped the edge of a door or one of the windows or something like that. It happens. It happens. With the trajectory of some of these nades as well as mollies. But anyway, now Na'Vi leaving Melman north to keep an eye on FaZe is a smart move. Kind of barrier off that west side so that when the 3 are pushing down towards the bottom and the 3 big damage dealers are pushing towards the bottom, they can seize that spot.
Exactly. I know I might call this too early, but BBL hesitating it out towards the east might win them the game here. And I'll break it down should it come to happen. I'll gladly explain to you why later. But now, Alia looking forward, trying to see what they can find. They want to get rid of this building before BBL comes in and joins this fight.
Yep, example. Just kind of swinging around the backside here as we have Jean still peppering down on the position here of Heroic. But likewise, Creed X is going to be causing Heroic some problems as well. But they did get to the shack. It's not exactly the most sturdy of spots to be hunkered down on.
But hey, James, they're inside the circle.
They're inside the circle.
So they got that going for them,
You're the glass half full guy. We already know what I am. All right. Yeah.
I like the positioning as well here. Na'Vi only committing 3 to this push. Melman is still up on the north side, pretty much single-handedly holding back the duo of FaZe Clan. Alia, Uber working together. Uber finding Yort with the nade. Still 4 alive for Na'Vi. This is looking really, really grim if you're any team trying to catch them.
Yeah, and I think this is a problem for other teams in the circle as well, because what Na'Vi is doing here at the moment, if they win out this fight, is they're gaining utility from all of these body boxes in this area, and it's actually pretty uncontested to be looted. I know BBL could potentially peek over this side and have a little look themselves, but if Navi's smart, they could have a lot available to them here. I mean, example right now is 7 smokes. So that will definitely come in handy should they find themselves in a bit of a pickle.
Fresh vest, fresh helmet, Melman able to swap one out there as well. Plenty of utility.
Yeah.
They are looking good. Bystanders, well, I mean, sorry to say it, Herky, but if you don't survive for at least one more team, you're not going to get any points this game, despite having done so much to try and stay put. But then again, Herky, we saw him yesterday, the beast with the pump-action shotgun. He could easily become a big troublemaker for Na'Vi should he get a chance to do so. Circle up towards the north to go Heroic with the longest journey ahead of them. Not sure they're going to be able to make it, so let's see how many kills they can find before they have to move.
Yeah, to try and flush out Herc, because you can't go through, because he's constantly smoking and delaying, and obviously, you know, and he's probably on the other side with a shotgun, is you want to try and kind of like double nade into the room that he's in. However, what a problem is that I think it's difficult for Na'Vi to get that angle because of where BBL is. So, well, we're going to see Creed X try and push down towards the scale. Skade position here. We did have Jempty trying to get the off angle to help things out, but now it's going to be down to the boys in the building to try and stop this alone without the angle. Actually goes around the corner. That's a bad time. A big flash, and actually he gets taken out. Creed X is able to get, goes down even, I should say, sorry, but Entropic is moving on towards Jempty.
Yep, spotting the split, realizing there were way more people down towards the other side than they were up towards the north now, trying to disengage his Jempty as fast as he can. But I'm not gonna lie, despite the fact that it didn't work, I loved the play from Creed X. They know they're engaging from the angle of the building that they're under the windows on. Smoke off the door, smoke off close to you, and then just jump down into that smoke. They knew they had to make a play, smoke themselves, smoke down below, make the transition as good as possible. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out, but a very valid attempt, given that they had so much going against them.
It looks like Jempty doesn't have whole information as to if anybody was coming in from that angle, just clearing it and keeping it in check for a moment. Heroic still moving up, down far towards the south here, but now this is a spot where Entropic could start, you know, once they clear up the Skade problem, could start flexing out from that spot and maybe putting on some pressure against them. But Herc managed to get out of the building. The shotgun is still in play, and the Pumpy does not forgive.
They're peeking forward, but I think they might actually be peeking towards BBL. I'm
Maybe,
not sure they're aware that there's a player right now below them. Looks to me like they're looking further forward. Entropic, in the meantime, only one kill so far, but still plenty of kills to be found. And Herky off screen finds one, finds a second as well. Herky is there, he will be taken down, but is it too little, too late? I don't think anyone is in a position to punish, so Navi should get back up to 4 alive.
If anybody was going to be, it would be Diggory, but would you really flex out as one against all of that? 18 manages to find themselves Skade as well, so those are nice knocks coming in. And actually has a great line of sight to continue punishing them down there. But at the same time, he sees Entropic, who actually finish up that fight, now goes for the pot shots himself, but won't connect with too much against that. FaZe still alive and still an okay spot for them to play for a bit. And in the circle.
Navi backed off early, and that is essentially what kept FaZe in this one. Very smart plays from them on that north side of the circle to stay alive for as long as they have. But now everyone has to make their way on forward. And the fact that Spiro, right here on our camera, has stayed alive for this long is going to be crucial, because Navi harvesting points and looking very proper to go out and win this game.
I don't know how T-Bone survives much longer in this spot.
Yeah, no.
There is going to be a peek over from either BBL or Entropic, and he will go down. You need to make a miracle play here if you are T-Bone.
Yeah, it's not looking good. What he can hope for, though, is that BBL and Entropic somehow fights over the top of him, and that he can just kind of lay low for a second.
Best bet.
But with a circle closing in soon, I don't see that happening, Quet. But those go down, so Uber from the other side finds at least one. T-Bone, as you can see, is still prone, and now Nailable with the top finds one as well. So damage done to BBL as they try to make their way on forward, but now being taken down from both sides.
And that fight is going on over the top, but if he goes any little bit further, he will see him in his peripheral vision. So, yeah, T-Bone playing with bought time right now. Code Marco. Nox Stender lost. And as we continue things on from this battle across this small valley, T-Bone's just waiting for an opportunity to strike it as a snake, try and get one flush, anything he can get from there.
And looking at the placement, the overall standings right now, if there's a team you don't want to have kill you if you're Heroic, I mean, Entropic, they're sitting right above them on the leaderboards.
Yeah.
He does not want to give that point away to a team that he's trying to catch up to. QBE, that is a proper nade. Does it bounce? Well, yes, it does! One does go down, Diggory. He got the res up, but 80 falls immediately after. They know there's one more right there, though.
Top 3 still alive, but third is going to be going down quickly. Now we have just Navi and Northern Lights up in the fray, but Navi is looking for their 6th win here. Navi is looking for their 6th win, but if there was ever a team to really kind of rival that position, it's an Entropic looking to fight back here in the final day. 7 kills have already gone their way. They have an okay position, and they know where Navi is.
In before Spiro somehow wins this game, because these guys have no clue he's there. The bad thing for Spiro is that there's 9 players alive, and both these teams can do the math well enough to say that has got to be at least 3 teams. He's been in this bush for the last 10 minutes. Let's see how long he'll get to stay there, because he is still pretty damn close to the circle center.
And he's actually kind of invisible. No, he's not. Not unless he shows himself quite like that. He didn't get the flush, though, but he causes a wounding blow to the team.
If there's a team he wants to help take down, that would be Navi. So Entropic, there you go. He will give you 1, but couldn't give you any more, though now 3v3 as Uber gets flushed on out.
That's an air nade. Will it get the right arc that they are looking for there? Yes, it did! QBE with a beautiful nade to get things going here against Melman. As we continue on, we have Ivers going for another. Does it get the bounce? No, it will not. Alia still working with a bit of a rock there. An Example finds himself one. The damaged leader by far in this lobby. He's an absolute turret, but he's not able to get the conversion just yet.
Wanted to get the flush on Lurker. It's not happened just yet, as you say. No more utility, for example, has to creep on down, prone on forward. Melman is still knocked, so there might just be a chance for this, but look at this, Alia. No utility, 5 bandages, no helmet, broken vest. This is going to be a tough battle for both teams, but right now, Entropic is sitting in a very good position.
Flash is out, and it's going to be basically their 2v4 for now, because it's difficult for Navi to really get this resurrection off while we continue it. Naylor holding corners, holding angles. They know that they have the man advantage at present, and they will find Alia. That's the perfect opportunity for them to run with all of this. He's Example, but it is Example. He's still a threat even in a 1v4, but he's blind. QBE finishes it off, and Entropics back on the board here as the men in teal are able to take themselves their first victory in the grand finals.
Absolutely huge game. Curious to see what they can get going off of this on the final day, but credit where credit's due. Spiro picking which of these two teams am I gonna shoot at here. Finds one on Na'Vi. That is huge for Northern Lights.
I find it funny because there genuinely is no love lost between the Northern Lights and the Entropic situation here in 2022. But right here in this moment, Na'Vi poses more of a threat. Just that little stab in the side. Very nice.
And that one step was all they needed to get themselves the win. Crazy game down on the southern side of the map. Now let's go to a quick break, and then we'll be back with the final Miramar of the day of the tournament after this.
G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
Well. Entropics decided they want to join the fun. Look at that, jumping into the action here for Season 6 of G-Loot PUBG. This is starting to get very, very hot. I cannot wait as the day progresses if this is what it's going to keep on doing. But I think right off the bat, let's break down that last fight. How did Entropics score that chicken dinner?
They outplayed them. There was a nade that kind of opened up, the Melman nade. There was a knock. There was a trade. Then Melman was in an unrestable position, and then they didn't wait long enough because I actually felt like Navi could have, if it went a little bit further, then that would have forced Entropic off that ridge they kind of had, the kind of final defense. But they just played it better. They had more utility as well. Again, when we're talking about these 4 versus 4 situations, utility will win you those situations most of the time.
Exactly right. Like Entropic were in a position where they were taking little chunks out of the helmets, out of the vest before long. Towards the end of the fight, their opponents had no utility left. The vests were gone, the helmets were off. And it just led to a situation where you were effectively fighting on a shoestring. That was very rough for them. Really entertaining game, though, overall.
Very entertaining. Lots of highlights. We had an opportunity, of course, to see how serious it's got now with those teams at the top, making sure they get into the end game because NLT was there, FaZe was there, all those big names realizing that they now need to stay alive. It is imperative that they make sure that they're in the end just because those placement points matter so much. And, of course, the more kills, the better as well.
Yeah, we had some interesting early game moments as well. Polish Power pushing into Northern Lights in Phase 1. Obviously, 2 of the teams at the pointy end of the standings. I think they thought it was going to be a quick fight. They could sneak up and execute quickly, but it didn't turn out that way.
Honestly, for me, this was a game of... oh no, one of the top teams are winning a game again, or getting good. So it's like, oh yeah, Navi only got second. I'm happy for that. That kind of continues. But the dangerous thing about that is also that when NLT and Navi continues to get these good games, it means that the top 2 is done. Unless something crazy happens after this next game here, the top 2 is going to be completely done, and it's going to be a fight for those.
I'm going to throw this out there, though. What can Entropic do if they want to get into this battle? Can Entropic potentially grab it all at the end of the day? Could that happen?
No.
Nah.
It is not happening. Even though if they replicate this, they're only getting 6 points more than Navi. They're only getting 11 points more than NLT, and they simply don't have enough points for that to happen. Because, like, we're not expecting Navi or NLT to kind of stop what they're doing right now. They're so successful with it. What I'm happy to see, though, that they are kind of rejoining our top half of our top 8. And as you can see here, the leaderboard, Sam, they're only 1 point behind Barstanders now.
1 point behind Bystanders, but look at that. NLT and Navi swapping out there. 1 point. It is so incredibly close for these teams. And FaZe is trying, chipping away at it. Is it enough? That's going to be the question in the next few games, I think.
I think that question is going to be juggled about, along with the question we're asking about Entropic. I think with a performance like that, it looks like they found their mojo a little bit. We could see multiple chicken dinners out of Entropic today. As far as the overall victory, in my opinion, it's too little too late, but they could absolutely be mixing it up for 3rd place.
If we go to the bottom of the leaderboard, because I've harassed them a little bit for 2 days. They've swapped places, just neither of them have moved up, Ents and Liquid. So Liquid having a bit of a better day today, but still, I mean, both of them just not their competition, I think, not their tournament.
We're talking single-digit moves here. It's not going to have the biggest of impacts. I mean, I'll tell you this: if they continue that, they're still not going to catch on to the top 8. They're going to have big games. They're going to have to have double-digit. They're going to have to win potentially for them to make it into the top 8, where prize money starts becoming bigger, and also most importantly PGC, because both Liquid and Ents actually needs that. Right now, Polish Power is very close to Ents in the PGC standings. So if they outprove them here and do much better than them, Polish Power might end up above them after that. And going into a tournament where you're then all of a sudden outside the top 8, which Ents would be, that would be really rough for them.
So for me, obviously, I was watching Liquid over the last 2 days, and I started worrying that they were going to sit like second last, if not last. So obviously seeing them move up a little bit, a little sigh of relief, but Ents, like you mentioned, right down at the bottom. PGC not guaranteed for them. This is
Same
not
for Liquid.
Not good. Liquid as well, but I feel like Liquid's starting to get a couple of points today. They look a little bit more...
They're still bottom 8, so like it's so few points they're getting from.
I like how this has changed. You were positive for the last 2 days about Liquid and Ents. Now I'm trying to be positive, and you're like, enough.
We have to do the good cop, bad cop situation, and if you're going to be the good cop, I'll be the bad cop.
I'll jump in as a good cop for a second, because there were elements of Liquid's gameplay that looked like it was okay. but that last rotation they had in, a lot of it came down to Heroic being amazing, right? That was an amazing 3K from
And also
Heroic.
it was a desperate move for them, and it was very late.
It was a bit late. That was the problem. If they had done exactly the same thing slightly earlier, we could have been staring down the barrel of a Liquid top 4 with a handful of kills, and we'd be having a very different conversation right now.
If there was actually a leaderboard with like little stickers of all the teams, I would take off Liquid, throw it away, and put Polish Power in its place. That's basically what we're discussing. But what we should focus on is the top kills overall. Has that changed after that last one? We're about to find out.
Here we go.
Look at that. It just shakes up every time.
Polish Power out of there again. That's really interesting. Yeah, Kruner is still in 24. Gustav managed to get 25. And yeah, it's obviously dominated by our top two teams. Just to kind of compare, right? These guys currently have twice as many points than more than half of the teams playing in the lobby. It is crazy how well these two teams are playing and the dominance they're able to assert here. That's it's really entertaining to watch. What I love the most is that it's not done, because they're 1 point difference for first place, right? We have a fight going on for third. We have a fight going on for fifth. So unless, you know, FaZe Clan needs to have 2 insane games, you're talking wins, and both of those teams have to have, I'll say at this point even, like if FaZe Clans win this tournament, I'll put on that golden helmet.
If FaZe Clan
and never
wins,
take it off.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Obviously.
Gustav, I hope you heard that. I hope you do something. I just want to see Avenger running around in that gold helmet. Just, you know, because it'll be fun. Right, we have only seen 2 games. Everything has changed. Every single day of the grand finals, this has happened. We kind of call it at the beginning, and it's completely shaken up. And I said it earlier, I want to say it again. It speaks to the level of PUBG that we're seeing coming out of Europe.
Exactly right. Like normally in many other tournaments, we would say going into the final day, we pretty much know what's going to happen. We're not really at the end even of the phase where we're going, it's this group and this group and this group. That can all change up as quickly as the next game. I think it's fair to say that NAVI and Northern Lights are fighting for the overall victory. But that third place fight was pretty lonely for a while. Then another team joined, then another team joined. We could have another team join in as we move on to the final map. It is not said and done yet.
I don't know if there'll be another team, but I am kind of hoping for a FaZe win now, just because I want to see Avenger wear this gold hat. What do you think, Kalaris, Toby?
I'm going to be totally honest. He's going to wear it regardless. I see him wearing those things more than not wearing them. He's got one at home. What are we even talking about here? But anyway, we have ourselves one more Miramar remaining. I've stood on my cable and almost pulled my headset off, but we're fine because Miramar's on the cards once again.
Why are you standing with your glasses?
Well, it makes me look smart, you see.
Do I do this thing?
No, get off my pen. Put that down. Thank you. All right, so the desert once again, and it's nice to see Entropic finally having themselves an actual aggressive stance and an actual aggressive win here for this one.
I loved it. The way they pushed into this one, came in late. In the end of it, I mean, they essentially knew what was going on with the skate and question mark down in the middle of everything. They saw their change, they pushed in, they aggressed, they took control. And that's what we've seen them do in the past. I like to think that they've tried to do similar things earlier in this tournament so far. I mean, they have tried to do similar things, but not come out on top. This time around, though, full-on dominance right from the get-go, and I'm all for it. I mean, we've seen Entropic play their best in just the previous tournament. I want to see them back on that one for the rest of the games.
All right, it's game 15. If Miramar is your party piece, it's time to pull out some big points here as we get into everything. We are going to have the playing path with a south lean, to be perfectly honest. Not easy for those teams towards the north to find themselves a spot, but likewise, I sure as anything hope you've got a backup spot, because if you're going far north here and then we have a circle that's far south, you better be hoping for some miracles.
A backup spot and some scooper gear is what you're going to be needing in this game. And honestly, I mean, even Hulk Cheese is a proof of this. These planes today, at least the last 2 of them, have been incredibly tough. Last one, Hardsware on the east side. This one, I should say, far down south. Not saying that you can't go wherever you want, but obviously, in the end of the game, everyone will have to go east. And I've just fully committed to now every single Miramar game I'm casting, I'm going to say it's going to go islands, because that one time I'm going to get it right. Well, I mean, at least we're south. At least the people know where they're going. I don't even have to draw on the map this time, because I drew the exact same thing in the last game.
All right, guys, guess what?
This is, I mean, honestly, phase 1 is going to be a replica, but the funny thing about this one, looking at the map and how the team spread out, last time around, as this chase unfolds between Sakura Sanson and, there was one. Okay, fair enough. Boop. Down he goes. Tagus gets the run over. There are still more people in that car. That's the second one, and that's the third one.
Are they going to take everyone here?
That is the fourth one.
Yeah, this is...
And there you go, into South.
Well, that is the earliest elimination we've had in this tournament.
That is, I wanna go full crazy hype mode with it.
Yeah, the DPS!
I wanna go full crazy hype mode with it, but ENCE had no chance. No. They were driving a car that's slower, and they did not have any guns. So this is just savagery.
Can we stay on this until he's got no ammo, please? He's making me a happy man. There it is. Hey! Salty. Oh, you're my favorite now.
He lives up to his name, doesn't he?
Well, the thing is that we were having that discussion yesterday. Yeah, that's true. We were having the discussion yesterday. It's like, what do you like about the DBS? I said the sound, right?
Yeah. He gave you the sound.
He gave us the sound because there was no damage to be done.
I felt that was a Calaris parade down the road towards Impala in that one. It's been a long time since I've seen a team eliminated that early. But then again, if it was a way for that to happen, that it would be something like this. ENCE, no chance of surviving and taken out by Sakura Sands. And that's, again, I mean, we've seen on the east side of this, they have spread out around each other. This is frustrating.
I was wondering, actually, Toby, if we could stay on this for just a moment whilst I could take a little bit of a draw whilst we continue on. Because, yes, this circle's quite similar, but not entirely, right? What we saw was a grouping of all of the teams in this area. I'm not going to draw anything inappropriate, don't worry. However, because we've had a slight west and a slight more northern lean to this, it's unlikely we're going to see that actually come to fruition in this game, right?
True.
There's a bit more room for a lot of these teams to play, so I feel like when we have a lot more to play, even though the circle looks very similar, this is the kind of area I'm thinking about here for this one.
You can... TLDR, you can play west of Las Leones this time around.
Yes, exactly.
Before, everyone were forced to play south or east of. Now there are enough compounds on the west side that there is space to maneuver, and crucially so, because that goes back to the point I wanted to make to start things off. Last game, all the teams were on the north or northeastern side of where the circle was because of the plane path. This time around, we have that many more teams on the west side. So it will be more of a fluent transition into the circle, and there's enough space for the teams that do want to go hard east that they can get in there too.
Yeah. The barriers that existed in the previous game are less harsh as well.
And also, I mean, on the eastern side, in terms of rotations, we have one less team to rotate because, well, it's
I mean, you're not wrong.
It makes more space. One team is out of that east side kind of traffic jam. It just makes perfect sense. And what doesn't make perfect sense is why Gustav is right next door to Lou. Not that I'm against it, but it's dangerous. Let's see who comes out victorious.
With interesting emphasis on dangerous.
Dangerous. Dangerous. Danger.
Well, we'll see if it really comes to anything.
He's very, very lonely here. Half of FaZe is in El Pozo. H is down on his way towards Monte Nuevo. Gustav is a solo player looking for a car.
Lonely dangerous. As we
now
see.
they've seen him.
Yeah, that's for distant shots from Perfectix.
That is info coming across. Perfectix might get shots in, but Lewis right there, even going for the flashbang too. Now Gustav is well aware. Opponents nearby, one bullet from Death jump shot comes through. Not needed, but the info is there.
Like a rare shiny in the distance. Just moving behind the hill, and now they're trying to find Mango. I mean, he is done.
Vex is coming in to try and help, but there is no way in hell that was.
That's so unfortunate as well for Gustav, who's been such a powerhouse in this tournament so far. We're constantly flicked to FaZe, and Gustav has been a real barn burner for them, but unfortunate.
And one of the things that's interesting to me is that we get it in the last Miramar game. Had it been in the first, you'd go, okay, I mean, maybe they weren't completely sure of the split this time around. But even with the Southern Plain, I would still expect that that's the way they would be splitting out.
It's not exactly a spot that Northern Lights would prioritize, I suppose.
No.
Like, of course they drop in power grid,
but you're within their usual territory.
Yeah, it's their yard. You're in their yard, and they kind of like, all right, kids, get off of it.
But in any case, sometimes you go for an aggressive play, and it pays off. Sometimes it does not. FaZe down one early, but we've seen them come back from tougher beginnings to matches before. So we'll see what the remaining three can pull off here. Right now, I mean, when we look at the map with DA making their way on in, that Western's like full-on kind of bunch of teams in there is present. And, well, Gaxi letting one through, letting two through, letting three through. No. Takes shots towards Petralius. Doesn't find the knock, though.
Could maybe get it from the mini switch.
Nope. And now he's very lonely.
I think if anybody's happy about seeing the FaZe knock and subsequent kill in the feed. It's Polish power. A third, like a 4th place for them is already fantastic. A 3rd place, you know what that would be? Even more fantastic.
Oh, yes.
That's right.
You are very analytical today.
Thank you. I'm just like Martin, you know, I'm really coming in with those punchy points. So
I learned so much from you every day, James. It's amazing to be by your side.
I'm an old man.
Very wise indeed.
Thank you.
Not that those two necessarily have anything to do with each other, but in this case,
You've seen me smoking my glasses.
Yeah.
I'm a wise man.
I have indeed. Remaining few teams still making their way down towards the circle of this one. And again, I mean, plenty of space. Everyone's already up the trap far down towards the south. And because, as we said earlier, you can play the west side now too. That belt has been extended, allowing for those north side teams to wrap in late.
All right, well, yeah, as when we take a look at all of that, it's kind of the positions that we were mentioning before, right? There's just that more playable area, Polish power. I almost thought maybe they were sitting in San Martin a little longer to see if they could catch Northern Lights, because that was maybe where they were going to be heading after hearing the commotion that was going on west of San Martin. They were on the far east side, just sat in that little area for a little while. But no, this was a few minutes ago now. And meanwhile, the winners of our previous game might have sniffed themselves out some Sakura Sensen.
Yeah, they're coming up this hillside with pretty big amount of speed. I mean, we're already seeing damage done towards Lukaruk, so they must have some sort of intel. One spotted on over, can't fight the initial knock. Lukaruk's taken down. Sakura Sensen playing with 0 cast. They're full speed forward, pedal to the metal, finding damage, finding kills, but also taking some in return.
I have a snipes from the distance with the SLR. It's already, though, even if, for some reason, Sakura Sensen went down here, 5 points off the back of this game. Yeah. What a great little start for them as a whole. It's a great conversion off the back of this. A takeaway, a pickup, and a lovely res. Yum.
Yummy, yummy, yummy indeed. I don't know where I'm going with this, but I'll quickly segue out of it.
You're just following me, I'm sorry.
I know you're
I'm persuasive.
It's dangerous to go along with what you do. It really is. Well, yes. Off of this, I mean, the everyone is blessed would be the southwestern shift, because there's still going to be space enough for everyone to make their move on in. But this circle coming up in just about 45 seconds could also be brutal. I'm looking at Los Leones. I'm looking at Shorelines. I'm looking at whatever we should call the bottom of the island towards the south, a little end of the of Los Hijos down there. There are some pretty brutal shifts potential.
That's the appendix island.
But the good thing,
useless.
But the good thing about this area of the map is that we saw it in the previous game too. Even if you don't get a compound, which is usually your death sentence on Miramar, you don't have a compound, you're not going to be alive. There's enough terrain, there's enough hills, there's enough grass to play around in the open that you have other spots you can play in.
Northern Lights here. I mean, the barriers that you drew before in the previous game where Los Leones, many people are going to rotate through it. That's why we're seeing Northern Lights make such a wide move onto this east side. They're also expecting... Oh, no. Well...
Water.
Well, whilst we watch Northern... A bottle of water for everybody here in the circle, but too much of it. I can't believe it's a 50-50. Yeah, that's not what we expected.
We talked about kind circles, we talked about tough ones. This one I don't think is as tough as could be, but we are very, very close to it. Still a ton of water. We're effectively playing Phase 3, Phase 4 land mass, considering the water amount we have in right now.
Yeah, it's almost the extreme, right? Because it's centered just on the north of the beach. The only way it could be more extreme, I feel, is if it's centered just slightly southeast of Keanu.
Yes.
And then it's even more extreme. But beyond that, there's not much more.
There really is. I mean, fortunately, a lot of the teams were already down in this area of the map. So teams, of course, will know that whatever we're taking inward from here has to be probably scouted first. Because everything in the center is taken at this point. The good thing is, or the interesting thing is, a lot of teams opted to rotate west, and because ENCE went down early, we just have that much more space towards the east, but let's hold that for a second. Question mark pulled up on by PBL.
Yeah, will they be able to do anything with this though? The spray comes in for Kemba, and nice subs indeed, as Diante is also getting himself code marker with the nade. That's 2 for nothing. Question mark has opened this up flawlessly so far. And now Thendelost lurking in the distance. I don't think he's going to be able too much help just yet, because and now he needs to try and push up from here. But if he does try push up, he's going to be in no man's land against this. Quetpa is all alone for the most part, and now he is down as well. This is a disaster for BBL.
I feel like I just said that they should scout it before they crashed it, but didn't, and this is the result of it. Again, I mean, it's a tough compound to scout because of the ridges around the north side of that compound, but BBL thought they were going to get a freebie by sending it full speed towards the middle of this circle, and unfortunately 3 casualties, Thendalos left alone and now going straight into the open arms of Entropic.
Unfortunate, Team Liquid now moving against the position here of FaZe, but both teams being a little bit sus about this one. As Team Liquid still lurking in the north, trying to find any spots that they can see here against this. Vex likewise also looking to the south while all of this is going on as well, but a very patient play by both teams. They're both very wary of this location.
Yeah, Ents incredibly sus, trying to make sure that Vard nor Clip gets an angle. They know there's people around here. Vard, as he peeks on over, doesn't get the info he likes. As I say that, peeks a second time and spots AC on the ridge line. That is info coming across James. You see him in the distance. Come down and help out your buddies, because you indeed do have opponents right on the other side of this building.
He disappeared into the drain as quickly as he appeared. As he moves away. And, well, shots coming in from Vex. He moved wide around the right-hand side, south of the road, and saw the potential move from Team Liquid on there. Mexi still cautious. He has been fed the information that 8C is in, well, a player is in that area, so he knows to be careful.
Not sure if he spotted Dickory on the backside ridge there too. I mean, clearly he was within the vision, but of course we can never be guaranteed that the player's eyes is exactly in the middle of his screen at all times. He was there on the ridge, and Mexi fell back immediately. And this is a nice disengage from FaZe. Again, nothing to come for. They're far out on the edge. There's no reason to take this fight, at least not before you know where the next circle is going to take you.
Not even an attempt at a shot.
I like this. You already lost one player early too. It's just simply too dangerous.
Yep, I completely agree. And just leapfrog ahead of all of this as a whole. And now they will gain a technical circle favor, even though they're not in the circle. But here comes CreedX to say, all right, it was a bit too quiet up here, lads. Time to cause some ruckus. And now Team Liquid's going to have to focus their attention.
Yep, CreedX taking a fight, not a whole lot to lose with the way that the tournament has been going so far. But of course, if they can get 4 kills here, that's going to open up quite a bit of a rotation opportunity for them, because there might just be a play if they can do this fast enough to wrap north around. And even if they don't, the south side rotation on in with TA being split the way they are, not exactly impossible either.
Stardust firing at FaZe as they start rolling up just a little further away from them. They're almost in nade range actually while that is happening, so they're going to go a bit further potentially here, FaZe. Just a tad, just to make sure that they're out of line of sight of that. But anyway, expect the unexpected. Northern Lights wrapping in from the east and finding themselves once again a nice beach spot. There is quite a few teams on north up above them, but there's a lot of ways in which you can travel up those hills, have your plateaus, have your rocks, have your tree cover.
FaZe are getting shut up by half the server right now, trying to run the gauntlet down towards the middle. They're getting into an open field, but stopping just before they're there. Yes, as you say, a doozy. If not within complete nade range, they're very close, and indeed it is. Dickory just exactly getting out of that, but still, damage done.
A fortunate bounce off the tree for a doozy, I do think, but at least they're not in line of sight for now. They are in line of sight, though, of DA down in the south. They are peppering a few shots onto this one, giving it a sprinkling, giving it a little bit of salt. As FaZe can't really move away from here, but the issue still does persist that still these troughs, we saw them in the previous game. They are such nade bait, and you've got to be extremely careful about any team that moves even slightly close.
As much as I love the terrain in this Earth map, and to some time, that's what I thought for a second. I'm seeing Liquid going straight in towards the opposing team up towards the north. They scouted it. They have Clip up there, and now here they come full speed on in. Teams finds one, but Apocalypse has found Vard in return. 1 HP, but Apocalypse doesn't find it. Mexi is there to take him down. Keep in mind, Clip is still on the other side of the road. So casualties going towards Liquid is going to be tough to deal with. 2 down for them already. Mexi will get flushed. There's still 1 on the top floor of the building, but they are in trouble. Stardust, do you stick around or do you leave here?
Celtic and Metabait trying to salvage all of this, but at the same time, the body count's going to be rising for Team Liquid if they're not careful. James still priming a grenade while this is going on. Salty gets himself actually huge stuff on the other side against NAVI as well. Sanskura Sensen, though, Alia rips them apart on the other side, but we stick with this fight for now because James was priming that nade for a while. Gets himself an Apocalypse. The explosion fierce against him, and now it's only up to Metabay to really make something happen. And Celtic actually up and ready to go.
Do they get Vard back on his feet? It would be huge if they could come back up to 3. Seems to me like they just did nice for Liquid to to kind of reset this one, even though they know they still have an opponent in the compound. Fall back, play it defensive, throw some flashes, throw some smokes to buy yourself time to get Vart back on his feet.
Definitely so. We know how difficult these buildings can be to, I suppose, push, breach, dislodge someone from those upper echelon tiers.
Let's call a spade a spade. These buildings are terrible to push.
Yeah, they're well, and that's why now we bring out the shotguns. We bring out the big guns,
That just makes them even more terrible to push.
Yes, yeah, maybe so. But Skade here trying to make the move on the east side, as Polish Power have been able to spot them, but they've still got to be very cautious and wary of the fact that Navi, only 2 of them, mind you, lurking above and ready to bring down the hammer on them if so choose.
It's a tricky position for Polish Power. They want to move in and kind of backfill on Skate, but they also know that they can't make that move before they've dealt with the threat towards the north. In the meantime, back towards Liquid we go. They know they still have Stardust in the nearby vicinity, and they want to deal with them. Nice spot from Clip, gets him. Unfortunately, James does get taken down, so now they have to make this play. And Polish Power now from this side. I'm not sure if Clip is aware where those shots came from.
Yeah.
Off the side, still to some extent exposed in that direction, but able to stay put. But though, nade thrown in, down goes one.
And it's one of the only ways you clear out someone like that from these positions. Clip actually does go down, but Vard will finish it off with the molly, giving him the bigger man pat down like a bouncer here from Vard with that molly. And now, we still have James remaining. Ooh, you don't want to peek up there, Celtic.
Nope, James just exactly being back up alive. Didn't even have time to get the heals on either. Throwing flashes now again, trying to deny the push towards Clip. Liquid doing everything they can here to keep all their players alive. There comes the vault, not going to happen. Nice, clear-cut push from Liquid. Yes, they lose Mex, but whenever you push 4v4, you're never guaranteed to keep all alive. So I liked this play from Liquid.
Navi a Hail Mary, trying to find a trench maybe here, but they're going to be running into the loving arms of maybe FaZe, or actually just... Oh, no, it's a bit of a shame there for Alia. Uncharacteristic mistake overall, but it was desperation in the eyes of Na'Vi to try and get themselves a decent position in this remaining circle.
I think even if he had stayed alive there, there would have been nades coming in to follow. Ubab goes down to blue. Na'Vi 13th place. Northern Lights sitting on the southern shoreline right now. I cannot speak English anymore.
You're having a fun one with that.
Blah, blah, blah. I know. Northern Lights down towards the south. They're sitting incredibly tight. Even though they're on the far edge of the circle, this is how Northern Lights loves to play PUBG. Regardless of where the circle goes from here, they will be playing in slow on the edge. They will have to deal with bystanders first, though, and they should know, especially now that the shots are coming in, that they have them right up above.
Yes, for sure. Herc's taking the off angle to maybe fire in from that northeast side, so that could come back to bite them if they're a little bit ambitious about the push on forwards. Here's a replay taking a look at how Alia was able to eventually dismantle Sakura Sensen, and they were all around him, but Alia is just a god when it comes to PUBG, and the damage he's able to exude here from some of these situations. But Crunio and Polish Power still in no man's land here, realistically, because they've got Skade on them, Entropic is on them, James is even looking this way as well to put the nail in Polish Power's coffin.
Yeah, Creed-X, Fawn, wrap around on the south side, will get themselves full-on confirmed on the compound. That is a solid position to be able to obtain, given where they were before. Scouting it forward, taking it now. They'll be sitting tight. Skate in the meantime, trying to hold off here against multiple teams. Really, and it's Heroic from the other side shooting in exactly as you're saying here, James. I mean, they got all the space in the world towards the north, but Heroic has to make a play too. Where do you go from here? Right now, they're looking towards the northeast. Correx is trying to get the angle, but that door ain't really open.
Yeah, there's all the flex out in the world that you can do up in these northern positions, but where is your entry point here? That's what's going to need to be answered in a few moments' time. Beamy is going to rendezvous with Correxia. I was talking about it before, the power duos that they have in Heroic. It's always Paige and T-Bone. It's always Beamy and Correxi. They are so well versed at playing in that duo. James, trigger discipline, jeez.
Oh, he's busy.
And
what are you nading?
Hello?
If he gets killed by this nade...
Yeah.
He held... I love trigger discipline, but maybe held it both.
Maybe a bit much, yeah.
Unfortunate. James goes to the ground. So does Liquid. Polish Power now. The next team to make a move alongside Trovic. Yeah, Bystanders trying to do the wraparound on Northern Lights, but Northern Lights is already up the hillside. They find Keanu. They took down one before. Bystanders just not fast enough. They knew they had a chance to play the contain on Northern Lights, but give them just an inch and they will take everything you've got.
An easy altercation potentially here for Northern Lights. That's a missed spray. That's a start, though. Fleming will be able to get Batulins, but then the repeat comes in from Perfectix. He even goes for the flush straight away. This is Herc bailing, and he might end up just accidentally wandering into Thunderlost. If not, there will be Entropic coming in there. But down to the south, Creed X looks to wrap on Northern Lights.
Potential threat here. I'm still seeing Batulins run with his teammate on his shoulder, or I should say Lou running, but with Batulins on his shoulder. How far are they opting to go back here? Because Galaxy and Blue Star are indeed peeking on over Nail up. 1 HP, trying to get back to safety and away from at least nade distance towards their opponents. Multiple teams up towards the northern cabin now finds him with a nade.
That's not bad. A slight misstep, though. Just doing about 40-some damage in total. Let's see if Norcus or the rest of Polish Power can do much more with this. They are looking for extra points here wherever they can. They had a little bit of a line of sight onto all of this. And QBE gets traded blow for blow. Cappy and Crunio. A full finish off here from Crunio. Ivus is lurking on that right-hand side as they push forwards. I don't know. Ivus is scary. And, oh, even shots coming in from Skade on the opposite side.
Teams are going to be dropping by the second now because there's so many solo players up in this north side area of the map, and Northern Lights are making their way in this direction. Polish Power falls here as well. Xiong trying to peek on over. They have Ivus just over the top, and it's going to be Spiro from behind to find him. Xiong falls to Northern Lights, just not stopping.
Yeah, and considering they've been playing backs against the wall almost all of this game, coming in from that east side here and just playing it patiently, consistently. 4 conversions on the kills here for Northern Lights right now, but there's still a lot of room for them to work around things on this east, but they're playing it so, I think steady is a way. Not patient, just steady. Like, it's a consistent movement, but always being able to find the right angles against the teams that have kind of found themselves in these tussles up in the north and down to the south.
Aggression, but controlled.
Yeah, very
aggression.
controlled.
Taking everything they can without risking their lives. And that's, again, where Northern Lights are so damn good. Risk management. Yes, we can get the kills, but we'd rather take the 1 kill guaranteed than risk going down to take 2.
And the issue is that it feels like Navi in this tournament kind of kicked the bee's nest a little bit.
Yeah.
Northern Lights is kind of playing up to... They play to where they need to play to in the tournament when it's going on. Like, it's never a Northern Lights coming out and absolutely smashing it and getting 50 points leads and good job, Herc, for surviving, and just going on. It's like once a threat presents itself, they're like, okay, this is the peg where we need to be, where we need to move up to. And Northern Lights has risen to the challenge here in the last 2 days and has continued to do so into day 3.
Absolutely phenomenal performance from them. Looking good to finish this game out with flying colors. Dante finds 1, Herc falls down as well. As I said, multiple teams eliminated here on the north side of the map. Solos getting taken out. We find ourselves in the top 6.
Yeah, I find a scary moment here where Northern Lights could start doing some serious damage to the remaining teams. However, those teams in the west, they have a significant amount of hard cover. So that will be a proper problem for them unless some of these teams in the west start engaging with one another. And Heroic will be that catalyst that makes this occur. They have to push further than where they were. And actually, they've got up to the position of DA quite nicely, but Metralius has a shotgun.
Yeah, you'd hate to see it. You really do. Page peeks on over. Instantly met by Metralius. Sheila is still inside the stables and will actually find Corexi with the nade. We don't have T-Bone inside the compound just yet. Peeks on over. Can't quite get the angle. Does have a nade still, though, but opts not to throw it.
I think 2 DA members have shotguns now. Metralius down here towards the bottom. Likewise, I think another one was just picked up whilst Beamy's trying to maneuver his way around. Not quite as versatile gear with the Kar 98 as well as the auto that he did have.
Heroic really couldn't time this play any better because there's a push coming in from the other side too, and that's the distraction they needed. Beamy finds the double. T-Bone does go down, but the push is coming in onto DA from Creedix on the south side at the same time. So smart engaged from Heroic to go in exactly when they did.
Beamy is just slaughtering fools. This is ridiculous coming in from Beamy from that angle. It's very nice against DA. The other two were a little bit dislodged from all of that scenario, because obviously question mark was definitely the next threat coming on. Hurth is stuck against Creedx.
Yep, he is not going to move forward, I think. Especially not now he's taking damage. That's actually Mert. Tricky situation for him too. Does have a chance to disengage though. Not quite the same can be said for Hughes on the other side. Look at this while all the chaos unfolds towards the west. Northern Lights go, oh sure, we'll spread into the field. I mean, we're not in a hurry. You know what, as a matter of fact, let's come join you all on the west side.
A bold move.
And a crate.
But it might work out, Cotton. Yeah, technically the crate, yeah, it could be okay as well. But yeah, this could be very interesting. They know there is a team up there. The nade's going to start to go forwards. Reichs, double. Actually, I'm surprised he didn't go down from that. He's fortunate. He was in very close proximity to being completely knocked by those two nades.
That is a huge position for Northern Lights to take, because again, how do we play the edge? How do we manage to wrap in from a side where we have no one playing behind us? They've just done it again. That's like the third time this game they've had to hard rotate pretty much across the entire map just to get themselves into a position from where they love playing.
Yeah. Again, it's, I have to say, such steady play from them. It's not something brutal hurt. He's here, Gaxi. You got to be careful. Wox is coming in for that trade, though, bringing him down. It's only Mert that remains for Digital Athletics. But now, Creed X is going to be under a hailstorm here if they're not careful from Northern Lights, and the Heroic will hold them. They have a few, I think, angles from that if they ever move out of that building.
Question Mark just started wrapping down, but Kimba, I think, heard or saw FaZe Clan make the exact same play. They back off. This could be a winning play for Question Mark to go up and say, you know what, we'll let FaZe go first.
Yes,
we want to be the final engager. We want to be the final team to go in and engage on this one. Spiro, fire, the building's on fire. Everyone get out of there. Unfortunately, a little too little for Creed X here.
You got to be careful about that floor. It spreads nicely. That's a problem. Mert is, they know he's in that corner. Yeah. They know he's in that room. I feel really bad for him, and 8C will finish it off.
He stayed alive for a while.
Yeah, he did, yeah. I mean, they can't go in. He has a shotgun.
Yeah. We've seen it too many times. Yeah. FaZe has felt it in this tournament too, what shotguns can do to you if you push a building blindly. Fex does get Kimba down, so now the info is there. There's still one team to the north, but Heroic is around the other side too, and I think FaZe Fan now is realizing that they're in between two teams.
And there were so many smokes in between that angle that was causing real lack of information there for FaZe in general, as they realized that slowly Kemba would come over. So that was really unfortunate, I feel, for FaZe. Now they retreat back to the lines of these walls. That's too much.
Smokes are there. Oh, he hears it. Does he go for it then? No.
I don't know.
There is a split second when you hear that pin being pulled where the animation allows you to get the upper hand, but not going to happen to Doozy. Now down towards Heroic. There's a Psycho on the other side. 10 bullets, but it's not going to matter. Doozy able to find him. He has both of them down here. Heroic taking casualties, as I believe just Correxy stays alive inside the building.
That's Beryl bath time. He was bathing in the bullets from this auto. Very, very well done by a Doozy. Coming around all of this corner. It's going to get hectic. It's going to get hectic. Flashed at the moment here. Watson is still actually alive from all of that. Gets knocked down, though. Heroic is eliminated on the west side of all of that. And now, Question Mark, up this little hill. That's not a bad nade, but I think it went a little far to really cause too much damage to Dante.
Question Mark backfilling on this is such a smart play, because now, I mean, if they want to, they can wrap out the backside of this building and go north around the way that FaZe pushed into it. Remember, the circle went east. We are going to leave this compound at some point, and I think if you're a Question Mark, don't go down to the buildings. Back off of there, wrap around the north side and play the next circle, because you do not want to be part of the RNG bloodbath taking place in these buildings.
And I think the question we posed, or even the statement we posed on day one, where you can't let NAVI get this far ahead, presents itself here for Northern Lights once again. They're staring down here another great finish, and you can't let them get this far ahead. I said they were playing up to their opponents, and they're just running with it here against the rest of the lobby.
And they're doing so, having seen NAVI fall in 11th. NAVI didn't know where Northern Lights were last game. Northern Lights prevented NAVI from a win, and now they might get it here. But Fectex finds the first. The Blue is coming in. Blue will take Blue Star down. And now Fex, I think, is starting to realize, oh no, Question Mark just took our fire escape.
I like the move from Question Mark.
Winning
play. It is
play.
A potentially winning play. You're absolutely right. Now FaZe trapped in the hay, potentially burning soon if any more mollies come in and go a little bit further. But Northern Lights, definitely not down and out by any stretch. There is still some room for them to work with here, some hard cover to work with for a few moments as this circle now closes.
Northern Lights really want FaZe to somehow, like, they want to try and force FaZe into Question Mark. The same thing going the other way. Question Mark wants to apply enough pressure to FaZe that they can take the third party in on them. Lou finds Fex, so one down already. I'm not sure if I would have wanted them to allow for the fight to happen on the top, but Lou is going to be the initiator on this first one, as now Northern Lights starts pushing up to the building from below.
I feel like FaZe just needs to try and get anything here, because they're going to get crunched down.
It's going
to be a FaZe sandwich, because now Question Mark have wrapped completely all the way around here. We have another molly being cooked for this. It goes, ooh, I almost went through, but then again, Diggory is going to come out of that door potentially anytime soon. They're flashing all the way through against this.
Again, question mark with this
No,
engage. Such a smart play. That is a lot of blue to tank, but Toolens, you gotta get back in. Fortunately makes it, but just to be met by Diggory, who was still left inside the building. But Toolens wants the flush, gets it, but unfortunately goes down in return. Spiro finds one, Spiro finds two. Spiro somehow still alive in all of this. Perfectix there, 2v2, v1.
Question mark sees the initiative of that, and Perfectix will finish him off with the Grow, so that's nice on Diggory. But now Question mark still has an advantage on these angles. Perfectix will try and swing around the right-hand side, gets himself a doozy. Will he be able to follow it on Kemba? He gets him! What? Northern Lights with another win! This is a problem once again, but I said it so many times. The Kings back to claim the crown, and they're playing to the level of their opponents when they need to. Northern Lights, they were the only team really to come in on the East at the very later stages of that game.
The amount of right decisions having to be made in order for Northern Lights to come out victorious here. The south side push on the shoreline up to bystanders. The wrap back around to the west in behind Credex.
Yeah.
The late push on the compound to take full control but never overstepping. The push up to make sure all the teams wrap north instead of coming down south. Everything Northern Lights did in this entire game led to the finishing point. 14 kill chicken dinner. Navi out early. That is massive.
And the wrap south of Credex, you see in the moments when all of those engagements are going on in the west why that's so important.
Yes.
Because nobody is in the east. Because the lines of sight you have from that west side down into that angle, it only becomes feasible to sit there if everybody's in the west.
I mean, you called it early. You called it early. Now, I mean, Northern Lights stick around for long enough to say, we're going to leave west, towards the west, but we're going to be damn sure we're the only team that has a chance to do so. Let's sit around here on the edge for long enough that no one can backfill us. Such a heads-up 9 billion IQ game from NLT from start to finish.
It's the reason why even just sitting back and studying these top teams is such a joy here in Europe for sure. But anyway, we're going to a short break. We are done with Miramar's Grassy Pastures coming up after, but before that, the analysis desk.
Want to make your GGs more rewarding? Complete daily missions in PUBG to collect coins. Exchange your winnings to unlock gift cards. All you have to do now is create a free account, install the G-Loot app, and make your GGs more rewarding today. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
We are halfway through the final day of the Grand Finals for G-Loot Season 6, and it would appear that Season 5's winners have finally decided, not even finally, yesterday they did quite a good job of this, but they've now decided they're going to just increase their lead and run away. They want to retain the title of Champions of G-Loot. Northern Lights has just woken up, and it's interesting. I was listening to a conversation between Kylaris and Toby, so I'm going to steal this because it was really smart. Kylaris said this himself. He said, "You'd never bet against Northern Lights. They've proven their consistency over the years, and they continue to do that. They have made a nice big chunk between themselves and NAVI now on the leaderboard, and that was a really, once again, an impressive play from them."
Yeah, I honestly, I'm loving what I'm seeing from them, right? It's great to see. Also, like to see that FaZe Clan keeps getting some good performance in here. It's really good to see. They're showing up in the end game. They're stealing some kills. They're getting the kills in, so that's fantastic. But still, yeah, the NLT era looks to be still a huge thing here.
We get to take a look at the highlights, so I want to take you right back to the beginning of this game. Can we talk about the Sakura Zensen drop?
Yeah. So obviously, Sakura Zensen have a bit of a reputation, especially among the people that are scrimming against them. They have a very aggressive, a very pull-up kind of playstyle, and that happened again here. They chased down a team. So if they did this in scrims, they would have been banned for the day, or maybe for a couple of weeks even. Because that's just considered to be trolling, right? But here they do it, and it's 4 points guaranteed for them, and Ense is left to be sitting and just watching the game for the rest of the next 30 minutes.
That's going to make you really mad if you're Ense. You are currently trying to fight for PGC points. You're not having a very good day. You're sitting at the bottom of the brackets, and then this happens. Pure frustration from their side. I presume some naughty words said in their team chat?
Look, quite possibly, but at the end of the day, if the opposition know that you're near them and they know they can hunt you down and get those points at the start of the day, and they're thinking you're not performing very well at all, you are an easy target for them.
Yeah.
Like, I understand why Sakura Zensen got a sniff of it and then went, you know what, let's just go all in on it. It got them 4 points, and they were able to continue the game. Why? If they could do that every game and feel like they could be safe doing it, they would do it every time.
I mean, I thought it was funny, but it's not funny if you're Ense.
No.
But now we're taking a look at that Northern Lights lineup, and we're going to see what the leaderboard looks like. 14 kills. The points there are going to just help them increase, but also I'm quite happy to see Liquid starting to slowly but surely get a couple of points, move themselves up. It's not going to be enough, but at least they're trying. That sounds like when your mom is like, it's okay. You're not very good at sports, but at least you try.
At least you go to training and get some good health out of it. But the big thing here is obviously them putting 20 points on top of whatever NAVI had in this game, right? 4 to 24. That is huge. And with just three games to go, NAVI really have to pull up. Just 19 points different here. But then again, NAVI so far, before we're going into Erangel here, they have won half of every single Erangel game played so far. They won 3, we played 6. So that is huge.
Yeah, this is going to be a real test of character for NAVI. But they've also shown us in the last couple of days that they can get 2 more big kill chicken dinners here. So it's we're looking at this story and we're going, oh, we see how this plays out. NAVI are very happy to write a twist in this.
I think that they might just. This is going to be a clash of the titans if there ever was one. These are 2 massive teams, just lineups of legends. NAVI, NLT, that's where the battle is. And there's the potential that FaZe could upset the mix as well. So it really is going to be a showcase of the best PUBG possible. Entropic even starting to wake up a little bit. They're trying. I don't think that they're in contention at all for the top 3, but at least we're seeing a little bit more of them.
If they have some insanely good games here on Erangel, they are actually within striking distance of FaZe Clan, if we see that happen. But that requires for FaZe Clan and for Polish Power to kind of cool off a little bit, because they have been quite good. They've been putting on some good amount of points. So if 2 teams fail one game, the next game here, those 2 teams, and Entropic, they step up, then we're talking like a 20 point. We're talking a win potentially here with double digits. Then they could actually contest for 3rd place.
In a way, it's almost a pity that day 3 isn't day 1. We've seen Entropic sort of wake up and go at it a little bit. We've seen FaZe Clan do a really good job, in addition to Northern Lights as well. This is closer to the day 1 we were maybe expecting before the tournament even started. So we're starting to see the teams be very competitive, very strong. unfortunately, the leaderboard reins us in just a little bit in terms of expectation.
I think the first time I hosted a PUBG desk, PL, like 2018, and Avenger was on there. I remember you saying to me, you can't wait till the last day, 3 games left, to suddenly hope that you can pop off like mad and everyone else fails. It's too late. Consistency, day one, which we've now seen from these teams at the top. Entropic, just not their day. Maybe it is the G-Loot curse for Entropic.
Yeah.
But they've tried to improve. Let's look now, though, at some players that have popped off that killer leaderboard. I know that it's always a fun one to see how everyone's doing, and Northern Lights, of course, dominating that now. Yeah,
they're back up there. Spyro and Perfectix, 1 and 2. Still, of course, representation from NAVI, and Crunio pops up here once again in 5th.
My IGL/top frag is gone. Polish Power replacing him.
He'll be back.
He's just 1 kill behind here on 25, and with Alia from NAVI as well, also on 25. So they are still very close. With just 1 good game for them, they can jump straight into the top 5 again. But it's quite insane how well NLT have been able to put this after how well NAVI was able to play in day number 1 and some of the first games. But this lead here, it's looking like it's still the NLT era.
The NLT area. This is the thing, because we spoke about this at the start of the grand finals, whether it was going to be Entropic knocking them off of their throne. That kind of went out the window. We threw all our notes away when NAVI popped off. But now, and for the last 2 days, we've spoken about the NAVI NLT battle. But there's a very good chance the conversation here is just going to be, can anyone beat NLT, which is normally the conversation we're having.
It's really, it's a little bit extreme and almost an unfair thing to say, but form is temporary, class is permanent, and NLT have been here since the dawn of time, a very, very long time. Entropic have had a really good year, and they're still there or thereabouts, but NAVI and NLT seem to be where it's at.
We are now changing over. We are heading to Erangel. Kylaris and Toby are ready. I need to apologize to them for stealing their conversation. I do sit here quietly under the desk and hide so I can listen to all of the things you say. I think you're both very smart, gents.
Me, at least. I think you're an astute listener, which is always appreciated. You do all right sometimes, too. Anyway, moving on. We have ourselves the grassy pastures coming up here. The final 3 games remaining for our grand finals of Season 6. You know, you're all right. You're all right.
I just don't have to sell anyone.
Yeah, it's fine. You're doing a little acting.
I don't need the confirmation from others. I know.
Okay. What are you thinking? Because Erangel obviously produced some fire. I think Miramar, of course, yesterday produced probably the most fire. But
usually we talk about what we like to see. I will mention one thing that I do not want to see. I do not need to finish any games in or around Fairy Pier.
You really don't like Fairy Pier, huh?
I don't dislike it. I just feel like I've been down there enough, at least for the remainder of this tournament. One thing that I haven't seen a whole lot, though, which is surprisingly close to Fairy Pier when you think about it, is military.
Yep.
It's a fresh of breath air, which is now a saying.
Wow!
I was the smart one, right?
You're scared because you know I'm going to remember this.
I know
you will.
A fresh of breath air, which is now clearly a thing. And well, I mean, this playing path allows for a military circle, so why not give the players one? Would be a good way to shake things up. Come into the final 3 games here.
All right. Well, let's. I'm trying to hold back just for you.
I know.
Okay, all right. I've been mean enough already in this segment to begin, but now let's see where that circle is obviously going to go. Again, not easy for these teams to get all the way over to the west, and especially if we get a far east ping. But once again, the contested car of doom, as he's far away and there's a buggy over there, so it's totally fine. Never mind. I didn't see that in the distance.
No, that
it was an optical illusion. It was a trick of the mind.
I'll put it this way: if Lou was still committing to that US at that distance, I would be worried for his vision. But circle though out towards the east we go. Not a place we haven't exactly been over the course of these finals either. A lot of games, I should say, going in that area between Mansion, Lepovka, that entire hillside. We saw very good, very well controlled win from NAVI in that area. And if there's one thing NAVI needs right now, it's a game going their way. Because we're seeing Northern Lights starting to run away with what was at one point a clear-cut NAVI win. Right now, it doesn't look like they were ever ahead.
It's just excellent PUBG to watch, isn't it?
It's fantastic.
Just to see these kind of waves of... It's not in waves of form, but it's waves of fight back. given the pressure that can be exerted from a team like NAVI after getting so many wins under their belt. You were theorizing earlier. It would be interesting to see it come down to a tiebreaker. That would actually make me bite my fingers off, so I'll pass on that one.
Then I don't want a tiebreaker, because that would be really gory.
That would be gruesome.
Yeah, I don't need that.
Yeah, nobody needs that. It'd be like a Resident Evil film or something. But anyway, that was rubbish. Sorry, it would be like a Resident Evil game. They're pretty good. And we'll see now.
Where else do you want to go with this, James?
I just like Resident Evil.
Fair enough.
Although there's a series apparently on the Netflix, which...
Please, just stop.
No, you don't like them?
No, I mean, I haven't watched them. They're too scary for me.
Oh. Actually, it was way too scary for me to play when I was younger. So my brother would play, and I would solve the puzzles, because I was better at the puzzles. We were like the dynamic duo.
And speaking of Resident Evil, Blue's not making his way out of prison. I'm sure there's a prison somewhere in some Resident Evil movie. And right on the other side of this, Marsalek, ready and waiting. Oh, two guys on a bike. One of them falls off of it. Marsalek goes back in the building. I'm not even sure if Reichs has a weapon, so there's not a whole lot to fear from Creed right now.
This is like get off my lawn. Marsalek is an evil resident in this building to try and deal with him. Yeah, he finally finds himself a gun, but unfortunately for him, Cabby has been able to respond to this. The call has been made. The horn has been sounded. Actually, the res goes off, but I don't think Gaxi has much to his name either. Here comes Blue Star from the distance.
And the worst thing here is for both the teams, really. I mean, unless, of course, if Polish Power get out of here without taking any casualties, this is a perfect position for them to take with real estate. They're fighting in the circle center when they should be looting up.
Damn, Blue Star gets the knock on Orcus. Gaxi finds himself a gun.
Ooh,
Here comes everyone. Creedex is winning this out.
Somehow, I mean, Crunio very late to it again. These are teams that are looting, split looting, may I add, in this area. They're all in the center of the area. Finds one, gets the second one. Crunio finds the double. Two more still left to be found, though. There might be a world where he gets these 2 kills and 2 players back on their feet. Blue Star now around the side. He's hurt the footstep. Pros down behind the bucket. He gets him with the nade. Crunio keeping the dream alive for Polish Power. Found 3 so far, but still needs to find Reichs.
And if he can, this will be huge. There's the potential for pickups if he gets it as well. Goes for flushes. Polish Power here. Crunio, he was already one of the kill leaders. If he can somehow find him, but a pickup goes off for Reichs.
Stardust, Entropic, multiple teams starting to get closer and closer to what they clearly hear. There's a battle going on inside this combat. I think Crunio, you're doing this.
Smoke.
Distract, and get back over towards your teammates, because you know you've heard those cars. You need to get your players back alive.
This cross is so scary, though.
Yes.
So scary, and you can see Crunio is being quite patient about how he's going to do this. Goes for the sprint, notices that he hasn't been seen. They still think he's there. The previous smoke, the distraction smoke, was successful, but I don't... Can you get the 2 pickups? You can, right?
Yeah, I mean, it's first knock. Should be all right.
Yeah, it should be fine.
Unless if a nade comes in from the side or anything. I don't know. They have no clue. That is a hero. Ow, as we say that, they do know, but that molly's not going to spread inside.
They're trying to molly the people that were down.
Oh, it will actually spread inside, but it only spreads to Norcus, who was knocked before, and he's going to be able to crawl out of it now, though. The knock came through on the second time around, and they're going to make the push on forward because of it. Molly goes away. One more flash comes through. Fully flashed, and it will be the end of Polish Power, but what a valid attempt from Crunio.
I like that overall, when the molly gets the knock again, they're like, okay, that's the only place he could be. You had to have been there to be rezzing.
Yes.
So, love the push. Creed X, I like the eventual cleanup. Even though you lost 2, they won the battle.
You're frustrated, though, if you're Polish Power. I mean, is this them to kind of, I don't want to say force the fight, because it was Creed X who came in towards their building on the bike to begin with. But if you're Polish Power, you're in a position now where FaZe has just surpassed you on the leaderboard going into 3rd. You're getting a game with 3 games to go where the circle literally drops right on top of you and you go out in 16th. That has got to be an annoying way to come into the final 2 matches.
It's a stinger.
It really is. This was there, like, you can't predict anything 9 circles from now.
No,
but this could have been, with where we are at least right now, this could have been their game in before this game ends in that compound that Gaxi is now sitting in.
Man, well, I was about to say you're laughing as
they would be crying.
Creed X as well, but like, I mean, people would eventually crash it anyway if you're only 2 and they've then scout that out. But anyway, shots as BBL try and move over towards any spot of opportunity. Any of these compounds down to the south, sometimes, you know, in circles that kind of congregate down here, they have positions of power. For now, though, not huge amounts until we see an eventual shift. There'll be basically checkpoint compounds here for them, deciding where to go next once that circle pops.
Jort spotting the escape rotation again. I mean, bystanders and escape, they've had their fair share of running shoulder to shoulder on rotations. I mean, now of course this is towards the center of the map, but given where they loot, given how they usually go about their initial rotations, they've run into each other early and often, and this time around it's no different.
Well, if they want to lock down this spot, not going to complain either. We've liked some of these finishes around the mansion area. This little building outside of the mansion compound, the lines, not too bad a spot to be able to fire from. Ents coming in the north. What can they get done? Because they'll just be looking for their own land to buy up. And there's only really question mark there as an initial threat to them once they're cycling around.
Zigzoo hopping on the backseat of the buggy, trying to make sure that no one's in the compound, looking on forward. Will indeed confirm that it is free for rotate. Question mark, as you said, are on this side, but none of them present on heaven. And hence, I would suppose will be. It's just difficult to scout from where they're approaching from. They haven't had a chance to stop and take a look. But of course, given that no one's shooting from Glass House, that should be an indicator that it's theirs for the taking. Yeah,
it should be okay. It looks like the pull-up's happening now. The initial caution of 2 rolling up in 1 car, and then everybody's now going to come along. Sakura Sensen. Moving on the west.
James, we got a minute and 10 seconds. Yes, I am smart. I told you. We learned that earlier today. We got a minute and 10 until the new circle pops. What would be the worst place to place the next circle?
Wait, did that fall all the...
Oh, it actually went inside.
You know, those are the kinds of things you... Well, I was about to say love to see, but I hate that phrase. Everyone uses it way too much.
Well, then I'm going to say you love to see
That was a square block going into the circle hole.
Oh, no. What have you been teaching kids this whole time?
Exactly. To be fair, it was a little bit smaller, so probably could have fit in. But that's fine, that's fine. Nobody's going to get that. No, I mean that crate, not that silly joke. I mean the crate. Nobody's going to get that.
Keep going, James. Just keep it going. Keep it going.
Somebody's going to get this one.
That crate, though, will be taking kills. He is there. He's going to get looted on up. Groza in hand with a rolling R, and he will be well set for any fight to come should any team come prison. They are... It's kind of a rarity. I mean, I don't necessarily mind it. Stardust, again, not in the perfect place on the leaderboard. But then again, should circles continue to go this way, they'll be fine. Issue becomes, pretty quickly too, having to get out of there because it's so hard to scout from there. We saw Northern Lights do it, but someone saying, oh, but we're just practicing something for tournaments to come. They got butchered as soon as they left prison during Super Weekend. Let's see if they will have the same fate meeting them when they leave themselves. Circle, down towards the south. Many teams in already, but fights will be had.
All right, so moving down against Farm. Actually, Farm's not a bad place to, I suppose, stop. But again, we were expecting maybe... Yeah, exactly, scouting point. We were expecting eventually circles to go away from that. It would take a lot of hardship. Okay, guys, Melman's like, all right, back up, get out of here. This is... All right, a game of Tetris with these cars in this building, but if you could not run me over, that would be fabulous.
They will get... I mean, regardless of how well they park these vehicles, it's 3 cars in one building. 4, I mean.
4.
Yeah, it's going to take a while if they're forced to make a move at some point. Yeah. So we'll see how well coordinated the Navi players are. Looking at the leaderboard, you would have to think that they are indeed pretty well coordinated. Creed X, again, casualties taken in the early game. Try and make a play. Fly, Gaxi, fly. To safety you go. And that's partially due to the fact that Face Force is off in Tropic.
Fly, Gaxi, fly. It's like you were giving him away like a dove being released that was wounded. Into the wilderness. Yeah. Into the wild. Yeah. But no, he's actually safe, which is great. It's unlike a lot of those videos where you see one just take off and then all of a sudden a hawk comes down and gets it instantly after it's been reared for a few years. That's a gas can in the middle of everything. Yes, we understand. Maybe there's a fuel up. You know, it's a pit stop here. I wish my garage looked like this. Plenty of cars. I only have the one.
Imagine actually having a car.
What do you mean, imagine having a car? Oh, yeah, you're in Denmark. Everyone drives unicycles.
Yeah, you have to be a millionaire to have a car in Denmark.
Yeah, you do actually know that. I asked Martin how much my car cost in Denmark, and it was literally double or something.
Yeah,
it's ridiculous.
It's expensive. And with the set cars galore liquid, they stopped for a quick breath in Farm. And once again, I mean, a team that's just been a nuisance time after time after time to everyone coming their way. Sakura Sanson, they have just... stop caring is a really wrong word, but they have just stopped shying away from these early game fights. To see the opponents nearby, they will take the fight to them. And now Liquid, I mean, they are inside the circle for now, but if they're going to have to leave here, look at them. I mean, they have Sanson on one side, so there's no north side rotation for Liquid. And then you have right behind them Sharks in the water in the full spread of Northern Lights players just waiting for anyone coming their way.
They're megalodons in the water at Northern Lights. That's scary. But at least if we gained anything from that last 20 seconds of gameplay, He-Man showed those windows who was boss, which was a nice little iteration of the fights going down here. But yeah, the Northern Lights definitely the barrier that they have currently presented to anybody trying to move down that way. It will be annoying to surpass.
No one's playing Milton. We still have one circle that could potentially include water, and I'm looking at the Entropic split right now, which, I mean, is a pretty good split, but they have Credex in between them. Good thing is, they are aware. They were the team shooting towards Gaxi before, but that is annoying. That is annoying for Entropic, knowing that we can't regroup, because that position that Rykes and Gaxi are currently in would be the, hey, let's meet up there type of spot if they both have to disengage, right? So kind of frustrating. I hope they can deal with them early.
But a small consolation prize is that they saw it was only 2 rotating in.
True.
So that's not too bad. And, you know, overall, if they're kind of watching the kill feed, they could even guess who it is based on only 2 moving through that position, in theory. But, I mean, that's kind of by the by. They don't really care a huge amount about who it is, just that it's 2 there. That's a shift and a half. Oh, my. Northern Lights, can you put down the magnet right now?
The one was in Milta. A lot of teams are going to be in Milta by the end of this circle closing on in. I think the first team to get there is going to be Entropic. They're going full speed in, QBE, sending it. Page doing the same thing. Guys, come on, I found a city. It's ours for the taking. Israel's T-Bone corrects. Like, oh, wait, let me just finish off what I'm doing here. They are late to the party, and BBL are coming in right behind Page.
And they're herding right this way. This is going to be difficult. QBE finally finishes off Gaxi as well as Rykes. That is them down. We were mentioning how they knew it was going to be 2 anyway. They roll straight past them on those fields and take them out fast. And now Milta becomes such a focal point, and it hasn't been in so many circles in recent memory, to me at least. So this is exciting.
And while Milta is going to be a great place to sit in, this push from FaZe to take control down here is absolutely huge. They make the play on forward. They find one. Unfortunately, Diggory goes down to Lou. So Lou somehow able to stay alive through all of this. I understand FaZe wanting to get this position, but Lou is not allowing them anything.
Northern Lights is feeling it, though. Despite losing them 1 during all of this, the knocks that have been coming in here have been fantastic as Lou instantaneously brings Gustav to his knees. Go marker from the distance against Beamy, but that's a way away as Vex gets back into the building, gets himself to cover, maybe looking for pickups here wherever they can. Perfectix and Batulins trying to move forward.
Northern Lights not aware they have space to maneuver, but there comes Lou again. He is being such a troublemaker inside this building. FaZe knew there was just 1 more left to deal with. Unfortunately, it's one of the guys with the most damage done all tournament long. There's 1 more out. Vex gets 1. Perfectix nades Lou suboptimal, to say the least, with FaZe. And Vex reaps the rewards.
What can Batulins do? He's going to try and nade on against that position. Vex is so low on health, but he's trying to get the heal off while all this is going on. Here comes the nade, bounces, goes towards the stairwell. That presents false information for a moment. He comes around the corner, actually goes out the door as well, comes around as well, following him in, and that will be Batulins taking it out, but there's only 1 left for Northern Lights.
And again, I mean, we said it last game, Northern Lights enjoying the fact that NAVI went out early. NAVI is... Not only are they hearing, but they've got to be seeing what's going on here too. They're sitting in a good position. They know the circle's going to shift away from the mortar, but they have to know exactly where that fight is taking place. And I'm looking at them now, still sitting tight in their building. There was a pull-up to be made and say, NLT out. Now we play for the win from the center.
The scary thing is it's quite free, right? Like for Navi, we were saying at the end of yesterday, I feel that there's going to be this constant back and forth between these 2 teams. It's a perfect opportunity for Navi to strike back now here. Given the position that Batulins is in, they could take him out on their way to a big game here in this first of Erangel.
Well, Uber is going to spread. We knew the circle. Well, we knew the circle was going to go on land to some extent, so there are only so many places it could go. Navi obviously being well aware that this was one of the possibilities. I mean, pretty much no matter where you put it, Navi would be on the inside of this circle. Batulins arguably more center, but for Navi, a team that likes to play on the edge, rather sit up there in a compound that's less likely to be breached than play on Batulin's position, where even if they had it, if 3 teams are full on focusing it, you might take casualties in the sense.
Even if it had gone on even if it had shifted northeast, a northeast wrap from Na'Vi is still powerful.
They'd be set perfect.
They'd be loving it.
Easy on foot rotation up the hillside.
Yeah, so it's not too bad at all. You're totally right. That was a good compound overall to commit to, given where this could go. But anyway, Team Liquid now looking towards some of the Stardust boys.
And this is also, I mean, this is frustrating for Na'Vi, right? Because even the game where they go out and almost win, it's Spiro that shoots one to deny them the win. But the fact that Spiro gets to stay alive for so long, Na'Vi having heard the fight, they know approximately where this went down. They gotta know, god damn it, even if we win this game, Batulin's probably gonna get second or third place here.
He's a master at it. I will say though that this circle, where do you hide? I guess just the buildings and hope. But where else do you go? For a central spot to kind of lay prone, lie down. So we'll see. We'll see how this does unfold, of course, because there will be engagements to the east, the west, and the south. The north is going to be a bit quieter, though. I think we'll see a little bit of a stalemate for a moment for DA and Na'Vi. And this is now bystanders being pushed by Ents.
Headshot connected on towards Keanu is what allowed for Ents to push down the ridgeline. Herg is there, though doesn't need a shotgun to find Nox. He'll do it with the M4 as well. Rostamar taken down. Tixo not peeking on over. Keanu does find a headshot before falling back down, so 2 down from Ents early.
That was so close as well from that as Keanu with the headshot. It's been a bit of a pleasure to watch Keanu, to be perfectly honest. Jempty's still snaking his way in, though. On this east side, Tixu with a response, and it's an explosive one at that. Lucky with the angle. Tries to go for the spray on Herc. Doesn't quite connect as much as he would like to. But they know where Tixu is, so that's scary for him.
Is there a thing called a Finnish alliance? Because I hope there is for Ents.
Yeah, they're going to need something here. They need
the downfall of Ents. Oh, Yord runs out of bullets. Can't find it now. Finally, fortunately, it does. Takes Nuki down. The rest will be committed to, but Rustamart gets one again.
Northern Lights out. Important for all of this because Entropic, their newfound rivals, was able to say, okay, we're having that, and happily dispensing of Patulins, putting him in the bin. But now we have Ents still find themselves in the middle of all of this. Jempty is stealing away the 2. That's big for Skade. Easy points coming in from the SKS.
Sure is. Bystanders getting kills stolen. Kills that they would have wanted to get because Entropic arguably in the better position and ahead by 4 points here. And with this new circle shift, it's going to be tough. As you said, for those of you guys who didn't notice, Northern Lights down and out. Na'Vi wanting to climb back up and get over to that first place spot.
Jempty's still being such a nuisance. A tick in the side of both of the animals here of Bystanders. And Ents going to have to wiggle him out. But it's going to be difficult. Jempty has taken 3 of the Ents knocks away from Bystanders.
There were no Finnish alliance. That's what we realized. No Finnish alliance. Rustamar got upset, gets the kill, saying, damn you, Jempty! And, well, down he goes, but the damage is already done. Ents down to 1. Bystanders sitting with 2, but they all have to move.
All right. Yep. Maybe we see Rustamar. It's too much.
You say that.
Too much.
You say that, but close regardless. I mean, keep in mind, Na'Vi with 0 kills so far, they have to move too. This could still be a 0-point game for Na'Vi if they go down now.
And Northern Lights had 5 kills before, so they still have even more room to make up despite the entrance from this game.
24 points down as we speak, but no way for Northern Lights obviously to extend that lead this game. Na'Vi needs everything they can, and there comes the first shots towards the A.
If they're going to do anything, the opportunity for them arises in clearing out the north and controlling the north. Beyond that, so DA is the main focus here for Na'Vi. You can't go south.
Oh no.
South is going to put you in a hot spot where Entropic is going to be firing at you. Stardust will be BBL to a certain extent, and even anybody looking up, if you go towards that farm hill, there's 2 teams down there as well. So clear out DA and play from there.
I mean, with the way the terrain is laid out, they can't spot downhill, and they know there's no one that can focus us while we're doing this up here. Let's use the smokes, let's get some cars out and play. And as you're saying, let's deal with DH, then push in backs free. Bystanders not wanting to go up and join that fight makes perfect sense. Trying to claim something down towards, I would suppose, the kind of the roadblock, but no, they're continuing further straight over towards Quetpa.
What will they be able to do from here? Quetpa already gets Keanu very, very quickly. Nailcop will actually steal that one away. So not too bad. The onus is so on Alia as well as the rest of NAVI, because Alia opens up the skies against Hearth. A nade rains down on him.
The crossover from Na'Vi is absolutely crucial. They sent Alia early. They sent Alia early across, forcing them to make the aggressive play. Now Navi has all the space in the north. Herc does fall down. Bystanders out in 9th. As Metralius and Sheila find at least a little bit of space to maneuver.
This was vital for Navi.
Yes.
Because you can't, the 3 games remaining, you can't lose this northern scenario. They must know that
they don't know. They don't know. They thought they all went in the car.
Yeah, maybe.
Look at where they're looking. They do not know that Murder's behind them.
He is being silent.
The flush was confirmed on the knocked player behind, meaning no one is there. 2 left in the car. Is it 2? Is it 3? They couldn't see. They do not know that Murder's up there.
Mur has to strike like a Black Mamba because he has no vest. He is wounded, weak. But if he can actually make the strike quick against them, he could definitely put crippling damage onto Navi.
And most importantly, he has 2 team members alive inside the circle. The more damage he can do to Navi now, the better off his teammates that are most likely going to live longer will have, like, the better off they're going to be once Navi push over across the street.
That's scary. Very scary indeed here. A good spot. And likewise, a good spot for Lugarux. Page falls. It's only Corexi on the opposite side here. Metabi with a shotgun already primed, ready to go. Comes around the corner, but no, BBL just backing off from all of that.
You do not want to run into that building.
No.
Maybe when there's like 1 team
Wait.
And the game ends inside the building. That's when you push.
BBL and DA are both center. Does this like cause some parallel paradox time universe thing?
You are the smart one, so you would know, right?
That's right, thank you. Aha.
So would it?
The answer is yes.
Okay, well, there you go.
Actually, no. I'm going to take that back. No, it does not.
Fair enough. Navi has made their way further down from the north. Mert, sneaky, making his way in behind them. I'm still waiting for that knock, at least onto Example. You've got to be able to find one here, Mert. Corexi trying to prevent Ivers from crossing to his teammates, seeing how much more damage he can do before the blue will get the better of him.
Yeah.
That is a sneaky snake.
Or Entropic gets the better of him. It's a bold play, though, so we'll see if it does work. Amexi now gets himself Tekka's nice headshot from him. And actually, the cross is being focused on. Heroic goes away. Lucarux finishes that off.
That's
and
crucial.
gets himself Nail Cop as well. Lucarux is firing everything at the moment.
Important kill for Entropic there, allowing them to cross the street with the final player. Now towards the center they go. Lucarux, 5th kill for him. Stardust out in 7th place. 8 now for Entropic, who are continuing to climb up the leaderboard.
This is shaping up to be Lucarux's big performance for this team so far. Mertz revealed himself, but he didn't convert anything. That's unfortunate for him. He needed to strike like a Black Mamba, and unfortunately, all he struck like was a Cloud Duster. That was not exactly easy at all.
Unfortunate indeed. Nail up spots cars will take out tires. Not sure Navi are going to need those vehicles if they have the smokes to make the run. And even if they don't, they have plenty of tires still remaining on the other vehicles to stay afloat. But right now, obviously, again, Navi knowing that Northern Lights are out of this one, they just need to maximize points. And right now, they know they have space to sit tight, while everyone else should fight real soon.
I love that they so quickly took the opportunity to take those tires out there as well. Once they get smoked up, it can be a little bit annoying to really hit those out, but Entropic instantly knew what was going on there. So very nice to wound that advance.
I mean, Entropic knows that there's a potential push coming down towards them from Navi. With the Rich that they have to play around, if they don't, like, watch out if one gets knocked, that could be a play. But now, of course, with this circle shift, not likely to be happening. Circle down the hill towards where Liquid are currently positioned. They've been quiet in the side of Farm for a while, but now they have the circle to play around.
And such an important game for Team Liquid here. If they can really gain themselves big numbers, they could jump up into top 10.
I was just going to say they're far down the leaderboard, but look at how close things are down there in the bottom. It could be huge if they come out victorious in this match. I love the way that Liquid are now positioning themselves 3 down on the bottom side. We cannot allow for a flank on the southern side. They're fully committed to making sure no one's pushing it. But in the meantime, Lugarux over the top spots, BBL.
Yeah, BBL is going to be stretched thin here because Vard is already killing off Quetpa in the distance, and likewise taking the invite with Entropic as well. I feel like BBL needed to pick a battle a little bit earlier. Schiller is in the middle of this, and Navi's going to crash straight into it. Schiller fires through the smoke there onto him. Nicely done by that Metralius as well, taking down Alia. this could be an opportunity to really put Navi in a rut, because Melman's gone now here from Salty. Example manages to finish Schiller. Metralius picks up Example with the nade, and Uber will finally finish off Metralius. Can he get any reses here, though?
Entropic is coming for the fight, but Liquid is forcing them back. Uber on his feet, Body's on his own, 13 HP, and there they fall. Navi out. Placement points going their way, but not the amount of kills that they would have wanted. Entropic alive, 11 kills as they keep rocking their way up the leaderboard.
Entropic is coming for not only 3rd place, but just higher and higher if they keep this on. And Lucarux, what a performance from him in this game as he is able to keep it going. It's an Entropic versus Team Liquid bout now here, as I will argue Entropic is one of the teams that stole the spotlight away from Team Liquid as of late here in recent tournaments.
Entropic is not holding back. They are moving full speed forward. They're going into the waiting arms of Liquid. And I would say if you're Entropic, while you don't have the same amount of space in the circle, there is still 30 seconds to play. Sit up on that hilltop, wait for the final circle, and hope that it comes your way. Because if it does, and you already aggressed into Liquid losing the game, knowing that had you sat around for the next circle to pop and it went your way, that would be unfortunate. So stay where you are, use the high ground while you have it, and wait at least for another 10 seconds.
Cars are available as well for Entropic if they need them. The Groza from Clib on the other side gets to pick that up. We hear the hum of the blue because now Team Liquid has circle favor, but there is a little bit of a high ground plateau still to be worked with here for Entropic.
Plenty of smokes for Entropic to make a play down towards the hills. So they can have 2 straight lines of smokes and play in between them. They're not inside the next circle, what will be the final circle yet, and you can see Vard here on the side. One of the flank players on Entropic, they need to take... If you take down Vard here, that opens it up completely, because none of the Liquid players are playing over the hilltop. Vard is the only one right now with lines of sight over the ridge. James is playing spoiler, and so is Clip, and Mexi now pushing down to 45 Vard's position. Smart play. They need 2 in case one goes down.
2 slightly different styles there for a moment, as we saw a slight 2-2 and a split in terms of Entropic, but now they're grouping up once again. Team Liquid, if a knock happens against them, there's not much recovery that's going to happen there, but the split from Team Liquid means that they control more angles here for all of this. So they're making that risk.
Entropic has to fully commit to a 4-man push here.
Yeah,
they need to brute force their way around the north side. I mean, they don't know right now, but with Vard holding this angle, there's no play to make on the south. It's simply too hard. Nail up. Just Clip behind the side, but Lucarux goes down to Clip. Just exactly gets the Groza. Lucarux are trying to flank around for info, but it's not going to work. And Maxi with the nade in hand finds one. James with the vehicle explosion takes down Ivers. And just like that, QBE, single player left alive. They got the kills, but it's not going to be enough. He does find the first, but here comes the remaining players, and Liquid victorious. 9 kills, Liquid win. It's still a long road up the leaderboard, but if there's a time to start, now it's the time.
Yeah, it's a big move up, especially when you consider things like those PGC points.
Yes.
Imagine if, down the line, in PGC, Team Liquid wasn't there. That would be an unmitigated disaster, I think, for a roster quite like this. But this will bump them up. And a few more little points here and there in these next games will be those consolidation points that they need to try and secure themselves slowly, then rolling into PCS 7.
Huge win for them, and to be able to get essentially 3 without any confrontation. Lucarux peeks around, Clip finds him, takes him down. Then we have a nade, then we have a vehicle explosion. They risked minimal to get that win in the end of things by staying patient, by waiting it out, claiming the win, and coming up victorious. But for Entropic too, the way they maneuvered in from the west, 12 kills in the 2nd place, massive performance.
And for Lucarux, so again, that's like a game that will stand out to you for a long time, because there's so many people on that team like that kind of overshadow you sometimes. But that was great from Lucarux. We're going to go to a break, ladies and gentlemen. When we return, we have our penultimate game as well as the desk to break things down.
Want to make your GGs more rewarding? Complete daily missions in PUBG to collect coins. Exchange your winnings to unlock gift cards. All you have to do now is create a free account, install the G-Loot app, and make your GGs more rewarding today. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
I feel like the pandemic made me struggle with words, and now I like to communicate in GIFs. So if I could, instead of doing an intro now, I just would have had that Russell Crowe GIF where he's like, "Are you not entertained?" Completely out of context, but that's how I'm feeling on this final day.
I was hoping for the other one, the where he stands and looks through the door in Master and Commander, where he's like, "Oh." No, that was by far the best one. No, yeah, memes aside. That's like Entropic trying to look into the top two. It's like, oh, what's happening?
They're just doing like a little sneaky peek. Fair enough. Okay,
but this is
both
great.
our GIFs work.
This is absolutely great. We now have the segment, Sam, where you can talk about Team Liquid. We can talk about Liquid again. It's going to be awesome.
I didn't want to talk about. I just want to talk about Liquid when they were doing badly, and now
I don't want to get no attention now.
I'm quite happy to ask questions about Team Liquid because I don't feel so guilty. Because I did feel like I was being, I was kind of being a little bit mean a lot, but they weren't doing much. Now they have a chicken dinner and they got it in fine style. How did they do that?
It's one of those situations where like all of the ingredients were there and they finally got around to putting it together and having all 4 alive in the end game, right?
Yeah, and we can actually break it down a little bit with a very good overview, as you saw in the game happening here. So let's take a look at a little bit of a thought here. So obviously the circle went west, so they had to defend and they're spread out.
Yeah.
And the anchor player with Clip being over here, that's the wrong color. That's not the one I wanted to use. That's fine. Here, let's go. The anchor player over here being Clip, he's making sure that in case they push this way, he has line of sight towards Entropic. And that happened. He got an opening. They didn't expect him to still be in the crate, maybe, or didn't have information, so he got the opening knocked. Then they could open up with a further amount of utility, and that actually opened. But I want to turn it around. How could Entropic have succeeded here, potentially? So they could have made a smoke line like this, and then they could have 4-man pushed around on the west side, or on the other smoke line pushed into Clip's position here. So if they did a smoke line on the first red line here and then pushed south of that would have forced a fight where they could potentially have been outnumbering Liquid. Unfortunately, that didn't happen, and they took the wrong decision and went towards Clip's area.
And then in that scenario, presumably, it's then down to Clip to try and flank around the smoke and sort of come up this way here. Yeah,
for sure. Clip would, in case they saw that, Clip would have to immediately backstab to try to see if there's a player either anchoring or if they're not holding it back, and then try to open up like that. So there's a lot of this is why you love some of the end games, right? There's a lot of chess moves that is really implicating what could have happened. But yeah, Liquid managed to hold it down and managed to get that opening knock, which is huge in a 4 versus 4 fight like this.
My favorite part about that is when you started and you drew the Liquid sort of movements, it kind of looked like a drumstick. Chicken dinner. I was very excited about that.
Oh, okay.
I thought you were going full drumstick, but you didn't commit.
No, yeah, I know. If we were maybe southeast of Gatka in the actual chopsticks, then it would have been completely different. No, another thing we want to talk about here is Polish Power also doing some scrim plays. That would have been great. Fighting for a compound that ended up being very far away from the ending. But Credex, they managed to outlive them. And here, they Polish Power went out early, which
Krunio was so close.
Krunio was so close, and I really enjoyed that. Also, Northern Lights with Faceland here. That was fantastic. Also because we have a little bit of a fight, and Northern Lights was looking good before that.
It was definitely one of those situations where I actually wondered. The Fex machine was on full show, and I wondered, at the first knock, maybe that's when they decide to commit.
Right.
We saw a lot of players sort of leap onto NAVI later on in the game as well. The leaderboard playing its role in some of these teams making those tactical decisions as they navigate their way through these games. The bystanders, once again, having a couple of standout moments. Not quite as much as we've seen them earlier on in the tournament so far. And then Entropic, what a kill fest. I know Liquid went home with the chicken dinner, but they had really strong number of kills with all 4 alive. So crucial.
And also Navi going out. In that case, I was like, okay, Navi, they could potentially control the north, but they ended up dying out early. Still got top 4, still got some points there, making our last 2 games extremely interesting. And then, of course, the push with the utility usage from Liquid, closing out the game and taking out Entropic there. Huge for them.
Listen to us. Navi going out early. Oh, that's 4th place. That's because that's how good this tournament has been for them, right?
Of course, Team Liquid redeeming themselves a little bit in this tournament with that chicken dinner. It's not going to push them into the top 8. It's not going to push them anywhere, really. But if they have 2 more good games, it could help them a little bit with PGC points.
Yeah,
I want to go back to the Polish power conversation. Is that the problem sometimes with a team that is that aggressive, is that you can go out really early if you want to get into the fight?
It's exactly that. It's a hit or miss situation where either you have insane games with high kills, good placement, everything, or you go out early because you're taking these fights, right? And that's the calculated move for them. That's what we see from them in those situations.
We're now taking a look at the leaderboard, and this is the problem with Polish Power. They shouldn't be in a place where they're taking those sort of gambles because they are in such a good spot where they could potentially contest with the top 3. NLT still sitting there, but Navi's been able to close the gap slightly with that 4th place finish. FaZe still trying, but I'm a little bit concerned.
It's done.
I was about to say 2 more games, not going to happen.
NLT and NAVI, it's going to be the 2 teams fighting for first and second, and obviously 17 points is making it close. But with Entropic having a good game like that, it actually opened up the talk about now that both Polish Power and Entropic is within striking distance of FaZe Clan. It could very well be a situation where 9 points, 8 points difference. One bad game for FaZe, one of those 2 teams could take the 3rd place away from them.
So 2 separate battles going on. There's a battle for 1st and a battle for 3rd.
Yeah,
absolutely.
And another battle for Liquid now. They've joined the prize pool. The question is, how far are they going to take it? They have 15 points up to skate. That's going to make it hard.
Good on them, though, to recover today.
For sure.
Ents, on the other hand, not recovering. They're really not having a good showing. And they need to be worried because PGC points, they are not secure. And if they continue to go out early, that's going to put them in a really difficult position when we move into PCS.
They are currently 8th, so that is definitely something that is really rough for them, right? You want to be able to get as many points as possible from each single tournament. And them, they are obviously here, but the other ones have not been good enough. So right now, they are the team that is kind of the focus point. Maybe if you're looking at the broader view of it, you have Polish Power that is very close. They're sniffing at it, and now we have some of the other teams that is also joining. We see Bystanders, how well they've been able to play, and if they continue that, they could jump very close to that.
You could almost take a little bit of solace in the Team Liquid were in a similar position. They managed to get a decent haul of points. That's great, but it's getting
is not going to be able to do it. They've got 2 games left.
Yeah,
so
it's
Liquid
too little too late now,
I was going to say,
it?
Liquid had a whole day to fix this.
Yeah.
Ents, it's 2 games left. You're not, unless you double chicken dinner it with big kills, I can't see Ents recovering from this, which means they're going to walk away with a whole no points.
They've got a
PGC.
lot to do.
Yeah,
they got the 10. There's a lot for them to do going into PCS 7, and that might even start to be creeping into the back of their minds now as well. So using these games as an opportunity to maybe get into the prize money a little bit if you can, but honestly, just making sure every single bit of competitive experience, even if you do badly, is still a positive for these teams.
We have an individual board that we like to look at. It is the top kills, and let's see how that's changed after the last game. A little bit of movement.
Yeah, Kruno jumping in after that fantastic 2 kills that he was able to close out on Kredek in the very early situation of the game here, but still, it's still dominated. Like, it's not going to change. We have 2 more games to go. They're simply too far ahead right now. Unless somebody has an insane performance like that, it's going to be really, really hard. Yeah, and also Alia and Gustav both on 25 right now. Code Marco 22, Kapi 22. So we still have a lot of players that are within somewhat of a good distance to the top 5, but still, we're talking an insane performance in the next 2 games for them to jump into the top 5 and kind of contest where Krunio is right now.
There is a player though that could have an insane performance and push himself right to the top of that leaderboard. I do think Uber has it in him. If the mood takes him, he might be able to do it. But Navi, not quite the Navi we saw in day 1 and day 2 right now. And I'm saying, I can't believe I'm saying this because they had a chicken dinner, but I'm sitting here being like, nah, this is not good enough anymore, Navi.
They won 3 games out of the first 7 now, so they're a little bit worse. So if they win the next one, they're going to keep their 50-50 win percentage on Erangel. So let's see if that continues to happen. That'll be lovely to see. But if Uber pops up, we've seen it before, like close to double digits, sometimes double-digit games where he's popping off. Also, Lukarux just has 7 kills, right? So
it's
sometimes
possible.
You can have these pop-off games if everything around you really works.
It's incredible that this is a bad start.
We're going to go into its time. We need to see. Let's see if it is possible. Kylaris, Toby, can Navi get another chicken dinner?
Potentially here on Erangel. I mean, they've proven themselves so many times here throughout this tournament. They came close, but no cigar when it comes to this one. And now the penultimate game is upon us here, and it's down to serious business for these last 2 because what we're seeing from the top 2 teams is relatively unprecedented with the points that they've been able to accrue. You mentioned to me just before, Spiro has 2 less kills than the entirety of ENTS. That's ridiculous. Spiro was the kill lead in Ground Zero last weekend. He's the kill leader here. Look at that class that he is bringing to this
insane.
lobby.
It is absolutely phenomenal to watch. How blessed are we to get to cast these matches between some of the very best team, and not just EMEA, but the world. I love how the desk yesterday went, oh, there's no way anyone catches Navi, they're just too good. Now it's like, oh, there's no way there's anyone catching LT, they're just too good. I like to think that Navi could have that one pop-off game.
They could.
We've already seen it now, where some of the teams that are further down the leaderboard are starting to make moves that are incredibly high risk with little potential reward. And those are moments that you have to stay away from when your Creed X pushes full speed into Polish power early, when Sakura Sansons go on some of their chases early to take fights. And oh, look at that, Lou won the US for once.
There you go.
Good stuff. Good for you.
There was no optical illusion boogie in the distance for this one.
No.
Haha.
Not going to get that one this time around. But no, I mean, there are a lot of now traps that you have to avoid if you're one of the teams far up the top of the leaderboard. And I'm surprised Navi didn't come out with more.
No.
Okay, that's a
No.
spicy circle. I'm surprised Navi didn't come out with more in the previous game than what they ended up doing, because they only finished up 2 points ahead of NLT in that game overall. But again, I mean, if Northern Lights die out early here, it couldn't be any closer.
I'm going to be, when we look at this, I'm going to be generous and say 28% of this circle is playable. That's ridiculous.
I'm thinking more along the lines
30?
of probably, yeah, I was going to say 31, but...
Wow, a whole 3% deviation. Thanks.
It's all about getting it right, you know?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I mean, because technically, probably more like 35, because Nova is pretty playable.
Well,
I mean, there's no one down there.
For now, and then...
But we're not talking later
Sign
down
your
the
death
line
warrant
here,
after.
James. We're talking now. And what's happening right now is that these guys, your Team Liquid, which I know a lot of people in the chat are supporting, we're discussing it in the break. Not the most flamboyant win that we've ever seen from Liquid. We were both kind of hoping in the midst of that it would come down to a proper 4v4 up-close gunfight.
Yes.
But again, I mean, Clip gets the good angle peek on Lukarooks. That's 1 down. Nate immediately to follow. Vehicle Explosion, that's 3 out in a split second. Pretty straightforward win for Team Liquid. But Entropic now, on the backside of that, sitting dead center.
I think it's excellent that they get themselves the win, and also, as you say, kind of appease some of their fans here for a moment. Yeah. But I think their fans also kind of expect excellence. If you think about that amount of run where they were constantly getting second places in tournaments over and over and over and over, something right now is just not working for them. So there needs to be, I guess, a step back after this tournament, back to the drawing board, back to figuring out why are we losing people out in rotation? Why are we losing people on these splits? Because we were talking about it whilst the desk was breaking things down. If you try and point out a problem in Team Liquid, all of those players are world class. It's difficult to argue with that. So something's going on at a higher level than just an individual player, right?
Exactly.
So what could that be? They'll have to take a step back and figure that out after this.
Exactly. They'll have time, of course, to do so before the next tournament comes along. They are an invited team after all, so the whole qualifier stage they will, at least for the most part, get to avoid having to be part of. Stardust, in the meantime, a team that, while not having performed on the same level as some of our more famous teams, a team still, I mean, sitting where they are on the leaderboard right now, to some extent further up than I thought they were going to be. They've had their moments where they've gone out and they've performed incredibly well. They've had some really smart early game rotations, and the fact that they move out early this time around too, I think is the right move. They know there is some real estate still available on the south side for them to take, so might as well do it early.
Scared in this early circle that maybe Entropic's taking a bit too much space. Yes. But eventually they'll, you know, they should congregate.
As long as you can disengage.
Yes.
As long as you have an exit strat, you'll be fine.
Because, as I say, as we were talking about earlier, this is not much land to play with in Circle 1.
It really isn't. I kind of hope it's going to be less for Circle 2, but that's just me.
Oh, yeah.
I like
Absolutely.
to think that coming into, I want to say 2022, I was more on the player side. Like, no, it should be competitive, you know. The integrity has to be maintained. Circles have to be fair. And then we've just seen so many chaotic circles. And to be honest, James, they've been pretty entertaining.
Yeah, oh yeah, it's been a great tournament thus far. And with only 2 more games remaining, now you get thrown this for the penultimate game. It's like, what are you doing?
Wait,
I mean, Sorry, go on.
Sigurd Hansen. Spot the 4 players on the map, James.
Where is... Oh, yeah, hello.
I don't think...
they do wild things. I'm not even trying to break this down.
They have 2... Yeah. I think the viewers out there spotted Sigurd Hansen as well. He-Man is... There are 2 players south of Pachinki. The Tegas and Intense are next to Milta Power.
Yes. I mean, at least they have an anchor point, but you need to wiggle your way around
and now
that. And one's not.
I do not understand what's going on with this team.
Oh. That was a very quick
Might have been a
fallback.
DC, might have been something that, and I'm kind of giving them a hard time for no reason, but they are incredibly far apart.
Mm-hmm. Well, again, as I say, I don't think we should focus too much.
Yeah,
let's
not.
Yeah, they've played some interesting moves.
This is
bad. This is very bad for NAVI.
Whoa!
Well, they're done. 3 down. Uber, okay, you're a star, but I don't know if you're star enough to deal with Stardust on this kind of power. That's an absolute burn down. And now this is free. This is easy pickings.
If there's a GG to be said before the final game.
Yeah, I mean, you're hoping, at this point, you're hoping Northern Lights goes out with 0 points in this game. You're hoping for that, as NAVI.
Stardust, they make the move early. They knew if we come down here fast enough, teams will try and rotate through this area because you only have so much space to maneuver. This is huge.
Yep.
This is huge.
That was a crash landing for NAVI on drop. And now only Uber remains. That you have to not breathe, you have to not move, you have to not think,
Even if he stays
just
alive.
in case they're psychic and it's proximity-based.
Well, BBL are backfilling this one, so even though they know there's still a NAVI player left to be found, I feel like Stardust has to turn around and look in the direction of BBL. Kelty is over here just on the other side, ready and waiting. Medibay still a little bit further away alongside Nailcup, but they still have Apocalypse over the hillside. 2-1 spotted them with the top. Kelty instantly finds one, but goes down in return.
Quep up, nice response to it. What can we see coming in from this angle as well? A Smash, still throwing some nades on forwards. In the distance, Polish Power and Ents.
That's
still trading.
You're north of Yasnaya.
Let's see if this continues on Medibay. They might not know that he's as deep in as up against the rocks here. They might think that the entire team, BBL, I'm saying, is curious and wary of what's over this lip. So if they start to peek over and shots come in from there, that could be a knock that opens things up for Stardust, but Celtic's gone. Thenlos gets Apocalypse. I don't know. I think Medibay might have to get out of here.
And now they know.
This could be a huge lifeline for Uber. I know it's ridiculous and I know it's a far stretch. However, now, because Stardust is gone, they knew where he fell off of these rocks. If they go down, BBL doesn't know exactly where Uber fell off and fell down.
I mean, they shouldn't even know that he's in the water, to
right.
be honest. I mean, they do see Stardust jumping around the shoreline, but still. Smash, they only have a chance to get
Uber's
2 of their
escaping.
players back on their feet. Uber actually getting the flush on Nailquap. Might as well get whatever points you can. He got up and is now making the run forward as fast as he possibly can. He knows there are third-party points to be found here. And this is, again, as salvage mode as can be. How many points can Uber get away with?
He's got a lovely little spot here as well. He's escaping. This could be the greatest con for NAVI to be able to get out after the roll-up from BBL if Uber can salvage points in this game.
Just a couple more and you're gonna... I mean, there's no way you're gonna be satisfied because obviously this is a terrible game for NAVI, but everything considered, any point you get after this really for Uber is points well needed.
Yeah. Definitely. I will say, devil's advocate off the back of that, transitioning from where Uber is difficult.
Yes.
So, you know, anything can get great, but it will be tough. This is whack-a-mole, and Smash is just brilliant.
Just a great use of the rock side there, knowing exactly when to peek on over, knowing how to do it. Smash victorious, BBL get to stay alive with all 4 and a good spot on the southern side. They heard the shots from Uber, though, so they know there's still a Navi player around.
I'm scared of this shift, though, once this comes in.
Novo.
Okay, calm down. I'm not that scared of this shift, but I'm scared. Here it comes. Okay, that's a bit more lenient and a bit more generous to some of these teams. That could have been way worse.
And Navi is sitting in... Northern Lights is sitting in the exact same split as we were last game. This time around, though, Batulin's going to go for a little bit further up towards the north. Maybe join up with Perfectix, but yeah, they want him. They want to find him.
I think he's surrounded by a little cliff, and now those shots on the tires might call off this search.
There's just too much to lose. I mean, again, BBL in a similar position
to
Liquid, who now Liquid
back.
surpassed them off of the last game, right? I mean, one good game for BBL, and all of a sudden they're in 7th place.
Who fired those shots? Was it Entropic?
No, it's been Smilla.
Whoever it is, those shots kind of warded off.
Oh yes,
that hunt on the east side.
Yep. Huh. But I mean, honestly, even they shouldn't spend this much time looking for that one player. As I said, one good game for BBL here. They're breaking into. They could potentially overtake Heroic given how they performed this game, and then coming into a final game, you have a bystanders that's potentially up for grabs. So for BBL, keep your focus on the bigger picture. Do not go hunting or fishing for Uber.
No, I can only agree. Let's see now. It's Creedex. Very close to Sakura Sensen, or 2 of their players at least, because the other 2 were in Narnia for quite a while in this game. And now they've come out from there, and now they're back in the main world, but still a little bit far away. So you got to be careful here, Sakura Sensen. Oh, they don't know.
Yeah, doesn't want to peek on over. I think Creedex, at least for now, pretty satisfied with the position there and don't have any urge to fight anyone at this point. So, I mean, we saw them play as 2 when they lost players against Polish Power in the previous game. But hard committing 4 to this position, I feel like that's... I mean, I don't mind teams not wanting to split too wide, but hard committing 4 to this position, to me, seems like a too defensive position. Because they... Again, this area from that pass that a kill is heal up. If you're over the top of them, there's nothing you can do but prone down in the trenches. So I would want to see, to some extent, Creedex try and breed. Like, I kind of just extend out from there.
And similar to those trenches that weren't real trenches in Miramar, but they are here, they're nade bait. Like, if a team comes up against you, the nades settle in those trenches so gracefully to the point where they cause you utter pain.
Yes.
So, I agree. I mean, the trenches are a bit tough to play in some of these moments.
Very false sense of safety sometimes.
Yeah.
Circle continuing to close on in. As I mean, again, everyone's inside the circle already, so not really too much of a confrontation, I would have to assume, coming up, at least not any time soon. DA wide split out towards the east. They'll get going, of course, once the new circle pops. But other than that, I mean, everyone really sitting pretty tight. We have lost already quite a few players. I mean, 12 players down. That's the reason why players have this much space to maneuver. We've lost an entire team already in Stardust, and it just kind of opens up the map that way. We don't have all that much water. But plenty of forest, plenty of ridges for teams to maneuver through.
And the teams that are really considering their next move, it's question mark, it's BBL, it's DA, because of just how close water is to them technically, even though this isn't that
Everyone right now is in the best position if the circle comes to them. So there's no reason for anyone. So there's no reason for anyone to move now. Though the new circle pops, and you know what? We had a fun game last game. Why don't we just go straight back to it? Farm completely open. Who will claim it? Ends. The first move is to potentially take it, but they're leaving a pretty good spot to play from themselves if they do decide to go down towards the west.
Do you sometimes think we not have enough circles?
What do you mean?
It's anybody got any tracing paper on them? Because this is looking very similar.
It is a pretty hard repeat of what we saw in the previous game. But you know what? I honestly don't mind it because that's the replayability of PUBG. You can have games, the circles, the playing paths be exactly the same.
Approaches,
no game plays out the same. Smash spots facing the shoreline rotation. Now they realize the danger of it, but good stuff. Barely a second to peek, but does manage to get the double headshot through. Smash goes down, and Diggory instantly there to flush.
Some great firepower as well from them. They've got themselves an AUG in hand and will take a few shots with those minis from the distance, but Smokes are going to go down for the heal just to make sure that they're not being shot from any other angle. But this crash came as fast as the deaths did. And 80 being smoked up on the shoreline as well. But a doozy. Now hitting BBL from the opposite side. This is going to cause BBL to go into retreat mode, into defense mode, find themselves some salvation in these buildings, and get away from FaZe and question mark.
They have the hard cover. They have a chance to sit down and heal. So if your BBL play back inside those buildings is the only smart play. It's happening off screen right now, but I'm loving what I'm seeing from bystanders here as well. They were sitting hard out towards the east. They say, you know what, we've got the time, let's do this. They are wrapping hard north over Prison to come back into the circle from the west where the circle just went. Another team that did the same thing, but just underneath is DA, and they have run into Heroic.
That's a wide one. DA, can they make it work? Because right now they're going to have a lot of people firing at them alongside that bystanders going even wider. But Polish Power, they're not going to say no to a few free sprays on these cars. Cappy gets one, Prunio gets the second. Will anybody get any more? Because Hearth, eventually, they might go for a shot, but no, they don't decide to.
Bystander stops for a second too, so they might just continue into the team they disengage with, and indeed that's exactly what's happened. Flaming finds the first one. Kian, not quite able to find Sheila. Will he get him with the last bullet? No, not gonna happen. So Bystanders allowing one through, but again, such a heads-up rotation from Bystanders. Squeaky, of course, getting the final one. Such a heads-up rotation from Bystanders, understanding that we have a chance to make this play, but we have to make it now. Wrap all the way north around, inside the circle they are on the west, and they're all alone.
Yes, Squeaky briefly zooming in on the car. He's like, wait a minute, never mind. Phantom car. And Uber down at the bottom right, still alive, but Bystanders is the ones that are going to be focused on in at this northwest position. Actually finding themselves the little high ground, well, above all of that, not too bad. Nice wrap.
He's very soon coming up to all the starters' corpses. So there's got to be some, you would assume, first aids on them, right?
Yeah.
Hopefully he's going to get a lot, because that circle is as repeat of the last game as possible. And look at this Northern Lights sitting now in the yellows. Very good two-way split. I was just going to say I'm a little scared for this two-way split, though, so thank you, Perfectus and Spiro, for making the crossover as well. That is just too greedy at this point, and they understand it. Let's play the roadblock. Let's play the toll booth. Allow for a team to backfill. That's going to be Sakura Sanson. Great read by them to understand the instant move and knowing that they have to go now in order to claim that position.
And as I say, somebody turned back time and gave Northern Lights a second opportunity at this circle quite heavily, because it was only Batulins, which eventually got pushed on by Entropic. Now everybody's still alive, but Team Liquid trying to clear out Creed X. X marks the spot for this nade. Yes, it does. Because Gaxi... No. Time to leave.
Gets the third one, and they're not going to really matter. It does actually do damage regardless. And there you go. Creed X out of this one. But FaZe and Liquid still has to fight for control over Milta.
How well can they transition through here? Do they realize James is above them? He hasn't really made a noise, I don't think, from there. He didn't even make too much of a noise when the fight was going down between Team Liquid and Creed X. So right now, James is potentially the joker of this. If they're able to play this card, FaZe could get backstabbed as they push up against the rest of Team Liquid.
Yeah, FX trying to make the run back to safety. Car 98 in hand, despite being in the city, knowing, of course, that there are BBL players on the other side of the road. If you could get a quick tap there and a runaway, that would be very, very convenient. They do still have people coming in from behind, and there you have it. The knock needed to make the push further forward. Issue being, as you can see here, it's still being controlled. The crossing is not possible as long as BBL sits on the roof.
Absolute blinder of a shot from Fex. Opens up a potential opportunity, but the res is already going on. So any opportunity, the window for that is kind of closing. QBE, unfortunately, gets himself knocked, while the rest of Entropic is going to rotate across against Heroic. But that was the quickest dismantling over that hill I have seen in a while.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. Ghost up, building next to James. Neither of them really looking for each other right now.
Don't play the card yet. Don't play the card yet.
Waiting for info. Gustav headshot received. And you can see again, I mean, FaZe, they really want to wrap around here, but BBL just not allowing it.
Painkillers, double stem up for
look
the
at
most
who's
part.
on the minimap.
Hello, Uber.
Hello, Uber. He's getting very close to the circle. And it's kind of sad, really, because the closer he gets to the circle, because FaZe and Liquid are stalling right now, they might just see him by mistake.
Yeah, maybe. But at the same time, if he gets to these buildings in front of him, that gives him a new lease on life. No, there's no way FaZe was looking that way. They were almost certainly looking towards BBL, as well as the potential threat from Team Liquid. They won't see him. The crash on through, the potential opportunity for a spray if they saw anyone in this warehouse, but they've claimed it. This is a great little wrap on the Team Liquid position.
this is as repeat as the circle comes.
Yeah.
It was arguably 50 meters further south last game, but this is as repeat as circles come.
I mean, and at the same time, little Uber on his journey to Mordor may as well have been in the Shire to start off that journey, because right now the circle just keeps going away, and he has to go through all the orcs to try and get there.
And again, because all these fights are being prolonged to the extent that they are Liquid and Face and BBL, there you go. But he did all he could, but unfortunately short of placement points regardless. Did manage to get 1 point this game, but it ain't gonna be enough. Oh my lord, that is annoying. That is annoyingly close as well. Vex finds Vard again. With the counter here, that's the push from them, but there comes James. He's waiting outside, and that's the kills that they needed. Hidden underneath the tree was James. Jumps out when he had to, and takes out Face.
When did he make that transition from the building to that angle?
While
That
Uber was dying.
Well, okay, yeah, we were focusing on that maybe, but James played an absolute blinder there. Really lovely stuff, and now he's even bringing the fight to Code Marco on the other side. A nade goes through, doesn't quite connect with the other Secura Sensei members because they're on the other side. But I think once all of these fights finish, Northern Lights,
they're just
the Megalodons, they're waiting.
They are just waiting. Regardless of who comes out victorious of this fight between Liquid and BBL, there's going to be a team on the other side. As I say that, though, Batulans does get knocked. Liquid doesn't instantly engage. Now they do. But BBL allowed to look the other way for a split second. Liquid are still 4 on their feet. Keep that in mind. 7 kills already as we get closer to placement points. Did he spot him on the other side? I don't think it did. But there might just be a 4v4 to be had here. Quetpap goes down 8 for Liquid. And now the fight is to the top place team in NLT.
Someone angered James. And after getting themselves that win, now they are on a roll. 8 kills coming in here for Team Liquid. The push back here for points, for position, for placement is on for Team Liquid, but how easily they can do that here against Northern Lights remains to be seen, because they have the advantages, every advantage. If Team Liquid can somehow dislodge them, then that would be a massive win.
I like this smoke trail they're putting up, allowing themselves to push ever so much closer. There's not really any lethal utility, as I said. Bart does have make that one Molotov, but they have to push further forward in order to do this. And they have to do this because Question Mark sits on the other side. They cannot push out down into the field. Unfortunately, Liquid has to commit to this fight against Northern Lights.
Throwing the mollies into the smokes as well, just so in case they actually transition through it is smart, just to catch them. Lou goes for the nade across all of this. Do they have any more? That's beautiful. Lou will take out Clip quickly. Is there another follow-up? Yes, there is. Do they try and go for the rest? Oh, it's massive! It's huge! As Lou, as well as the augmenting grenades, will absolutely tear them apart. James here is the only one surviving, but I don't know if he can make it through all of that, because there are 4 Northern Lights members staring down the barrel at him.
He has one last first aid. Call it quits. Do you want to give them a lead that's even higher? You're going to give it if you step out from here, that's for sure. Peeks around the side, peeks around the second time. No one's shooting him finally. Perfectix finds him. Valid attempt from Liquid, but once they got within nade distance, Lou was there, ready and waiting.
Team Liquid was not paying the toll, and Northern Lights was not accepting. We have now Question Mark rolling up to all of this. But Northern Lights, how did he... What in the... What? Okay, well... Question Mark... They're very split right now.
I don't mind this.
You don't mind it?
Dante and the Hobbits has been playing in the southern side forever, and now when they hear this commotion, they wrap over. Only thing I'm a little against is they were too late on it. They should have been there earlier, but it's a long rotation to make in cars, and now they finally are here, but it might just be too late. But look at how they're now playing on the inside of the circle. NLT has to push through Question Mark in order to stay alive.
They played the Uno reverse.
Huge play. It's a huge play from Question Mark.
Yeah, obviously. I mean, the fact that Northern Lights was holding out Team Liquid, and again, as I say, they play the Uno reverse card. Now, Question Mark is trying to hold out Northern Lights, but one thing that doesn't work potentially in Northern Lights, Question Mark's favor, is that Batulins can move up on the north, but he's going to be very careful, because eventually Heroic, he will come into line of sight of them.
Yeah.
As you can already see, Heroic is firing down at this position here. Not necessarily Batulin spot, but he's firing back at Heroic.
Trying to make more space for them to push further forward. But as you can see here as well, Lou up on that roof, spotted instantly. Heroic forcing him down. Northern Lights has to take this fight, and it's going to be on Question Mark's terms. That's why I love the way that Question Mark did this. They're setting up a fight and forcing Northern Lights to adapt to what Question Mark does. Now the nade's coming in. Utility not use that early. They have to make the play aggressively forward, and they're using the smokes wisely.
Fall down for a moment. This is quite sheer, so sometimes you just can't get up this little cliff. Throws a nade forwards into what is almost a kind of... that was a flash into that bait smoke, but Nuki taking out faultlessly on the over the side of this.
That's
I don't know.
Question
Mark has to kind of eventually finish this off fast, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, faultlessly was their backs up. He was their contain, preventing for anyone to push up on the ridge line. Now that he's down, this is dangerous. They have no safety from behind, but Dante doesn't care. Peeks on over, finds the first one. Patulans down to Corexi as well. So much damage done. Lu goes down to all of a smart rotation played by the team of Question Mark. 6 kills, maybe more to find if they can find Spiro here as well.
Yep, he is their last lifeline. Here comes the spray. Spiro, he's big, but it's not big enough as they will go down. But I can't help but wonder for Northern Lights, is this them putting the seal almost on this tournament? We have 1 game left later on after this. Heroic now pushing up at Question Mark. Flashes go over the hill. And they know that they've just been in this fight, so catch them when the chaos has not yet subsided.
It's a fight for control. It's a fight to potentially go out and win this game should the next circle come up on their hillside. Beamy wants it, Corexi wanted it, and so does T-Bone. But a little bit too late to the party, and this is not the shift you want to see if you're neither a QM or a Heroic fan. We go down into the field, and Heroic, I think wisely so, doesn't fully commit to this. They back off, but now they have the high ground control.
Tough, because once all this goes away, the circle is not in their favor.
No.
And there are still hard compounds remaining in that circle as well.
Bystanders has 3 alive on that shack too.
Do they?
They have 3 alive on that check. Keep in mind, they were completely hard-shifted away from, but they sat tight. Now, Question Mark making the push towards Heroic. There's only one team to come out victorious on this hillside. Corexi spots the first one, peeks over the top, second time. Beamy is there to get the second, and Beamy gets the third as well. Question Mark annihilated in but a split second. As Heroic now, I mean, they win this fight, but this game is far from over.
I feel like they might go back. Well, actually,
there's no play for them to sit tight anyway.
Yeah, I was about to say maybe they go back the way that Question Mark did, but no, you can't do that because
look at how they're all positioned. Everyone is waiting for Heroic to come down this hill.
Come along, lads, because there's a lot of guns waiting for you, aimed right at this angle.
They're in on the next tree. I think that's what they're scouting forward. Use the markers, try and see what you can find. You just need a couple of centimeters. No one's within nade distance anyway.
I mean, from this angle here, all you need is Beamy to get a knock somewhere. Oh, Squeaky!
Squeaky.
Oh, Squeaky
a little bit of help there.
Yeah.
A little bit of help. Now more damage done. Actually, T-Bone finding one. This might be a full-on crash on him. Yes, they see 2 Bystanders players down. There can only be so many alive. They have to fully commit to this Beamy. Oh, a little too late to get into the car. That means they should be able to get at least 1 race up, but no, Piano hasn't committed to it. They're full speed sending it here.
Going to try and move forwards. He pre-mollies here. I try and deny the push in. That molly's actually catching quite a few of them. Spray comes in, but it's not going to be enough. Heroic actually gets themselves already on 5 kill mark with Flamey going down with all of this. They're still on the outside, still knocked. Bystanders trying to heal up as much as they can. Keanu goes. Oh, the explosion catches Heroic on entry as Nuki sticks the boot in against them and says, you want to crash? We're actually saving Bystanders here.
Again, PUBG is a game that usually lasts 30 minutes, but that was a split-second thing. Had Beamy been in that car the first time around, they would not have been set up for that play. It's 2-3 seconds, but that's the difference in whether they get that shack or not.
Love the molly as well.
Perfect play. I mean, Keanu couldn't have done anything else.
Yeah, no, brilliant stuff. Retreat back in and let them dismantle themselves. And right now, Ents and Polish Power are going to be the next ones. Potentially on the chopping block, they're going to have to make some moves. They do not have the hard cover to work with once they eventually enter the next circle. And they know Keanu doesn't have to move.
Look at this. I mean, had Heroic had this position with both these teams and 3 alive having to come to them, that would have been game over, at least. They've had a very good chance at it. Ends now. Smoke trail to be thrown. They have a ways to go and no cover inside. Polish Power will have to make the same transition. Will they use cars or will they not? They have the utility needed. I mean, again, Polish Power and Ents have been here for a while, but both these teams are wanting to deal with Keanu.
No, Keanu, you
This is a smart play. Are they going all the way to the shack? They have to. Commit to the shack, take him out on the drive-by.
Displace him, guarantee a second at least.
Perfect.
Yeah, that's really important.
Smoke trail denied, but Polish Power the vision and get that position for yourself.
But Polish Power likewise used the same smoke trail to try and make that same move here against the car. They knew that the 2 of their players were going to be preoccupied. Rustamar, the only one remaining actually in that build. building. So not too bad to make that response play. Leave 2 behind, trying to get those covering angles here for a moment, and then you can cover them from the opposite side when they try and make the transition.
ENCE had one chance to make... Oh, sorry, Polish Power had one time to make that play, and that's when they were in the car too. They know they're not going to get the shack, but they got something, I don't want to say equally good, but at least playable. They have the ridge, they have a couple of trees. The good thing for them is that the majority of ENCE is in the same one position. If they can take out Rustenmar, there's only one angle to worry about, and that's where the trees can really grant you the favors. When it's open, when it's 360, trees don't grant you nothing. But in this case, take down Rustenmar, and you don't have to worry about a whole lot more.
Well, Poland versus Finland, Suomi versus Polska. What will we see here? Because I don't mind how Polish Power made those transitions. Those were really tasty transitions based on the fact that ENCE was preoccupied. So, and Krunio are just absolutely rapid-firing shots into Rustenmar's position.
Liquid wins the last game. ENCE might win this one. The fight for the invited teams to make a tournament that really hasn't looked good overall at least end in a somewhat acceptable play here. Rustenmar, in the end, does get taken down. Now it's just a shack.
But it's too much because ENCE's balled next themselves.
They're dead.
And they will be gone.
Easy.
This is Polish Power. Another win on the board for a team that comes through open qualification here. And a big win for them as they continue to try and solidify themselves for that 3rd place spot here.
Exactly. The hunt on FaZe Clan is there, and it's theirs for the taking. Huge game for Polish Power. Again, comes to them to some extent. They have to defend their position there in early, but they do so in style. And the play out, again, they had those 5 seconds to make the play, because if you don't make the move out in the car when ENCE is doing it, if they get out of those cars ready and waiting for you to drive, you're dead. They have 2 seconds, they make the play when they have to, and they win the game.
But a big question off the back of this second-to-last match is, has Northern Lights, with this, done enough to guarantee themselves the back-to-back here in G-Loot? There is 1 game remaining on the other side of the break coming up, as well as the analysis desk. 1 more Erangel as Northern Lights and NAVI fight for that 1st place.
This is going to be huge. Absolutely insanely huge. And it's just like every single tournament down to the last game. Love it.
Crazy stuff, crazy stuff. We've seen so much excellent PUBG action. Break time. When we return, it's the final game.
G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.
One last game to decide who will win G-Loot Season 6. And I actually stole this line from production. I can't just use it and not give them credit. But the nade in the coffin from NLT when they naded Liquid, because that guaranteed that they will finish either first or second without a doubt. Let's talk about that Liquid moment, though. I absolutely loved the way that NLT used their utils to block off the road, putting the mollies into the smokes as well to stop them from coming through.
Putting the monies?
The mollies.
Oh, the mollies, right.
It's my accent.
Yeah, I love it. It's great.
But I mean, it kind of was guaranteeing them some money.
It was. It was very close in terms of timing as well, because BBL might have engaged Northern Lights just that little bit sooner. If Team Liquid had waited a little longer, they wouldn't have third-partied that fight, and it would have been a lot messier three-way fight that maybe NLT wouldn't have been so fortunate to get away from. But as it was, they only had one squad to worry about.
NLT, though, didn't get the chicken dinner. Polish Power did.
Right.
And, I mean, this is a team that, I wouldn't say they've surprised me. We've always known that they have this in them, but they've really sort of come to their own in this tournament.
Yeah, and they won the first game and the second to last game. So that's great. So another win for a team that's already gotten a win. They're feeding the rich here. That's unfortunate. But still, a really kind of copy-paste of the last one. So when we're thinking, okay, it's a similar circle, I don't like it. But I actually like it because then we can see how does the teams improve? Do they take any, do they have any good takeaways from what happened last game?
Sure.
How are they improving from what they did last game to this game? And that's actually really interesting. Some of the teams did really well and really took that into effect here. But the amount of teams trying to get out of Milta and Northern Lights having to delay, and also the nades from Lou, that was just insane.
Beautiful.
But it took a long time for NLT, which effectively delayed them, that they actually didn't have an opportunity to get into the circle, which Question Mark then took advantage of.
And of course, while all of this was going on, we were all busy watching the tales of Uber sort of flow out of this game. I think everyone was an Uber fan at one point in this game, right? Like everyone watching. That was a saga by the cliffs that will be told for quite a long time to come, but sadly, nothing came of it.
I love that our observers got that moment where we got to see the bird's eye view of his body just so close.
Oh, that was painful.
So close. But Polish Power taking that chicken dinner, like you said, now adding their name to the teams that have doubled up.
Yep.
And look at that. That's going to give them 17 points. They're going to be very happy with that. Heroic as well, getting some points on the board. And ends, finally.
You've
not
been
enough,
asking
though.
for them.
I'm a huge Squeaky fan.
Day 3 team.
Day 3, well, I mean, Day 3 right at the end, possibly one time team.
But you're a huge Squeaky fan.
Squeaky was always nice to me when I started.
He's very nice.
He's
very,
wonderful.
Very nice, yeah.
Lovely.
Look at that. Polish Power jumping into third with that.
Damn.
Wow.
That's
gonna,
wow.
Now, this is, I mean, here's where the big conversations start, right? Obviously, there is a fight for first. There's no doubt in my mind that it's going to be between those two teams.
Oh, right, yeah.
And then
30 points for Polish, like it's impossible. Well, it's not impossible.
It's not impossible, but
very highly unlikely.
So, Northern Lights, NAVI fighting for 1 and 2. The fight now begins for that third spot.
Yeah. I think we can kind of count Tropic out. Like there's no chance that they're gonna beat both Polish Power and FaZe Clan
by that kind of margin.
Yeah, but then there's another question: is in Tropic, are they going to be able to hold bystanders away? And if not, is Heroic going to be having a big game that could take over bystanders? Still a lot of PGC points and prize pool that can be swapped around just by those few placements there.
Also, is ENCE going to be able to potentially get themselves out of that 15th and maybe just move up a little bit?
8 points.
They have some momentum on their side now, right? They've had a couple of games where they've had solid points. They need a minimum of probably 12, 15 points to squeeze into that sort of like
I'd
top
like them
10
to just not be second last.
Right.
I think they can do that.
They've
got some momentum with them now.
Of course, there it is. If you want to get in the money, you need to finish in the top 12. That's what has to happen. ENCE probably not going to finish in the top 12.
That is exactly what this prize pool leaderboard says. If you want to get some money, you have to get in the top 12, Sam.
Wow, Captain Obvious. Thank you for that.
Exactly. Good analysis.
That's exactly the pinpoint. But the big one is the PGC qualification points here, obviously. 300 to 180 points difference, 120 points different is huge. Even for NAVI right now, they've guaranteed themselves 180. The question is, are they going to be able to take NLT up?
this is the thing, and as well, obviously for ENCE, the PGC qualification points are important because they are not secure in PGC yet, so that's going to be in the back of their mind. But right now, again, it's going to take a big game from them to be able to do any of that.
An extra 20 points, though, from 15th up to 12th. We're not talking about world-beating performance here. We're talking about you've been getting 7-8 points for a couple of games now. Do that one more time, squeeze a little bit on top of that, and suddenly you're in a much better position than you were before. So it's on the table.
It's fun to speculate about all the teams that aren't going to win first prize, but now I want to talk about the two teams that one of them is going to take it. And NAVI, Northern Lights, last game of the entire competition. Is this where NLT hot drops on NAVI, Avenger?
Yeah, that's so we were talking about, is NAVI going to hot drop NLT, or is it going to be the other way around? It's so the biggest chance for me is that NLT hot drops NAVI, because if they're able to get in, because obviously in the NAVI split, they're looting very split, so you can either focus 2 players on one compound or all 4 on one, and they could potentially take 1 or 2 players down from NAVI, and then NAVI would have an extremely hard time being able to get the amount of points that they need, being 1 or 2 players less, right? And NLT could sacrifice that, but knowing Petulins, I don't think it's going to happen, honestly.
Why wouldn't it happen the other way? Why wouldn't it be a NAVI hot drop?
Because, so the case is that if you're a team that's chasing, hot dropping and winning out without losing a player, because you're after the hot drop, if you win it, then you're still going to have to take on 14 other teams. And if you've lost a player, or if you have delayed yourself so much from the hot drop, then it's going to be practically impossible to get the rest of the 17 points that they need if they win the hot drop.
From a risk point of view, it's much, not necessarily better overall, but it's a much better confidence builder for you to go through 2 or 3 other teams and then accept that if you have to fight them later on in the game, that's fine. You start with the hardest challenge first, you win that fight, but you're only out with 2 players. That completely hinders your ability to go through 2 or 3 other squads, and that's kind of what they need right now. They need a double-digit chicken dinner.
If the roles were reversed and NAVI was on top, do you think they'd hot drop NLT?
No, I don't think so either.
Probably
like, it's
we don't have
still
a Sakura's Ensign in the
risk.
top.
No. If it was Polish power, Sakura's Ensign, yeah,
100%.
So let's
100%.
get it in. But it's just so rare because the hot drop is so risky, and you're dropping on someone else's home turf, right? These guys, they know their looting spots in and out. They know exactly how to play around it. They've probably encountered hot drops on them before in scrims or international tournaments, so it is really, really risky to drop on somebody else's home turf.
It's going to be interesting. How do you see this one playing out between these two teams?
So I think it's going to be a gatekeep situation. So we can actually take a look at how the last circle looked here, and we can do a bit of a drawing again if you want to take into that. And obviously, so a gatekeep will be the most clever. This was the last game here. So in this case, obviously we have NLT up here, blue, and the other blue circle here, NAVI. So they're very close to each other. But if we have a circle where it either goes very far north or very far south, you could have a situation where they know each other's paths, and they know each other where they usually would go for a compound or something like that. And they would know that, for example, if NLT, if it's the same circle, if NLT is going straight into the circle or where they're going to try to do that, then NAVI could gatekeep either a position in the edge of the circle or a compound that they're expecting NLT to go into and kind of rat them a little bit.
And if that is a huge possibility in the final game, depending on where the circle goes, right? If it's one of those ones where, similar to the huge water circles we've seen before, where there are only a couple of major routes in, that's the point where you start thinking about roadblocks, gatekeeping, making sure that no one can pass you, knowing where the other teams drop, what route they're likely to take. So you can roughly guess the identities of who's coming by, narrow it down to 1 or 2 teams before you even see someone on the horizon. And that's something that either of these teams is perfectly capable of doing. Far more likely than a hot drop, we think.
Let's take a look now at the players and the kill leaderboard to see who is sitting on the top. And right now still, I mean, Polish Power jumping up to 3rd place. They're going to be really happy with that. I mean,
yeah, the entirety of Polish Power.
I mean, I'd always be happy.
Yeah,
you're cheeky. Krunio is going to be happy. But obviously the rest of your team likes it when you're getting kills, because kills equal points, Avenger.
For sure. And Kapi is on 24 right now. So in general, our top 10 is very, very competitive. But still, obviously, it's going to be very populated by NLT and NAVI because they are this far ahead right now than the rest of the competition. But so far, yeah, the question is, are they going to be able to catch up? I doubt it. I think it's going to stay the same for the last game. It's pretty hard to get 3-4 kills. more than what the other guys are going to be getting, because we're expecting NLT to still put 1 or 2 kills each.
So we're having the NLT NLT NAVI battle, but then for third place we're having another battle as well, Polish Power and FaZe. How does that play out? Do they, I mean, this is Polish Power, do they try and go after FaZe early on just to make sure that they're out of contention?
No, I think we'll still see Polish Power do something crazy.
Why is everyone so
like
nice in this lobby?
No. That's not the case. Sakura Hansen just hunted down and arrested Ents on Miramar. I don't think that's nice. I think that the two guys that is going to be, or the two teams that's going to be doing that is obviously Polish Power or Sakura Hansen. But I think we could definitely see something like a drive-by, or especially so if you talk to like Marcelic and the guys on Polish Power, they would say we take advantage of the other team's weak decision. So if there's a player that is driving solo or only 2 guys in a car, and Polish Power has 3 or 4 cars with all their 4 members, they're going to take advantage of that kind of weak decision, or them being kind of unconnected or disconnected from the other guys of the team.
I want fire, smoke, explosions, chaos. I want it all. Kylaris, Toby, set it alight.
Well, considering you guys want a double-digit dinner, thank you, bye-bye, I think here from NAVI. I don't know if that's going to happen, but one thing is for sure is that, as I said in the previous game, Northern Lights right now, they're stamping their seal of approval on this tournament, and it will take a task and a half to dislodge them. It's the final game, ladies and gentlemen. It's G-Loot Season 6, and this Erangel will decide our champions.
We speculate, and we speculate some more, but no hot drop, at least not right off the bat. It is a hard Western plane, though.
NAVI. Oh no, okay.
They'll be fine. They'll be fine. A lot of teams down towards the south, though, majority of which I would assume, like, I mean, honestly, both for FaZe and probably for Entropic too, taking those vehicles, see if they can make their way over towards the Mills side of things. This time around, Low not ready the parachute to get that vehicle, will be forfeited to Pixel. But as we were saying, I mean, of course, we have to highlight Northern Lights and NAVI, because they are fighting for first. But if we look at the leaderboard, there are a lot of fights to be had for spots on that leaderboard, 4 additional points when it comes to PGC points. There's so much to be fought for, and well, I mean, we were over here yesterday, we were over here the day before, so let's finish things off on the West Coast.
That's right. And for Northern Lights as well as NAVI, the entry points that we're thinking about for those two is quite similar to one another.
Tell me that Example has a car, or a car and a gun. Because there's 3 people sitting still
in a car.
4 people sitting still.
They were picking up and leaving
in a car right outside. He has a revolver and a Bison.
Oh, that's a shame. Well, if anybody could hit the shots, it would be Example, being the highest damage dealer in this lobby by far. There's no way There's no way.
Imagine the quad kill to start. They were parked for a terrifyingly long amount of time there. Yeah. He even hit one.
He did.
Kelsey actually got hit by that. But wow, okay, no freebies this time around. NAVI will have to fight for the kills they're going to gain, and well, I mean, they will need quite a few. As was said during the death segment just now, it's a long journey. Not only do you need a lot, but you also heavily rely on Northern Lights to bomb out 0.
The thing about Example is when you watch those kinds of silly moments go down, I compare him to Tiggleton, because whenever I'm watching Tig stream, I'm like, you're a cyborg. And he'll confirm that I call him a cyborg. He knows. And likewise, Example, he's a bit of a cyborg as well. How do you hit these shots? Like, it's just absolutely
Do you want
ludicrous.
the simple answer or the complicated answer?
Their eyes are different. I don't know.
I was going to say they use the mouse.
What do you mean they use the mouse?
To hit.
What are you talking about?
To hit.
You're baiting this out. What are you talking about?
Polish Power getting looted on up. A fantastic, you can't underline it, fantastic performance for Polish Power throughout this entire tournament. Not only do they come on in to the finals doing well, they played extremely well in Season 5, but weren't able to maintain the lead they had at the time. Then they come back and they start popping off again. Now 3rd place still, with FaZe right behind them, and Tropic still in the race too. But Polish Power, I would hope to see, while a 30-point game, given the fact that NAVI gets 0, would be great on the 2nd place, play this game to defend 3rd.
Yeah,
Don't
absolutely.
try and get 2nd.
3rd is extremely respectable for what we've seen from Polish Power so far. Intense versus Creed X here. That's a full pull-up. Voxex will be able to take Intense out quickly, and they're just shooting bullets into his body quickly. In fact, might have even driven over the body once or twice there as well for good measure, because that was aggressive.
That is that's something. That is something. They get the kills, they move on fast, and Sakura Hansen loses one early.
That they do. All right, other teams moving in nice and early. Skade, they've got the pick of the litter when it comes to the compounds ahead of them. So what is your favorite spot? You know what? We'll give you it in a job.
They will literally get to claim whatever they want. And it's interesting to me. We are at 4 minutes 30, and not that is late, but when we have circles that usually shift this far away, we tend to see teams rotate somewhat earlier, which would be, if not now, then a half minute ago. And if we're out towards the east, no one's in a hurry. Liquid just now started their rotation. They would usually be one of the teams to move very early on these ones. But Navi, obviously not in a hurry. FaceClan still looting Milta. Stardust chilling up by Shelter. And Bystanders only now starting to move out of Yasnaya. So for this final game, no one taking any chances. Let's play it slow. Let's play it smart. There's simply too much on the line, because now we've laid it all out. We know what needs to be done in order to get to the top, or to get further up the leaderboard.
And there's your double crate of the day there.
This is going to be a prim ending, confirmed.
Frozzy's golden rule.
Yeah,
no, but I mean, you were mentioning in the past days there about your double crates. There's your first for the day. Not too bad.
They are rare.
James has moved forwards here as the forward scout for Team Liquid. He is usually the guy that does it. And to be fair, sometimes on Erangel, they have been caught in these scenarios where somebody's just been lost. But there's enough room here for them to have a position, have it held down, have it sturdy, and play a decent game from here. They still want to be higher than 10th.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
We're talking about the first and second fight. We're talking about the third and fourth fight. But realistically, everybody 5th through 16th is still fighting for some big points here, because any little PGC point is going to matter. We were so close to tiebreakers in the previous seasons worth going into the last PGC. You don't want to be in that spot.
Exactly, and Liquid, I mean, the way they're looking right now on the leaderboard, 8th, well within reach. Heroic, probably a bit of a steep task, but not impossible, of course. So finishing off, just finishing off on the quote-unquote right side of the leaderboard, while it being the left side, is something they would want. Navi, they know they have a pretty big game in front of them if they want to get it, and Alia finds one. Sakura Sanson already taking one casualty here. They're going to take one more. Navi, again, I mean, they need the kill, so might as well get them while you're driving.
Road rage here across the fields. I don't think you even need to fire any more bullets into him. I think you just fire at the other people still driving, because you could always run that guy over. Here comes the shots coming in, though, from Voxex. Double spray coming in against Skade. This guy is good. And will they get any more for their troubles? Pixelic gets himself right off the backside. Oh, he's blind as well. Blue Star actually picking up a free Jeopardy. Pixelic, so the last one remaining. He needs to bail from here. They still middle table, and there's still opportunities, but no! Creed X cleans them up. That's 5 points going their way.
Solid takedown for Creed X, and again, I mean, for a team sitting dead last on the leaderboard, while climbing this probably won't amount to much. Getting out of that bottom spot, that's still
surrounded.
That's still good. In the meantime, now Navi, again, they know what they have to do in order to get to the first place. They need kills, and rather get them early than having to fight that last for them later.
Knock, they're going to be a raging bull in this game. Navi is going to roll from fight to fight if they can, because they know that that's the only way they're going to get that #1 spot. Their first victim here is Sakura Sensen. Salty, if you have a shotgun, if you have something, if you have mollies to slow them down, you're going to have to try, because Navi's going to see red in this game.
They know there's only one alive, too. They saw in the kill feed earlier, one going down. They took out one in the field. Now He-Man is knocked. It's just Salty left alive. Navi, I should say, James, they really want these kills.
Yes, they do. Well, they get them confirmed. They see exactly where Salty is as well. They can surround this building, and indeed they are. SWAT team style, but the knock does come through, and he will be able to finish it off overall. It didn't get into the knock, actually.
That was a good bait from Millman. Two peeks in, but instantly backs off, goes away, saying, aha, look my way, and the two people come in from behind the building.
Yeah, the camera cut was so harsh, I thought he was knocked. And
he
then
took
I was
a lot of damage.
Wait a minute, there's nothing in the kill feed.
Yeah, no. Navi sitting tight for now. But again, I mean, even if they just sat around here and got all the circles going their way and won the game with a couple more kills, it's still not going to be enough. They need to, as you say, actively go out and look for these kills.
They already spot Entropic. I think they're taking some shots on them as well. And I don't know if you really want to roll into Entropic as your next fight, to be perfectly honest.
You can't care if you're Navi.
They knocked Ivers.
You have to find all of them, and they actually managed, as you say, one does go down. Can they get the flush confirmed? Uber's wrapping around the side here, might get an off angle.
This is going to prompt it. I mean, if you didn't get that knock, you know, maybe there's a bit more caution, but realistically, that is going to very much prompt this move. And now they're trying to find the angle on Nail Up. He did manage to get the recovery from this, but so many eyes are going to be on the team in yellow because they are just not going to stop here in this game because they know they're so up against it.
My memory instantly goes back to a game that we had the pleasure of covering. Na'Vi needing, I think, 13 or 14 kills in order to win it. I just remember them running behind an exploded Dasha to try and get the win. This could be one of those historic games to come. Smash goes down, but Tulins knocked from FaZe Clan. That is massive.
I know exactly which game you're referring to. It was the Miracle game, just kind of north of Everest, I think it was, or northwest of Everest, where they pushed up against that compound towards the very end of all of things. But anyway, we have now Wetput, Rykes somehow doing something against Smash. They were able to put in a lot of work against Skade, but now BBL is presenting the next threat. Rykes has a shotgun in this as well.
Don't want to risk too much here. BBL wrapping around. Stardust just a couple of points ahead. Spots one, but of course, the shotgun prevails, comes out victorious. One goes down. Thindalos does get boxed with the molly. So Code Margo, Thindalos down. Just Polish two players left alive. And again, BBL, I mean, looking at this entire tournament, falling short in the upper bracket, smashing the lower bracket, and now just non-existent.
Yeah, the consistency, unfortunately for them, is just not there when it comes to phases in tournaments as a whole, but they now see the wrap. Oh. They're hitting their shots, they're mad. We have already FaZe managing to just skirt around this. I think they still may roll into Entropic while that's going on, though.
Northern Lights making their rotation too, going scary close to Na'Vi. Here, Code Marco. Shots fired, will lose his last teammate, so Marco on his own for the remainder of this game.
So Creedex is on 8 kills at the 11-minute mark. Where was this Creedex?
This is the, we have nothing to lose. We just don't want to be last place, Creedex. Yep. Those type of teams get really scary, and that's what I was talking about coming into this. The teams that, I mean, there are so many more traps added to the game when you have situations like these.
All right, pause. You mentioned it just before. There is a world where Northern Lights goes close to NAVI here, as we watch this unfold on the eastern side whilst this little fight is going down. Marselek, once again, unfortunately for him, will be that knock. Lou is going to scout forwards. There's quite the distance still between these teams here, so no alarms going off just yet. But the two teams in contention for the big prize are about 500 meters away from each other at present.
We said that Polish Power shouldn't play for second, but defend third. They've lost 2 players already in trying to maintain a split that was by no means risky at the time, but still, when you're playing defend third, splitting is one of the most dangerous things you can do, and they've lost 2. Just Kapi and Krunio, I believe, left alive down inside Primorsk, and if they have to leave out there, FaZe, I mean, 1 kill already, they're looking hungry for that 3rd place.
You ever get a feeling that a team's kind of moving into a spot where maybe they don't want to be?
Yeah.
That might be Stardust.
Yeah, I mean, they're being surrounded by Northern Lights players. That is terrifying. Thing is, if this fight pops off, which you can only imagine that it will at some point, and Na'Vi understands where this is going on,
sees what's
happening. Have to give up that compound and go for it. They have got to take down Northern Lights, and hopefully, if they can, get the flushes that would have been knocks made by Northern Lights.
Because even if Na'Vi comes out and gets that double-digit big game, etc., like off of the back of a win, you still need Northern Lights to get 0 or very, very low.
1 team wipe from Northern Lights, and it's pretty much impossible for Na'Vi to come out and win this tournament. If they see something happening over towards the east, I want to see them in the cards. As great as that compound is for cover, they have to take out Northern Lights.
The cool thing about the leaderboards right now as well is that Na'Vi, whilst BBL goes out, Na'Vi isn't risking anything by chasing.
No.
There's no way they're going to get taken over by 3rd place.
Especially now that Polish Power is down to 2.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no way. FaZe could get a 24 kill win. Yes, okay, fair enough. But even then, most unlikely. So for Na'Vi, get the win or get 2nd place. That's all you have to play for. Circle, well, it's going to force Northern Lights closer to Na'Vi. Curious to see how this one goes on. Stardust instantly leaving, so that fight that could have happened between Northern Lights and them, most likely not going to take place.
Once one knock happens, I mean, the fact that Northern Lights is already down to 3 anyway really does cause them problems if a knock comes in. Navi will have seen the previous knock and death of Northern Lights from all of this.
And remember, Batulans went down earlier too, right?
Yeah.
So they've got to be cautious here.
Yes.
And I think, I mean, obviously Northern Lights, knowing the rotations coming through from the other side team, they will know that things are going. I'm looking at Navi on the map right now. They do get the kill confirmed. But Navi still looking around. They would have heard those shots. They would have seen it in the kill feed. And they now know that Northern Lights is playing southeast of their position.
Yeah, they're looking around elsewhere. They know that there is a threat north of them because Batulin, Bystanders is up there. Navi, you have to do something about this.
It's just going too fast. It's going too fast. They're finding the kills too fast and the flushes to follow. Had knocks come on to Northern Lights, I think that would have been another story. But now they're coming through the other way. There's just nothing they could do.
Look at, I mean, the barrier to entry, though, for Northern Lights from after this fight concludes is Navi and Entropic.
Yeah.
It couldn't work out any more beautifully to really cause them a bit of a problem, even though, of course, they have an extreme lead. So let's see how they're going to deal with that.
One down on Northern Lights already. They are well aware of Metabase position. They're going to take out the doors there too. Beamy does find Reichs. Vox trying to get out of there. Will they be allowed to do so? Ooh, headshot does come through. And actually T-Bone takes down the final player. So Creed will finish this tournament dead last. Stardust taking out 4 points for Northern Lights. It's starting to look very, very unlikely for Na'Vi to come back in this one. Shut out the window. Unfortunate. So far, it's 22 points. If you're Navi, you just cannot have Northern Lights gain more.
Luke moving forwards into those small dips that exist on the beach. And there was Melman as well as Example that were looking down that way. Melman has now got in a car. I am watching them like a hawk, man. I really want to see if they do much, but they're just looking to reinforce the other frontal position. Entropic has spotted the movement of Northern Lights.
Look at how Edge... I mean, no, they just want to get inside the circle. We'll wait. We're not in a hurry. We will take a breath of relief once we see Navi starting to take casualties. But until then, we're doing everything that we can to stay alive.
Just to stay alive. Perfectix goes on the wide move from across this. Covering shots will force him
He's going all the
away
way
from looking at it. Yeah, he is going so far. There is a small incline on this beach which actually covers him really nicely against a few of the members of Entropic.
Wait, they have free access to Prim now.
He's gone so far.
Polish Power only 2 in the city. If Perfectix gets this read right now, the circle does hard shift back. Of course, we're going to go away from the water to some extent, but this one up towards Navi. The issue is Bystanders now being inside the same compound as Navi could prove to be the killing blow that Navi didn't want to have happen. They're only 2 down there so far, though.
There's a world where I suppose spreading out your chances and your angles of attack for the next circle would say maybe you keep at least one alive, but it's very difficult to justify.
Northern Lights has 2 plays here. Either you take the fight to Entropic, which I don't think they're planning on doing, or you try and play the force on the north side of backfill on Navi in the compound they left.
That's what I thought.
There's no west side play for Navi for Northern Lights here.
Yeah, I mean, they do not have that full information to the north, of course, but from where they're at right now, you can't play the beach.
No. Simply not possible. They would have to backfill to some extent. Oh my lord, this could not be worse for Polish Power. They tried to defend as best as they could, and now FaZe getting these kills, as you're saying, James, 4 points, separating them from a tie with Polish Power.
It's time to start sweating for Polish Power as FaZe will stay alive in this fight for a lot longer. Navi, though, will be looking at the kill feed. If any of these guys go down from Northern Lights, actually the cross shots come in from Lou. He stops them from being able to aggress onto that position. And now Spiro throws the nade over. They're not in. That nade almost connects and almost gets the knock, but Lou barely survives. It must have rolled just a little further. Northern Lights, no knocks just yet.
Perfectix sitting so far away from this, tried to help as best as he could from inside the warehouse. Now has to make the play back towards his teammates. He will get up the hillside. He might actually have a chance to get the peak overview down towards the gutter, or down towards the what do you call, the crater that Nailab and Ivers are currently occupying. If he gets up there and gets some good shots off, that's either going to force them off, or even better, maybe he can get a knock or 2.
I mean, the one blessing for Perfectix is now that he's found himself
headshot through, headshot.
Because Polish Power made that charge, they're no longer realistically there to threaten him with the angle that he wants to get. Here come the nades. They're trying to bail. They're trying to get up, and it's not going to be it. Spiro gets 2 from all of that. He was already the kill leader, And now he is eking out the lead more and more against NAVI.
Northern Lights just not giving up, forced to play the shorelines, but still making their way forward. They want these points. They know how important they are, they are putting it in their own hands to claim this victory.
Uber and Aid on bystanders. They're trying to find themselves points against bystanders up on this northern position here. And at the same time, though, they know that the rest of the potential angles for bystanders were up the hill because they were already firing at them prior. ENCE is trying to also push on that too. But Vectix is now rendezvoused with Northern Lights down towards the south. Herc sprays into Rustenmar and brings him down swiftly with haste.
What a spray. I mean, Herc again, such a... Every time we've seen highlights from bystanders over the course of this tournament, it's been Herc, whether it's with shotguns or ARs up close, he's really a force to be dealt with. NAVI, again, I mean, the more kills they see Northern Lights get, the more they know that they need to get even more themselves. Example now, full push forward. NAVI's having a good game, 5 kills so far, no casualties. They will hear bystanders on the right side. Spots climbing, takes down one. They will see at the sides of the second one. Two players down, 7 kills for NAVI, but as I said, Northern Lights, every time NAVI gets something, they're just immediately there to respond.
Neither team is willing to let this go.
Exactly.
I've said it all tournament long. The right comes in, the left comes in, the right comes in, the left comes in. Northern Lights and NAVI are going blow for blow on opposite sides of this circle right now. They are the story. They are the highlight here as we continue things on in this big money match.
Absolutely phenomenal to bear witness to 2 massive teams playing massive PUBG. Faultlessly finds Pimi as question mark tried wrapping their way further forward. And look at the leaderboard again, question mark. They know who's above them on this leaderboard. So many of these teams fighting for the same spots, fighting one another in this final match. Question mark gets all the kills. 3 players still on their feet, just a couple of points away from Heroic.
Yeah, question mark playing a great play in here because realistically, they can jump if they keep getting themselves stuff. Squeaky up to the north against Metralius. But for NAVI, they need to wrap all the way around that western side and take every kill they can. If you want to be aggressive, NAVI, now is the absolute time. Uber is able to get himself Tixu. The sweeps will continue. They'll go for ENCE, they'll go for DA, and their next target after that will be Team Liquid.
They are not gonna give up on this whatsoever. Every single knock you see going in the favor of Northern Lights gives more more energy to NAVI and trying going out and replicate. Not only that, but do even better themselves.
And of course, the South situation is Entropic versus NLT. Of course, this is how the potential Northern Lights push for the overall victory could end, with the usurpers that are Entropic down towards the south, but they're only 2 and they don't really have the full angles. Question mark is gone. Their hopes of pushing above Heroic and bystanders is done.
We're running short of kills for NAVI to even get back on this. I mean, they've got alive with 4, but there are only so many players left alive in this game now. They really need to start fighting them. QBE spots one out of the open. Vectix down, just 1 hit there. Will he find the last? No, not gonna have it. Swaps over to the AR point, and bullet could hit. He's on point and he actually hits it, but he survives with 1 HP.
You're totally right. I mean, NAVI on the opposite side of this would need 10 or 11 kills and Northern Lights to go out now if this was to even be feasible. But Vard hits Gustav hard, and we have FaZe as well getting himself clip with Fex, 80 on Jeems. Team Liquid is looking to melt down here.
1 player left alive for now for Northern Lights. And NAVI is coming. They know what needs to be done. They've waited. They've allowed for Northern Lights to play their game, but they need the kills here. They need to take the victory themselves.
You've got to do it. You've got to take almost every single point here you can get. Alia is pushing up aggressively against it. Team Liquid dies off, and that is Northern Lights out. But now you've got to turn around and shoot absolutely everything. This might not be doable. This not doable with all the kills. There's not enough.
There really shouldn't be. There really shouldn't be. Even with the kills, NAVI doing what they could, doing everything they could here, but Northern Lights placement points alongside the kills they've been given. Even if they get everything here, I'm not sure it's going to be possible, but oh my lord, do they put in a valid effort. 10 kills, 0 casualties, have done everything they possibly could to claim victory here, but Northern Lights just too much of a trouble opponent to go up against.
Only 5 kill points remain on the field. Reasonably, with their position that they're in, they could take every single one. They could, but again, as you say, it's just too out of reach. But really now what we look at is, does FaZe convert even more here? If they convert even more off this Polish power, we already said they were sweating, they weren't far behind. They might have already done enough here, all things considered.
Yep. Spray comes
Down.
through, Fakes goes down instantly.
You're not stopping them
NAVI
this
wants
game.
to get this game, and they're doing everything they can to get there. Alia finds one more, just 4 more DA players to be dealt with before NAVI can sit back and watch the overall leaderboard. Did they get enough or did they not? Both of us, James, think it's gonna fall short. But I'm not going to say anything until I see the leaderboard after this game is over.
Yeah, as you say, the 4 versus 4. We said that NAVI was going to be a raging bull. They saw red. They took out red just now with FaZe falling. Now it's all about the blue. Will DA be even able to crunch down on this?
NAVI might finish this final game with a 16-kill win
and
still not win the tournament.
Yeah. The fact, the testament to all of this, the fact that they have been able to come out and potentially get yet another win. Holy moly.
That's absurd. We are watching I don't even want to say PUBG team in the making, because NAVI's been around for a long time, but this, with the addition of Uber, with how they're playing now, they're just coming off of, as we've been saying along this weekend, a win in the previous tournament. So now go out and perform like this. PCS 7, watch out. Because NAVI is as scary as any team would ever be.
And the problem is everyone thought, oh yeah, you're going into the next tournament, it's a 2-horse race, Northern Lights and Entropic. No, absolutely not.
No.
With NAVI looking like this, but DA still would love some extra points to move up those ranks. When we've talked to DA in the past, Metralius himself has come out and said this is a rebuilding of the team, a retooling of the weapons that they can have in their arsenal. And for all intents and purposes, there are moments where this DA roster has had... It's worked. There's been work moments for DA. They got 4th last weekend. But beyond that, can it work against NAVI in the final moments when NAVI is feeling hot?
DA, of course, would want this win. Whatever they can climb up the leaderboard for the final breath of this tournament, they would gladly take to them. But NAVI, do they want to finish this off with a win? There's no way. There's no way along this game that NAVI knows if they have got it or not.
Yeah.
You would not, I mean, unless if they have their coach sitting doing the math and
like
feeding it to them while they're
what
playing.
Northern Lights got while this game was going on.
They have to play for the win with all the kills they can get and just hope that it's going to be enough.
Eyes on.
Oh, the mid-air tag as well. If Metralius falls here, there's no one going back to fetch him.
I gotta say it, the Green Machine sings its song across the battlefield. How do you respond with that in play as well? I don't know. DA, of course, has the advantage in terms of position.
They've got the circle. I'm expecting a hard West rep for the entirety of NAVI. Once they realize it's a 3-1 split, they know now that Metralius is playing back.
Yeah.
Uber is going to hold that angle until the day he dies, and the remaining 3 from NAVI is going to hard sweep on the left side. And as long as he can contain Metralius, there's going to be no oversight from behind feeding info to DA. So all they will have is visual, is info in that regard. Or maybe they just hard crash with the cars into the compound, but that would be... That'd be a new strat that I haven't seen in a while.
And as you say, a cautious tale from NAVI in the final moments, because as you say,
they got to play for the win.
They don't know exact numbers that come down to this. And as much as, yes, they were absolutely just cruising from fight to fight to fight to try and find it there, that works in chaos. When there's other teams around other teams, when it's a 4v4, that doesn't necessarily work in the slightest.
The fact that they've come this far, a potential 16-kill win. You cannot ask for a team to perform better when you say you have one more game, to go out and do your best to claim the win. 16-kill and a win, should they go out and take out DA. And it might just not be enough.
If this were any other scenario, if this were PCS 6 scenario, Entropic would have fought Northern Lights harder and maybe denied some of their kills. But this is G-Loot Season 6. This was not the PCS 6.
I know we always say anything could happen in any game, and it's never the last game that is the judge of things, but I cannot help but going back to the game. Spiro takes out one from NAVI, denying them a win on Miramar earlier today.
Yeah.
If that's the point margin, if that's the 4 or 5 points they're going to win by Northern Lights, that's the first memory we jump back to and saying,
I do wonder.
That could have been the difference maker.
Well, circle now will change, and for DA, the 3 split goes their way. The 3-1, sorry, I should say.
DA is going to fall back just a little bit. The issue for NAVI now is they're going to have to push down the hill on the other side. I would suppose that NAVI tries to smoke off, and they really want Metralius dead. if they take Metralius out, they know they're playing against a blind DA with 0 info to go off of other than what they can hear themselves. Metralius right now is playing it perfectly because he's staying alive. That is what's keeping DA alive, is the fact that Metralius does not go down.
But the thing is that Navi still has a lot of util, and as this circle shrinks, DA's angle becomes tighter. That means your utility, grenades, etc., and things like that will become more effective. The smokes begin to descend on the battlefield.
Do they want to play the east side of this? They're smoking a trail as if they want to wrap east around. I think they do. They want to take the east. They want to get down the road. Maybe they want to take the fight to Metralius here. That would be... No, they have to stop in the trees.
He's moved.
There's no way they continue all the way over.
He moved.
They do.
Well, they now see exactly where the angle is.
They're going for the solo.
It's the hard cover that still is technically in the circle, and it is open. The 3 from DA are open from this angle. The only thing that was holding this off was Metralius on that side of the wall.
They know it's a solo playing the other side, and keep in mind they've left Uber on the other side. Example finds one. They've taken away the angle. Uber finds one up close as well. Navi to dare. They know what's on the line. To dare and go out and do this. Which other team would go out and perform like this? Metralius with a response.
They solved this puzzle for the most part, but really DA is bringing the brute force against it. Now, can Melman underhand? That's perfect. Beautiful.
Perfect.
Oh my days, that is beautiful. Alia finishes off Schiller, and there is not much remaining here for DA. Once those smokes evaporate, they will be open to the elements.
Full speed forward into the car we go. Melman stays behind. It's the bait. It's the bait drive coming through. Melman, though, needs to make a move soon. 5 seconds until the circle is going to start closing on in. He only has so much time left to play. Alia is as close to the dot as you possibly could be. 3 nades as well. Start lobbing them forward. This is the last chance you're going to get.
He has 3 nades. You just arc them towards where that car is. Maybe a little bit further. That is way too short, but still shots will come in from the opposite angle here.
He has a bridge too. He can throw down behind. Down 14 2v2 here. That nade, oh, Huth, he's using the smokes perfectly here.
A jump nade could potentially make that distance.
No smokes, though. This is the last you're going to get, guys. Nade, lopped up.
There's
nade,
the jump.
Thrown. It's perfect.
It's too close, and Alia has to move out there, knowing that a potential second nade could come in. They had to disperse a little bit. The flash will hit. It's up to Melman. He's the guy that has not quite got as much damage as the rest of them. But Melman is still capable of doing the damage.
Spots one off the side, down to low HP. Spots the second. It's not going to happen. DA wins the final game with 7 kills. But what an effort for Na'Vi to try and bring that game home.
What are the repercussions of DA here? Getting themselves a victory, maybe moving up a little bit with those PGC points, maybe bagging themselves a little bit more money as well. But ultimately, when we look at how tense the situation was between Na'Vi, Northern Lights, the fact that Northern Lights stayed alive for so long, with 3, mind you, during all of that, and getting themselves 7 conversions. Whew.
For Northern Light, for Na'Vi to commit to the crossover into the compound. They know they're going to be driving with 3 people shooting. We saw them line up the smokes to go, what's the play here? We feared it. They did it. It almost worked out too. That was absolutely phenomenal to watch.
Unbelievable. What a tournament. What a tournament. I think at this point, it may be a foregone conclusion with how much of a difference came in from those points overall. But the fact that we constantly saw those 2 teams at the top just swinging all 3 days long. Beautiful tournament.
Absolutely insane. Let's bring back the desk, Sam. Everyone on the desk, just join us because this was phenomenal.
What I think was absolutely phenomenal was just the big brains, big balls plays from Navi at the end. I was a bit heartbroken that it didn't pay off, but then I was excited for Digital Athletics because they were a team that we saw in Super Weekend. They were so consistent throughout this new roster that had come together. Took them the whole weekend, but what a showcase and what a great fight to end our entire season. So impressive. And gents, talking about impressive, you were both very impressive as well as casters. Really enjoyed the show. Thank you for bringing us all the action.
Thank you.
Look at them.
That's all I've got for you.
That's all you got. Thank you. Okay.
Just the thing.
Bye.
Just the things. Bye-bye.
Bye. Let's talk about that last fight where we got to see. I mean, Navi knew what was on the line. Digital Athletics. So when Navi came in, and I said it earlier, that big brain play where they were like, we're just going to risk it all for a moment it looked like it was going to pay off, and then not so much.
It was so good, understanding exactly where the players from Digital Athletics were, knowing where the solo was. And then, to be fair, Mitralis did a good job of getting out of the way as well and holding that angle. The underarm nade was fantastic. The brute force from DA, like the desk said, absolutely beautiful stuff from them to take it to a 2v2 situation. If Navi hadn't done that, though, DA would have simply had the upper hand as the circle continued to shrink. Navi had to make something happen, and they did it without losing a player.
Good call from Navi. Or
yeah,
I would say
that
maybe?
there's not the only call. There's always you can a cheeky drive-by into it but they wanted to win it. That was their chance and their way to do it. Also to potentially taking another win home. That would have been crazy, right? But for me here, the big one is that Digital Athletics might have outperformed BPL, which is one of their direct contenders in terms of PTC points. That could be huge. So I'm really looking forward to see if that's the case.
Big step for them. And then, of course, there was that other battle going on. FaZe, Polish Power.
Yes.
And FaZe took Polish Power out directly. That was a huge one, John.
Really, really big. The moment they took Polish Power out, it got them 4 points behind, right? So suddenly, the tension in the room where we were, it just ratcheted up just that little bit more. There were more storylines to follow. They so close to them overtaking. Polish Power must have had a big lump in their throats for the rest of the game. That was such a pivotal moment.
This entire last game was so much fun to watch. We'll see the highlights in a little bit, but really showcasing what the European regions got to offer. And to be honest, I feel like we needed an extra day just because of how close it got.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes you could have a really long format. You could have 30 games or something like that. But here, these two teams, they just took it so far ahead of everyone else. It would have been a two-horse race for a lot of games. So I love the way that ended. I would have loved to see Navi potentially taking Northern Lights out a little bit earlier. So that would have been, if they won that, that would have been a guaranteed win of the tournament. Now it's kind of the question is it going to happen? Is it not going to happen? Most likely not.
Did they leave it too late?
I think so, yeah. But also this one here in Tropic kind of being somewhat unlucky, but also they drove away and the double, triple nade coming in for that. That was the big one. But I love the effort that we saw from Navi. I love the amount of the kills we saw here in the very last game. It made it such a nail-biter.
You could see they weren't trying to dodge each other either, right? Northern Lights coming in via Ferry Pier rotation that Navi often does, but they were on the north side of the circle by then. It was nail-bitingly close pretty much the whole way through.
Navi just seems revitalized with Uber in the lineup.
Yeah, maybe it's a honeymoon period. I don't think so. What we've seen so far from just the last couple of weeks of tournaments, John, I think it's been great. I really love what I'm seeing from him. It
does feel a little bit like a renaissance of sorts, but you're right. You can't call it a honeymoon period when Uber's been there at the beginning. It feels like they're almost sort of reinflating themselves and going, actually, yeah, we remember how to do this. It was an absolute joy to watch.
Yeah, reinvigorated is probably the best way to describe it, I feel like.
I mean, what was it? 6 chicken dinners over the course of the grand finals from Navi. That is insane. But Digital Athletics took that last chicken dinner. So there it is, the leaderboard after this game. And you can see that despite them taking the chicken dinner, Navi's still sitting on the top there with 14 kills.
Completely understandable. They were out to make sure that they had an opportunity to win. If they win the game, they want to be able to make sure they take the tournament, right? There's no point winning the game with 7 or 8 kills. Absolutely not. We needed a big game, and they delivered.
It is now time to see who the winner is for Season 6 of G-Loot.
Wow.
And they kept it. They were able to stay on top. Northern Lights claims Season 6. They were the winners of Season 5 as well. Back-to-back winners. They're going to be very happy. Navi, how Northern Lights overtook them, I don't know after day 2. But the fact that they did, and then Navi still sort of fighting right till the end, that is a team that everyone needs to keep their eyes on moving forward, because I think they were a middle of the pack. Navi is up for contention, and they are coming for the big guys.
100%. We started the tournament with Navi steamrolling the lobby and us asking the question, where in Tropic, where in Northern Lights, is anyone going to come back? Not only did they come back, they were a freight train out of the fog. Absolutely amazing. They're bad games. They outpointed Navi by so much. I think that was the big difference, Baker.
There they are, your winners for Season 6 Northern Lights. FaZe coming in 3rd and not getting any points. Hugely problematic for them moving forward. Liquid able to move up. So many things have happened that are going to impact the rest of the year and PUBG.
Huge changes in terms of the PGC standing. That's going to be massive also. But Digital Athletics also, with the performance that they had in that last game, that's just so great to see them being able to jump some few spots, also outperforming BPL. Super good to see, yeah.
We now have an opportunity to chat to Batulins from Northern Lights. He is with us now in the bathrobe. Yes, we approve. Congratulations. I got to talk to you in Season 5, doing it again. I have to know, what was the conversation happening amongst the team when you were watching that final game? Obviously, you were out a little bit nervous that NAVI might be able to beat you, or had you done the maths and you knew that you had the victory?
No, of course we knew that we're gonna win this tournament.
Boom!
Yeah, it was a nice try by NAVI, and they played a good game, but the winners are us, so unlucky.
What do you think of this NAVI with Uber back in it? Is it a team, and I mean, I know we asked this yesterday, but do you feel that this is now a team that is going to put up a very big fight as you move forward?
I guess so. Yeah, I think they're playing better than they played before, but I don't really want to say that like after one tournament that they're like super strong team right now. But so you should better watch next tournaments and PGC. So yeah, after PGC, I would say if they are actually the super team right now.
But Sulans, it was Kalaris who said you never bet against NLT. I am going to take his word for it. Phenomenal performance. You bounced back. We did not think NAVI could get caught. So well done. I know that the boys on the desk will have some questions for you as well, but I'm just so impressed with your performance.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Batulins, congratulations. Absolutely fantastic performance from you guys. Simple question from me. When you guys were catching NAVI throughout the tournament, when it looked like their lead was insane after the end of day one, was there one point where you said, actually, this is the moment where you knew that you were going to catch them? Was there a flip in the switch, a moment where you thought, yes, we're doing this now?
I think for sure it's a game when we won the Los Leones circle. So yeah, we did like 20
Epic
points.
Ending.
Yeah, 20 kills, win. And of course, after this game, we understood that it's super easy to catch them. But I think after the first day, we knew that we're gonna fight for the first place, because it's not the first time for us to win the tournament in the last day. And I think everyone knows that we are getting stronger and stronger, like when we're coming to the end of the tournament. Yeah. So it's our kind of plan in our head that we know how team's gonna start playing in the middle of the tournament, in the end of the tournament, and we know how we're gonna start playing, and it works, as you see.
Amazing, congratulations.
Really good to see you, my friend, and congratulations on a big win again. You guys obviously still here for the NLT era. You just denied Entropic. They were looking to them to step up here after PCS, so that was great. Congratulations for that. I have a little bit of a question in terms of what your guys' plan were in the last couple of games. Did you have any specific approach to kind of counter NAVI, or what were your guys' thoughts going into the last two games?
No, we didn't think about NAVI at all. Like, of course, we were counting how they play, how much points they get, but we don't really think about them. We knew how the lobby will start playing. Right. Everyone gonna make some super aggressive fights in the beginning of the game, so we kind of took the control of the map and played it super slowly, and it works. Yeah, we had rough games in Milta. We had like super good positions, but we have never played these positions before. Right. So if we would play better, we would win this tournament much earlier. But yeah, it is how it is. So that's all. Still insane games to start the day with here. That was really, I was like, all right, we're going to have some good games from you guys. You guys just go out and win 2 games and get a third place. Like, oh, this is looking like it's going to be kind of scary. But yeah, huge congrats to you guys. You can really put a stamp on that. It's still the NLT era now that you're back in the lead for the PGC points. Congrats on that, and say hi to the guys. Yeah, thanks to everyone who was watching this tournament again and again and again. I respect all the viewers, all the casters, all the players. Big thanks to Entropic that kind of motivated us to work 10 times harder. Nice. Because after we lost the first, after we lost the first place in PCS event, we were like super angry that we lost it. Yeah, and but you know, like in positive way. Right. So yeah. Can you make me a promise? Yeah.
Can you make a promise? Please don't win PCS 7. Give someone else that guaranteed spot for PDC.
They gave someone else a shot at PCS 6. They've
done that already.
7. They've done it already. You get PCS 7. We'll see you right there at the top of the leaderboard, I am sure. Congratulations, Batulans. What an incredible performance. And I'm sure I'll probably be speaking to you again when you win Season 7.
Yeah, I hope you're gonna see us in a kind of new organization. As everyone knows, we were kind of kicked from the previous one, and now we're gonna try to find a new home. And I hope we're gonna be deserved to be in the good organization.
Of course,
so,
absolutely.
Yep. See you next events. See you, everyone. Thank you for the tournament. Thank you, GLL, for the tournament. The organization was super nice. And yeah, bye-bye. I'm gonna chill, drink some coffee, and go sleep. Bye-bye.
I mean, I don't know how drinking...
Coffee to go sleep.
Drink that coffee and go and have a sleep. Thank you so much. Congrats once again. What a great advert, right? Back-to-back winners of G-Loot. I mean, that's a nice one. And what just like such a great ambassador for PUBG and so much fun to speak to.
You can't beat the bathrobe, man.
No, the bathrobe is just crazy. Even here in the summer, right? And you know, you're coming into this and you just know that's their work ethic and their mindset is just through the roof. That is what is putting them and has been putting them in this spot here for nearly 2 years now, right? All right, in Tropic 1, we're like, we don't want to be beaten. We want to outperform these guys, so they wanted to work even harder, and that really showed here.
It's a specific mentality. So many teams could come out and there and say, oh, we're so glad we managed to beat our rivals. No, thank you to our rivals for making us work harder. How can you not love that approach to the game, the passion that you could hear in his voice when he's giving that interview? It's incredible.
Hard work beats talent. When it's NLT, there's talent and hard work. So
combined,
it's really tough to beat NLT, which most of the teams have now learned. Let's take a look, though, at who tops the kills leaderboard, because this is always a fun one. And, of course, it's going to be those NLT players.
Oh, my God. And they even tie they tie it up. But Spyro has 11 assists, while Perfectus has 6. So that's really, really good to see. But, yeah. Crazy performance from both Navi and LNT.
Look how close really Uber was, though. He was trying so hard to get into that top 2. And I mean, he was, what, 1 kill away? That's insane.
An example actually also has 30, but is also beaten on the assist tiebreaker there. So, oh no, that actually comes down to, no, I think Example has, they both have 30 and 8 assists, but Example has 7,200 damage.
What?
That is insane.
That's incredible.
Yeah, so he's the damage leader, and he obviously has been for so many tournaments. So yeah, it's very impressive for him to take 30 home too.
Were there any teams, I mean, we've obviously spoken lots about first, second, and third. They dominated the kill feed. They dominated the chicken dinners. Any other teams that maybe out the corner of your eye you spotted and said, oh, that is one to watch for PCS 7?
Whether it's one to watch for PCS 7 or not, I don't know. But the strength in character to come back, forget the results, and win in the way Team Liquid did, and continue to post results in the way that they did. ENCE as well, not quite...
ENCE came second last, my friend.
Well, there was a string of games at the start of today where they were getting 7, 8, but they were raising the baseline to a level that they should have done on day 1 and 2, let's be real. But it was starting to look like they were getting a little bit of the mojo back, and it was nice to see. It's nice to see that they can wipe that slate clean and not care about the position in the leaderboard and go through with it. I want to see more of that attitude, because that's what they need to keep grinding and give us a good showing in PCS 7.
How about you, Erangel?
So I actually want to really be happy and thank the guys that made it through the open qualifiers, right? Because we have this format here, and we have a lot of teams that have actually proved themselves and done really well and gotten into the top 10 through the open qualifiers. It's such a hard way to go through that, even with our double elimination upper-lower bracket system we had. So it was really good to see these teams, Bystanders especially, Polish Power especially, being able to go through that, perform like that. That's been very impressive to see.
I mean, Polish Power was competing for 3rd place. That is, they have really just complete. I remember season 5 we spoke about, hey, maybe you should watch Polish Power, but now it's not even maybe you should, like, keep an eye on, because if you're not watching them, they're going to shoot you in the head probably very quickly.
It was small differences between 3rd place and quite a long way off. Polish Power were in that position. Bystanders were in that position at one point. You could take the individual performances from players on either one of those teams and just have a highlight reel in themselves from this tournament alone. Lots of great standout performances. The games where they performed poorly were just a little bit worse than the games where some of the other teams performed poorly. And that made all the difference.
Bystanders had such a good run yesterday. I think it was like 3 second places in a row. That consistency. We saw it in the Super Weekend as well. They were consistently finishing in the top 4 as they went through that. So another team that maybe today not necessarily the day. And I think sometimes with teams when they know that they've had such a consistent performance, they can get in their own heads a little bit on the last day if they lack experience. So maybe that's what happened with bystanders today.
I'm not sure. It's definitely, there's a lot of pressure, a lot of mental pressure as well, that even after a good day that you need to get back on the horse and do it again, especially when you're playing against teams that are superstars that have already played at very top level, already won potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars, right? So when these guys come in and they have played at these PCS and tournaments and high-end tournaments here before, but it is so hard to keep consistent against these guys, especially when you have teams that are winning, 4, 5, 2 teams that are winning half of our games, right? It's crazy how top-heavy it's been this tournament.
We know what you're waiting for at the moment is you're wondering why are we still talking, and it's because we've got a bunch of little elves in the back quickly doing maths with like an old school abacus to make sure we can have, there we go, exactly like that.
Oh, yeah.
Have you never used an abacus?
No.
Okay, because you were using a keyboard.
Yeah, I don't know.
Do you know what an abacus is?
No.
Wow.
Really?
I'll tell you after the broadcast.
I probably know what it is in Danish.
You don't know
I'll
what it is
teach
in
you.
Danish.
It's all
I'll
good.
look it up in Danish.
Yeah.
But
We'll sort
while
it
we
out.
wait for that, we're just trying to work out what the PGC points are so you can see what those standings look like. Moving forward now, the next big tournament, of course, is PCS 7. This is also going to be a little bit tougher because you have to play a lot more. So G-Loot, you work your way through Super Weekend, then you've got 3 days to prove yourself.
Yep.
We talk about consistency. This is where you're going to have to be far more, like Navi, you're going to be having to clock up those 3 chicken dinners every day over the course of 2-3 weekends.
There are pros and cons to that for the teams, right? It's a little bit more tolerant to have a bad day, shall we say, at PCS 7. But on the same side of the coin, if you do consistently well for several days in a row, you can build a lead that's even bigger than the one Navi built this weekend, for example, and be really, really confident. If a team has a standout performance like that, they will sail through. What that means is the mid-pack, even many, many days into PCS 7, is going to be so unbelievably tight.
Also, there's going to be some teams that are going in knowing that they've pretty much secured their spot for PGC, and then there's going to be some teams going in knowing that they now have to perform. So do you think that's going to change the dynamic a little bit?
No, I don't think so. We're still going to see the same meta that we've been seeing here, and a huge, obviously, focus. And that's also why I politely asked, please don't win PCS 7, so we can have a team potentially coming in that was not guaranteed a PGC spot and win PCS 7, because obviously the winner of PCS 7 is guaranteed to go to PGC no matter the standing, so that could potentially push down everything. But from what we've seen here from this tournament, I'm expecting, one of the top 5, top 6 teams in the current or the new updated after this PGC standings to also be the winner of there. Like, it's kind of unlikely that we're going to see an underdog or a dark horse come in and win PCS 7 after the performance we've seen here today and yesterday.
I think what's quite exciting about PCS 7 specifically is the fact that, PCS 6, it was very much the NLT Entropic show, and Entropic at one point just sort of ran away with it. Now you've got the addition of NAVI, who after this, they did the unthinkable this weekend. They might not have won this tournament, but to get as many chicken dinners as they did, I think they're going to be up in contention. And honestly, after looking at FaZe's performance, I think FaZe could possibly knock themselves up into there as well.
Also, they have 6 days. It's not 3.
Well, that's the thing. So they can completely open it up now, and it's going to be, I believe, a very competitive PCS 7. And you're not going to know who's going to get it, because all of these teams are now going to go home, do their homework after G-Loots, and come in there firing on all cylinders.
Look, Navi stole the headlines here because of how many games they won, but you had the FaZe clans, you had the bystanders, you had Polish Power at one point knocking on the door of their position despite not having those wins. Imagine if any one of those teams had a couple of extra wins to their name as well. We'd be having a different conversation right now. So it's so tight there, it makes it wide open for PCS 7. It's really difficult to predict, and I love that. That's fantastic.
So as we recap the entire G-Loot Season 6, these grand finals, what would be your standout moment, Avenger?
I would say it has to be the Navi dominance in the beginning, but also the NLT comeback is huge. If you're talking from an individual perspective, for me, probably has to be the Iva's 1 versus 3, 1 versus 4 situation where he took on Navi with the full drive-by. Or the Keanu was also a good, huge drive-by on Polish Power. So there are some bigger talking points and stories and narratives that was really interesting, but like the 1-2 race with Navi and LT going all the way to the very last game again was obviously huge.
Jarosal, how about you?
individual moment from one of the games. It's going to be a long time before we top that Los Leones finish.
Yeah,
like that's one of those iconic PUBG moments that we're going to be talking about a year or two from now because it was just that epic. That's going to take some beating. Let's be real.
The worst is my favorite moment wasn't even in-game. It was the response that Toby and Carlaris had to your favorite moments.
Oh, when they became garden gnomes after the...
Oh, I love that. So that was my favorite moments of the whole tournament. So there you go. Let's take a look now at the prize pool so you can see exactly how the money shaped up. And of course, NLT is going to be very happy with the money they're going to be taking home. We'll look at that prize pool in a bit. Let's just remind you, in case you forgot, because we spoke for quite a bit. This is what the leaderboard looks like.
This is the leaderboard.
Here we go.
Let's actually also point out here. Digitalytics with that last game, they are the best team coming out of MEA. Over Stardust, over BBL.
Yeah, so 77 points. And it's comfortable as well, that margin. That was strong, the way they finished.
Stardust actually surprised me because they had some really good moments consistently throughout, not only on the Grand Finals, but in the Super Weekend as well. And I know it doesn't show on the board because they only finished 12th, but I'll be honest, I kind of wrote them off right at the start of Super Weekend, and then they've come not wrote them off, I just didn't expect much from them, and really just impressed with their performance overall. Yeah. Despite the fact that maybe they're not sitting on the higher end, I think that they're a team that's starting to find their feet a little bit and could, with a little bit of experience and time, do some damage.
They were remarkably consistent, and they sort of did, in the lower bracket, they sort of did what Bystanders did this weekend, right? Just constantly put some points on the board, didn't really have any 0 games, generally impressed.
Yeah, another one is for me the Skate drop down from day one, winning 2 games to going down to get 9th. Yeah. Half the points that we've had more. So both Navi and NLT more than doubled the points that Skate currently has, and Skate was 2nd going into day number 2. That is a huge drop-off. That's really sad. I was hoping to see more from Skate.
But this is not the first time we've seen this with Skate. I do feel, I mean, I said this yesterday, I'll say it again, I do think that they lack consistency as a team. They have, like we said, huge, well, I mean, I said it was the ebb and flow, where they go really high and then they go really low, really high, really low. They've got to change that if they want to be one of the teams that we're talking, when we talk about the NLTs, the Navis, the phases, if they want to be up in those conversations, they're going to have to change that.
And it's difficult, right? Like, we're here speculating what they can do to change that, make minor adjustments. The reality is the players are looking at all the VODs. They're looking at their own replays. They've got a coach scrutinizing everything that they're doing. They're trying to find every possible minute detail. It's difficult to do that, especially when you're in the game focusing on your next move. You need to take time away to understand what you could be changing strategically. It's a really tough thing to do.
If Skate had the same performance on day 1, on the 2 other days, they would have gotten 3rd. They got 49 points on day number 1. They would have gotten 147 points just above FaZe if they were able to keep the same consistency.
Massive.
So them dropping off this huge is a massive drop off for them. I'm really sad to see. But still better than Team Liquid, still better than N, still better than BPL. Some of the teams that we were expecting to be up in the top 8.
Let's take a look now at the prize pool so you can see exactly what these teams go home with. And yeah, $16,000 for first place, $10,000 for second. That's a nice chunk of change. And of course, the PGC points that we keep talking about.
Yep, very, very useful to grab that from a weekend's work as well, of course. It was very tough going from all of the teams. But NLP and Navi in particular will be into 5-digit territory there. They're going to be happy. Some teams, of course, bitterly disappointed, but towards the lower end of that scale, it's going to be, can we get like 20 or 30 PGC points instead of 10? And a couple of those teams did manage to make up those places.
So, maths is hard. As I've told you, I'm not very good at it. And because I was tasked with hiring the elves, I've just been told they can't do the math. So, unfortunately, the elves have been fired. I'm going to be disciplined when this is done. But we will reveal the PGC standings for you a little bit later. You can actually watch. If you watch till the end, there'll be some fun music, and then you'll get to see those points if that's something you're interested in. Gents, it's been an absolute pleasure. Well done on just making the show so entertaining, so interesting. I know that the viewers at home get to learn a lot, and it's always just so much fun working with both of you. To everyone watching at home, thank you for supporting PUBG here in Europe. You know it's the best region, so I know why you're in the chat, and we appreciate it very much. I know the players do as well. To everyone behind the scenes, G-Loot specifically, who make this happen, all of the production team, and of course to the players for putting on such an incredible show. There's only one thing left to say. We'll see you at PCS 7. Goodbye.
Want to make your GGs more rewarding? Complete daily missions in PUBG to collect coins. Exchange your winnings to unlock gift cards. All you have to do now is create a free account, install the G-Loot app, and make your GGs more rewarding today. G-Loot, the home of everyday esports.